Good morning, everybody. Tanzania, Tanzania, all my friends. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse for today. So we'll observe today how we see objects, things, thoughts as the reality. And we'll observe something carefully. Look at a tree. We usually say there is a tree. Not just tree, any object, anything. And we immediately has a name for it. Well, it sounds completely obvious. One who never have listened to this, for them it's completely obvious. There is definitely an object thing there. And not only that, there is the tree, and at the same time there is me, you, that is looking at the tree. And there is this space between you and the tree. There is the world containing both the tree and itself. So this is the perception of people. This is what they believe. This is what they think they are living with. They think there is an object, and they think there is this self-here, and there is this 3D space surrounding us. That's what we think. But let us slow down. Where exactly does this tree begin? And is it at the first leaf, at the last leaf, at the bark, at the roots, at the shadow? If a branch breaks off, is it still the same tree? And if a leaf falls, has the tree changed? If the tree grows another branch, when did this new tree begin? If the roots continue beneath the ground, where does the tree end? Where is the new tree? We use one word, tree. And that word is extremely useful. But the word makes something interesting happen. As we told, there is this enormous changing process. Trees changing, branches changing, roots changing, bark changing, colors, shapes, everything. Everything changes. We go. But this word, tree, is thought. It gathers an enormous changing process and gives it the appearance of one independent object, something that seems to simply be there, something complete, something separate, something that has existed as the same, even while everything about it has been changing. It still says this is the same tree, but it's completely different. So today, we will look deeply at this because perhaps the mind does not merely create thoughts. Those thoughts have become alive, have become things, objects. And after they have become things, objects, mind forgets that it created. Mind view the thought little by little using different sense fragments. Yet it forgets all that being it's an object that exists out there, not an object that created in the mind. So now let's move into our next example. Imagine watching the river. You see water moving. No individuals of remains in exactly same place. And the surface changes, the reflection changes, the current changes, sound changes, rocks, but it's but inside it, rocks, fish, plants, everything changes. Yet we say the river, one river, a single thing. But what exactly is the river? Is it the water, the river bank, the current, the shape, the movement, all of them together? The river is actually a continuously changing process. Yet language gives that process a noun, a name, a label, figure. And once we have that noun, the moving process begins to feel like a fixed object. It is one of the extraordinary powers of thought. It can take movement and give it a name. It can change and make it feel like a one solid thing, isn't it? Now imagine each and everything we name is just like this. Not just river, your mother, father, dog, flower, chair, house, a place, whatever thing, everything is changing, yet we have assigned a solid name for that. It's completely different, even like when it comes to the sense of contact. The vision is completely different. The way sound or the touch, textures, melodies, everything changes. Yet we have this solid strong name for it. Like it hasn't changed a bit. And the thing is, we believe that label, that interpretation, as the reality. We don't live in the right at this moment. We live in that mental world we created, in that mental object that has changed. But what's really happening? Everything is changing every second. So this world is full of those names, those nouns, those labels, those interpretations, those words. You've got a chair, table, tree, house, mother, father, dog, cat, road, fire, clouds, body. We speak as though reality is made from separate objects. But look close. Everything is interacting. Everything. They are not separate. The tree depends on the soil, and the soil depends on countless conditions, and the body depends on the food. Food depends on plants and rain, sunlight, soil, people, and countless other conditions. Likewise, this everything is connected. Nothing stands completely alone, but yet thought gives everything separate names and try to separate those interconnected ones. Yet, where is this separation begin? That's why they say, where is the tree begins and ends? Is it the roots? Is it the bark? Is it the leaf? Is it the new branch? Yeah. Roots are in the soil. So where is the real tree? Likewise the river. What is the river? From where does the river separate? We forgot this everything is interconnected. When the thought appears as an object. So the object appears independent, and the name makes the boundaries feel solid. But there is no clear boundary, solid boundary. We say outside world, and inside, well, inside me, so, but where is the exact point, the outside and inside separate? Like we said, everything is interacting, everything is a one whole thing, yet we separate mentally, because physically we cannot separate. Everything is interconnected, yet we separate them mentally. And we don't stop there, we believe it. So now consider the word person. That one word can hide an entire universe. There's a whole process going on there. Breath, breathing, blood circulation, pause, language, learning, habits, emotion, sense of contents, everything. Yet we simply say a person. The word encompasses everything, and because the compression means so useful, we forgot that it has been compressed. And same happens with the self. Me. That may be the greatest compression of all. Thousands experience, thoughts, everything gathered into a tiny one word, me, myself. And there is no place. Where is this I? Is it the body? Is it the mind? Where is it? Yet, when we get the thought I, we strongly feel a presence of God, even though there is no place for it. Still, we feel it, a strong presence. The thoughts, they act like a container, different changing conditions. But when you use thoughts, you're compressed into one. Well, that's useful, but that's not the reality. Everything is changing, but we have put the label on it. That's fine, but the taking the label as the truth, as the reality, is the wrong thing. We forgot we created the thought. Instead, we believe the thought exists, and we overlook what's really happening, which is changing conditions every time, and nothing is accepted from that. What we see in the outside world, objects as well as the self, is just like that. Thoughts that feel real, solid, existing, alive, basically as the reality. But the thing but the thing is we forgot this labor name out of these conceptions. Instead, we begin believing that matter itself is an independent reality. This is the wrong concept. We created it and now we're believing it's real. Nothing else is. This is the truth. Vision didn't say, sound didn't say, Dexter didn't say. We created the real ourselves. Yet we blindly believe there is a tree exists out there. We forgot its conceptual name, labor, not the independent reality. And all about the most powerful container is me, is self. Now let us look carefully at the word me. What does it contain? The people they say, my body, my thoughts, my memories, my experiences, my childhood, my preferences, my relationships, my achievements, my failures, my fears, my plans, my beliefs, many things. But notice something. Almost everything placed inside this thought is changing. The body changes, thoughts changes, feelings changes, memories change, relationships change, beliefs changes. Whatever it is, everything changes. Yet, yet this is me. Yet the thought remains apparently constant. Oh, because the same name keeps being applied, which creates an imaginary continuity, solidness, a conceptual. But the reality is completely different, always changing. Yet we take the label and if we strongly believe the label, only the label, then we feel a solid continuous world. But if we see the label is something that is useful, like a tool for communication, and then we see the truth, nature, we know the truth, yet we use the label. But that doesn't work like that. No, it doesn't. All about everything. The only thing we believe is the label. We take the label as the solid thing, continuous thing. thing that exists independent. But the label is the fake thing from all the things that happen. Yet we treat it as the most solid, real thing. And when the same label appears again and again, it has become a lie. Now, even though everything is changing, the same label has become stronger and now it has a reality-like feeling. Now it doesn't feel as a label, it feels as an object created. Yet from which sensor did we get the object? None of any of our sensors can give us a whole object. Eyes can only give vision, just a bunch of colors. Ears can only give us sound. Tongue can only give us taste. Nose can only give us the skin can only give us touch. So none of our sense contacts can give us a whole object. The whole object cannot pass through any of our senses. And those senses are the only ways we can experience the world. So if those are the only way, and none of them can give us the whole object, how are we still sure that the object that stay outside exist out there? How are we so sure? It's strongly present. It strongly exists independent out there. Unless we took the sensor contents but actually received and weave them together and created a mental object inside our mind. That's what happened. That's what really happened. Yet our own perception and our habits make us believe this weave, mentally weave object is existing out there. That's why it feels solid. Thing. It's the power that creates this illusion, this thought. The more power, the more real, more solid object like it feels. It all happens inside our own mind. So the same name makes different moments, situations feel like one thing, one person, one place. Best example is you, completely changing. Look, knowledge, age, everything. Yet we strongly believe this is the same exact person when it's clearly what in front of you is completely different one, different vision, different sound, Still, we strongly believe this is the same person. Same goes with the self. Still, we sense the contact changes each and every time. Yet, our thoughts say, this is me. Same me. Everything is changing. Yet, this is the solid me. We strongly believe it. And when we strongly believe this is the same thing each and every moment, it creates this illusion of continuous self. If you see the true nature, everything is changing, then it breaks this solid concept. But when we imagine this solidness, this is the same person, it creates this illusion of continuous self. But what is actually continuous? Let's investigate. Take one thought. Does it remain unchanged, even for 1 minute? No. Take one emotion. Does it remain exactly? You can observe it yourself. Take one sensation. Does it remain? No. Take the body. Does it remain? No. So everything changes. So perhaps what appears continuous is not a single unchanging substance. Perhaps the continuity is produced by what we mistaken as real solid. And between those moments, one moment reminds us of another, one thought activates another, one experience resembles another, and we connect them to mind and the solidness appears. And the thought says, we take the self. Thought of self appeared yesterday, and it appeared today. And if we believe this is the same self, this thought creates an illusion, even without the thought appearing the self existed. It assumed that it has become strong, solid. And not just once, through the entire time of life, when this process happens, with each and everything, not just self, everything creates a feeling that we are living in some continuous life. We don't even have to think it. We already start to accept it and believe it. So now it happens naturally. So we feel naturally we are living in the same continuous. This same is a thought itself. When you look at the tree and say, same tree, the present visual experience is not literally identical to the previous one. Yet we say the same tree, and we call it same. But it's completely different from the previous one. We say same because we see through the thought, lens of thoughts. If we live in the right at this moment, if we living with this changing experience each and every moment, we know nothing is same, nothing is continuous, nothing is solitary. But when we live in our mind, the thought is unchanged, which shows us the change still there, but it's clearly changing each and every second. The same is basically a wrong perception of the mind. No, no, no. Same thing happens with thought. Let's say yesterday you had a thought, and today something similar appears. You say, I am having the same thought today. What the hell? There are two different thoughts. It's not the same thought. The first thought has already gone, disappeared, and the second thought appears later. But they are similar, resembling. Because of that, mind immediately believe it has the same thought. And it's clearly two different thoughts, but that looks similar. That's what happens with each and every thought, even the dream. That thought is similar, so the mind mistaken it as the same thing. This is how this repetition can create the feeling of same thing and permanent, not because one thought remains, but because these similar thoughts repeatedly appear. and created the illusion of safety appearing again and again. But each and every time, thoughts are different. They might look similar but different. New, fresh thoughts, whether it's silk, whether it's street, whether it's mother, heart, anything. It happens with the resonance process in thoughts. Best example is suppose you hear a song and immediately a place appear, face, smell, season, feeling, people, maybe an entire period of life. Well, if the song contains, no, the song did not physically contain all of things. It triggered the resonance in our mind. Is one present contact, the sound, everything, the presence also various contact. Just like one tuning fork vibrating, another suddenly the past feels present, like you're really experiencing that moment. These by time sensory contact can produce a huge thought, not physically, but in the mind. The present contact is very small, but it triggers, and the resonance can be enormous. A single word, sound, vision, any sense of contact can rebuild the whole mental world. And the thing is, it is not the same thing for everyone. It's not everything is mentally created. It's not the solid truth. So it is different from person to person. Let's say school for different people, different words like classrooms, station, uniforms, friends, fear, excitement, exam, illness, smell, many things. But the word is tiny, a sound, and the word it activates can be enormous. Where did that word come from? Not from the sound itself. The sound acted as a trigger. Pre-sensory contact resonate, and the thoughts activate. Suddenly, the whole mental picture appears. And the thing is, it feels like you're really experiencing. It feels like you're really getting to the past time experience, but all are appearing right now, right at this moment, as a thought, not with physical character, not physical world came to this moment, but Something similar to that situations got created at this moment, right at this moment as thoughts, and we treated them as the real experiencing, the real actual part, because we are so used to treat thoughts as the reality, whether it's okay, whatever it is, we treat thoughts as the reality. So that's why, even though it's now, we still we treat this thought as reality, like we do in the past experience. So now you can see we treated past as something real, something that we really experience, and it's clearly the thought that got created at this moment, resembling the past moment. But for us, it is not the resemblance, it is the exact past, the experience. So this is the same way we treat each and every other thought, including ourselves. That's why we think this is the same way, because we believe this has history past, and that self is here right at this moment. And it is past or it is future. Everything is a present thought. And for us, it's the past, it's the future, not the thought that got created right at this moment. That creates only the thought. Perception feels illusional, continuous thought in the time and image each and everything created, believed in this way, to the point it has become solid. Now there is a world and a self is existing. This is how the thoughts are created, the illusion of reality, continuous world, solid world, not the reality but an illusion of reality. Thoughts have become, thoughts have reached to a point that we blindly believe in whatever thought that we say, believe it immediately as the reality. To that point, we have believed in thoughts. We have used thoughts as the reality. It's the wrong perception that we have got used to. So now, through this Dhamma, we had to complete. We have to understand the real perception, the truth behind this continuous world. this mental world that we consider as reality, that we consider as something that exists on its own. And with that truth, with that deep understanding, comes liberation from this mind, from this thought. Just now, the mind has lost its yourself. So in order to get liberated from it, you have the truth of soul, this thought created world, that there is healing that is something the rest of the
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, Buddha Dhamma Sangha Triple Gem. I worship Aran Mahansi at his feet, our spiritual leader, Theron Sannai Aran Mahansa. May all our Dhamma friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology always be helped by Triple Gem. So this is the continuation of the Buddothpado PeoTV English sessions, and my Dhamma friend just finished her session. So it's a continuation starting at 5 o'clock in the morning, going on until 11 p.m. in the night, with a discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, to which you can actively join because there is no time allocated for discussion in these sermons. So you are always invited to join us at the afternoon discussion time, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. If you have any queries with these sermons, or if you have listened to some other Buddhottpada sermons, even Sinhalese medium, sorry, you can join us and we can discuss your matters. So that is a small reminder to start with. And you can, if you go to the social media, various types, the Facebook, uh, various kind of WhatsApp, Google, all these things, YouTube, you will find so many people are preaching Buddhism these days. So many. The number is going up day by day. Lots of deshanas or lots of new faces are uh, uh, mushrooming, I would say. So it's sometimes very difficult, particularly for a person who has no prior knowledge and it's very difficult to find out which one is true. Some of the speakers are, of course, amazing. The way that they are explaining, this is not only applicable to Buddhism, you can see in many other religions also, you can see so many uh, very attractive talkings, very attractive, uh, impressive type of discussions and uh, explanations are going on. So, if I focus on the Buddhist preaching, this is becoming more and more because not only the Sri Lankan or Buddhist, traditionally Buddhist people, people who are non Buddhists from different countries, from different races, they they want to find something different from what they heard from small age. They feel that there is something more to find out. So they turn to Buddhism, which is a philosophy, uh, and they're trying to find the truth. Now, mostly they are the people who will not be able to find out what is the truth is. Uh, the explanations sometimes given are very impressive, as I said, and sometimes they are made extremely simpler so that the listener feel this is a shortcut. This is a shortcut to nirvana. So you have to be careful actually because there are so many pitfalls in this Dhamma path. It has to be something proven as if the original Buddha teaching, isn't it? So proven means you have to go by the sutra sermons originally done by Lord Buddha, which is about nearly 2,600 years ago. So if you come across this Sutra Deshana, uh, the other problem is that they have been preached in Pali language, and translations to different languages have been done. Particularly, we know that English, Sinhalese, those two languages, it is available. I'm sure it has been translated to Thai, Thai language also. There must be many more translations worldwide. But this translation business is also a bit tricky because if it is something done by a person who has only the knowledge of translating, he will do it from kind of word to word translation. It's going to be very successful only if the person has an inner transformation himself, or the person himself has a realization of these Dhamma facts. Otherwise, it is going to be like translating a novel from one level to the other one. We know that the translation of a novel also it highly varies depending on the translator. Whether you can get the exact pleasure of reading or whether you can get the exact type of uh, feel when you are reading is 100% dependent on the translator. So the same thing has happened even in Buddhist translations. If the person who translated uh, has an inner transformation or has a deep realization about this Dhamma facts, if he himself is in the path, then it is going to be successful because there are finer points which gives a big meaning in these sutras. Sometimes just with one word, if you try to translate it to another language, you need to use so many sentences. Now, the word sakko, which is there uh, in one of the frequently used Pali stanzas, where the worshipping of Lord Buddha is done. That word has, you can write about a full page explaining the qualities of Sakko. So it's something like that. I just gave a very basic example. In these sutras also, uh, sometimes Lord Buddha gives metaphors because explaining that in words is not easy. Or maybe just one word gives a whole lot of explanation. So these are very tricky points, as I said. So, what a person, a monk or a lay person who is doing this explanation of these Dhamma facts has to realize exactly what he's talking about. So these are the points that I want to bring up, particularly for new listeners, new people who want to find the truth and then go on searching in the social media to find out what to listen. If the talking is very impressive, or sometimes if the talking is very complex and looks very deep also, people think that there must be an important message here and they get attracted. Different uh, people, I use the word people for the monks and the ordinary people both, they use their own tactics, they use their own ways of explaining. So, this is just a word of caution for the newly joining Dhamma friends. So, what about the Buddothpado? What I want to uh, sort of reiterate is that this is not yet another series of sermons. We have realized it, we have felt exactly how it is because most of us have been going from one sermon, one set of sermons to another. We have listened to most of them, most of us, I would say, not all. And you change from person to person because in each stage, sometimes we feel that this is not what I was looking for. So finally, uh, we stopped at this place because we felt that there is something deeper and something worth listening. So we invite you to listen to some of the Buddhottpada sermons and uh, don't stop just with one sermon. You have to continue to listen to several number of them. More you listen, you will realize that it is becoming more and more. You are getting deeper and deeper into that Dhamma flow. And there will be nicely things being interconnected. If you hear something today, uh, you will be able to connect that point to another point which you hear in few more days or after several more sermons. Finally, actually, they look all interconnected, and so many words are being used to explain. So, therefore, you tend to think that there is quite a lot. Actually, the basic rule is by definition it is basic. By definition, it is simple and deep. So I have to use those words. That is why Lord Buddha said that this Dhamma is for a wise person. It's a wisdom that you take on this path. And as I have been frequently mentioning, it doesn't mean your level of education, your your intelligence, uh, how much you know, how much things do you know. those are actually material, because Lord Buddha's time also, people who had a very basic education and 7-year-old children came to the realization. They all became the stream mentor. So today we will talk about the four niyamas. What is this niyama? Niyama is a kind of a rule, a fixed rule. Uh, so what are these four niyamas which has been explained by Lord Buddha? So this is not something that has been invented recently. It is something mentioned by Lord Buddha uh, so long ago, nearly 2,600 years ago, which matches very well with the uh, nature, maybe with the science. Uh, and I have to tell, of course, the science findings are still way behind the Lord Buddha's teachings, which the scientists they themselves have understood, but I feel that they don't want to accept it openly. So that is one of the issues. But they know that many things that they are finding more and more nowadays matches with Lord Buddha's teaching, which happened so long ago. But the way that Lord Buddha explained them were with different words. That is to suit the society at that time, the practices at that time. So, talking about these four niyamas now, before going to the four niyamas, if it is something happening as a part of the nature, can we do anything about it? You can't do anything about it, isn't it? And even you might complain, but you know that there is a limit. I mean, other than complaining, you are not going to fight against it, isn't it? If it is the uh, if it is a natural law, or if it is a niyama, uh, you can't do anything about it. You are not going to do anything about it. And as I said, you might grumble, you might talk with the others about the situation, but nothing goes beyond that, because you know whatever you do, it's not going to change. Uh, so when you understand these four niyamas, or the four rules or four orders, it becomes easier for you to handle the things in your day to day life, because you know that they are just part and parcel of this nature. So we will talk about one by one. Lord Buddha explained four of them. One is the Ritu Niyama, or we will take the Bija Niyama first. Bija means seeds. Niyama means the rule, the natural law related to the seeds. This is obviously something related to the physical world. We talk about different types of seeds. Even a child uh, who has just started schooling has some idea that that particular seed will give rise to that particular tree. The seed is specific to the that particular tree, isn't it? And also the seed, the tiny seed, has the capacity of changing within, sucking all the nutrition from the soil, and then gradually grow up to a huge tree. So that process is not something that someone has done it. It's a part of the natural process. Now we take something simple. We take a jack seed. which is a metaphor taken by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse, which is a beautiful example. Jack seed is about uh, 2 inches in length, maybe even 1.5 inches. We know that obviously the jack seed will give rise to the jack plant. And when you uh, bury it in the soil, uh, when the necessary environment is occurred, or the when the necessary environment is set, like the moisture, which is essential, and then the soil has to be suitable, and the seed should be a healthy one. So when the surrounding environmental factors are ready, factors are suitable, it will start growing, isn't it? It will have its root going down, and it will start sucking the nutrition gradually from the soil and the water from the soil. With that, it will start growing. So this is a bija niyama. No one is going to control this process. And no one can exaggerate also. That is the other important thing. You can't get the tree growing fast by adding lots of fertilizers, can you? You can't spray various chemicals and make it fast growing. You can't decide about the height of the growth of the tree either. So it grows fast on its own and reaches a very tall tree, which is maybe about uh, even 75, 80, or even 100 feet tall. So, and the process next is the reproduction and continuation of this generation. The jackfruits will start coming up, and the fruits will mature. The seeds will either fall there, or maybe it's taken away by the birds who are eating the ripened jack, and the seeds will be dropped in different places, and another tree will start growing there. The seed will start growing there. So the seed which has such a strength uh, will lead to that growth of that huge tree. If you plant a mango seed, sorry, mango seed will start and produce a mango tree. So nothing to do with the jack seed. So the specificity, specific seed will give rise to the specific tree, and also the behavior of the seed, provided that the seed is healthy, seed is growable, and also the surrounding environmental factors are favorable, it will start growing, and it will again, the mango seed about 4 inches, maybe 4 5 inches, but the trees, you can see that huge trees are they are mango trees. So this is clearly what is the bija niyame. So no one is sort of going to complain about the jack seed giving rise to only the jack tree, and the fact that the jack seed sucks all kinds of nutrition and water and giving rise to the huge jack tree. So that is number one, the bija niyame. Secondly, if you talk about the uh, ritu niyame, what is ritu niyame? Ritu means the seasons. Again, the niyame is a natural law. So the uh, seasonal variation is again another natural law. What is seasonal variation? Now, you know, in some countries, you have all four seasons, and always the winter is followed by the spring. Spring is followed by the autumn. Uh, Spring is followed by the summer. Uh, Summer. Summer is followed by the autumn, and autumn is followed by the winter. Who is doing these things? And who is deciding that these countries will have the four distinctive seasons, whereas these particular countries do not have the specific variations? They are throughout the year, mostly they are hot and humid and warm, whereas some few countries, most of the time of the year, they are cold and covered with the snow. So, doesn't it look like another natural phenomenon? Now we know the seasons also. Who decided that the winter should be followed by the spring? During the winter, you know that very cold temperature going to minus sometimes. The areas where there is snowing, you get the snow, and the snowfall also changes with the year, isn't it? All the all the winters do not experience uh, uh, snowfall. Some winters are very, very bad winters where the temperatures drop to very low levels, and sometimes the snowfall may be several feet high, with all kinds of destructions of the day-to-day life patterns, and even destructions of the uh, buildings, trees due to snowstorms, uh, destroying the lives, all kinds of things. So, who is deciding? Is anybody deciding those things? You can't point out to any person and say that this is the responsible person. Of course, the people who were living long ago, who had this tribal mentality, they thought that each of them is a god, isn't it? They thought that the sun is a god. They thought that the strong wind or the rain is God, because they knew that these things are actually overpowering the human's abilities. They are overpowering all the living beings. So therefore, they thought that they should be worshipped. They prayed to the uh, rain. They thought that it is a god, and they prayed to the rain and asked for rain during the seasons of drought. They prayed to the sun and expected sun to give the necessary sunlight for their crops to grow, because none of these things can be tolerated for too long periods. The rain is needed, sun is also needed, but they should be balanced. And this balancing is not something that a human or any other living being can do. So they thought that they are all gods. That is why the humans, particularly the even nowadays, I think some of the tribes are still worshipping the gods of rain and god of sun, uh, and even certain huge trees are also considered as gods, and they are being worshipped. So these are all beliefs. They are beliefs simply because people felt that they are overpowering, and they felt that they have a strong power to control everything. That is because they felt that those cannot be changed. They are occurring in some way. So then you can't anyway complain about it, can you? If there is strong sun, period of drought, or maybe period of uh, heavy raining with all the flooding. You can't uh, complain about it. You can complain, but you know that there is no way of stopping it, isn't it? So that is a nature of the Ritu Niyamaya. Now, after the winter, we know, as I said, the winter seasons can be very uh, bad winter, hitting the whole systems. And then sometimes the winter period is extended even to the spring. Sometimes in the spring also, some areas there is sometimes snowing even. People say that because of the human activity, these seasons are changing. There may be certain factors that lead to certain changes, but that natural law cannot be changed, can you? The natural law cannot be changed. So the spring, we know that the spring will start with tiny twigs coming up, growing into the tree full of green leaves, whereas during the winter, all the leaves are fallen and just the branches are left. And in spring, it's kind of waking up, and you can see flowers are coming up, and uh, that's a time period that the, the world feels that awakening, or the world feels that the people feels that they are they are uh, that low mood that they have during the winter season is disappearing gradually. So who decided that the spring should come after the winter? And after the winter, we know that it's a summer where it is warmer and flowering is coming to the maximum level, and the trees are full of fruits. And this is the season where lots of gardening is being done. And summer is sometimes extremely hot in some areas, some countries. So, is there any authority that decided that? No. Each and every year, sometimes the summer changes. In some areas, unexpectedly high temperatures, which even lead to some death of many animals and even humans due to the inability to tolerate this temperature. So people still grumble about it. They are complaining about the difficulty. Again, nothing can be done. Nothing can be done simply because this is yet another uh, this is yet another natural law only. So the natural laws cannot be changed. That is why the term niyama, or the natural law, is being used. So Lord Buddha beautifully explained that this ritu niyama, or uh, the natural law of seasons, is another law only where you can't change. And we know that the some countries do have this summer-like weather pattern throughout the year, whereas some countries do have this winter-like pattern throughout the country. They hardly see the sun. Hardly anything is grown except the very tough type of plants. You can withstand this harsh weather. Uh, so the life is very difficult for the people in those setups. The equally, I mean, the areas where the very high temperatures are persisting throughout the year, and the countries where the very low temperatures, so the snow is persisting throughout the year. So both categories, people do have really hard life. But they know that is something that they have to get along with. They know that that is something that they have to live with. So no complaints. Even if they complain, they know that it is just happening as a habit. People do complain as a habit, isn't it? Telling about their difficulties. But they have to get along with that because there's no way out of it, because it is a part of the natural law. So that is about the seasonal variation. That is about the uh, natural law of seasons. And what happens the next season is the autumn, where in autumn you get lots of changes in the leaves in the trees. Again, the weather is warmer, but the warmness is little bit less now, and the trees will have sometimes beautiful color changes, which are a treat to the eye sometimes. So the color changes, and one by one the leaves will start falling. It's something like this whole seasonal variations is actually something like the life cycle, isn't it? Being born in spring as young fruits or young flowers and growing, passing a very beautiful, so called exciting time period. And then at the end of it, it falls off and come to an end. Uh, so the autumn is the time period where uh, that cycle of the trees are coming to an end. And again, towards the end of the autumn or the beginning of the winter, the trees are just like skeletons, except the ones that can tolerate uh, very low temperatures and the snow. All the others are just remaining as skeletons. And of course, the ones which cannot tolerate this situation will die definitely. The plants, especially the smaller plants, which are not strong enough to withstand these temperature changes, will not survive this harsh change, and they have to be replanted uh, after getting the seeds. So this is the pattern of the seasons. And also sometimes unexpectedly you have various kinds of snowstorms or the rainy storms, uh, various kinds of tsunami like changes, weather changes. Now those are again part and parcel of this seasonal changes. People say that it is the human activities which gives rise to this. Really speaking, you can't give 100%, you can't put the 100% blame to the mankind activities. It is contributing, but the tsunami and uh, various kinds of storms, destructive things that happens, the earth slips, flooding, droughts. Now these are all changes in these seasons. Uh, the blame cannot be put to the humankind 100% because there are variations of the normal seasonal changing. And also now we are talking about the El Nino effect. Again, there is some significant droughts and also flooding to some parts of the world. Now, can anybody do anything about it? Uh, Even the science is advanced, and even the science shows some uh, uh, ways of interfering with the seasons. Can you do 100% reversal of these things? No, you can't do. That is because it is yet another uh, seasonal, another niyame. So only thing you can do is to help the people who are suffering with that with the material support, but you can't do anything about these seasonal variations. So that is Ritu Niyamaya, or the natural law about the uh, seasonal variations. So that is the uh, second thing that Lord Buddha explained. So the third thing is the uh, Chitta Niyamaya. What is Chitta Niyamaya? Now, this is something that we have been explaining even earlier in our Dhamma sermons. I am sure some of you have heard about how these thoughts are formed. What is this process of formation of the thoughts? So, this simply shows that the Chitta Niyamaya, or the formation of the thoughts, is also simply a natural process. Now, understanding this or knowing this as a fact is something only uh, taught in Buddhism. Uh, so, the Chitta Niyame means the formation of the thoughts. So, we have to learn, we have to find out how the thoughts are formed. When you find out that the thoughts are also formed according to a natural process, uh, according to a uh, natural system, then you realize that there's no way, no need, or not. It is no point of fighting against this natural law. As I said earlier, there is no way of fighting or no way of complaining about the bija niyame, no way of fighting or no way of complaining about the ritu niyame. Whatever the disaster occurs, you can't do anything to prevent about it, isn't it? So when you talk about the chitta niyame, we will just see how this thought process is, how it is happening, how the thoughts are formed. This has been even discussed earlier. I'm sure you may be familiar if you have listened to some of these Buddothpado sermons. Uh, if you realize that the thought process is also just a natural flow, then you can understand or disentangle most of the misconceptions that you had about the self and the thoughts. We know that the small baby didn't have thoughts. Uh, when he's born, he had the sensor functions where he could uh, see the things, he could hear the sounds, he could feel the taste, smell, and the skin sensations. That is a ditta, sutta, mutta, three things. And but there were no thoughts. No thoughts means even the baby had no idea about the death or the birth. So particularly, this is one of the beautiful examples given by our Aran Vahanse. A child about 3, 4 years sometimes has no idea about the death, because simply death is also a concept that is born with the experience of the senses. So uh, the child's mother dies, we will just assume this thing to get deep into this one. The child's mother died, and the dead body with the coffin is in the sitting room in the house. Child has no idea that there is a concept called death, and the child is playing around the coffin. I'm sure you may have uh, experienced such situations, and the people who are watching the child will be lamenting and saying that, see, now this child has no idea about the death, and the child is just playing around the mother's coffin. And if you ask the child might say that mom is sleeping, she will wake up sometime later. So, what happens if you try to explain to the child? You might explain and say that the mom is not coming. This is what is called death. The mom has died and she's not going to come back, and you will not be able to see her again. And we are going to bury her in a little while so that you will not be able to touch her. You will not be able to talk to her. And even now, she can't talk. She's dead and gone. So those explanations are made. What happens? That is a new data to the child's mind. Child had no thoughts about the death. Now that thought has been formed. There was vibration of the eye level and the vibration of the ear level. A sound was given showing the picture, and combination of the two created a thought. And not only that, it creates the feeling of really happening. It is real, and wherever it is real, the thought is formed. So now, with the data, eye and the ear, with the data, the uh, birth of the thought called death has occurred. So we know all the thoughts are combination of these sense functions, and very commonly it is the eye and the ear. But sometimes all five will be involved, and it doesn't mean that all five are going to be involved at the same time. Different levels, the different data will be introduced, and the child will have a concept called death right now when those two senses were functioning. And not only that, the child may be allowed to touch the mother's body, which is cold, and that will have an additional input, additional data, that when the person is dead, the body is stiff and cold. So that is something felt by the skin. And also the other sounds or the ear vibration which gave the sounds. She's not coming back. She will be buried today, and you will not be able to hear her voice. You will not be able to feel her touch. With those are again additional data, additional information, and the baby will be, the child will have a more stronger thought now, stronger concept called death. So this is not something, this Sampatichana Vima or combination of these sensor functions is not somebody's work. There's no person who is involved with that. It is not me who did it. So these are different aspects of the Chitta Niyame. Chitta Niyame means actually how the thoughts are formed. And as I said, the sensor functions will combine together beyond a particular age of the child, and they will combine together to form thoughts. Sorry. And the thoughts become stronger and stronger when more and more data is added. Now, the basic thought that the child got created with that instant introduction with a sound and a picture. So the eye involvement of the eye and involvement of the ears, and maybe involvement of the skin or the body. The three senses put the data together. And even if I use these words like that, it doesn't mean that there is a thing called sensor. The sensor means a function itself. Uh, Sensor means a function itself. So the combination of the sensors or the sensor functions happens automatically as a part of that chitta niyama. And it is happening beyond a particular age of the child. Because as I said earlier, the child, the little child, did not have this way of combining together. When the child reaches the age like around 1 year, this will happen gradually. This will start happening gradually. And it is again no one's job. Sorry. It is no responsible authority for that. Certainly it is not me who did it. It's not myself who combined these senses to form a thought. The myself is also formed in the same way. Myself also was born, the concept called myself also was born in the same way. So the thought formation, as it started around that age, gradually becomes stronger and stronger. So each and every sensor function is represented as a thought now. Now you don't experience the sensors separately. You don't experience it as a simple seeing or simple uh, hearing or simple feeling of taste, smell, and the skin sensation. Now you get the completed product, which is a thought. So you are not seeing, but you are thinking that it is a banana tree. That is the best way I can word it actually. Because behind every sensor function, it is a thought. It is a thought which gives that all that the colors or the uh, vividness of the experience of the senses. It is a naming or a description, a complete picture of the sensor function. Now, right now, what is seen is coming up as a thought banana tree. What is seeing is coming up as a jack tree. What is seeing is coming up as a calendar. So now you can't find the simple senses separately as you experience. Now it is coming as a full block of the thought. So you hear the sounds, but it's the bird Mina's singing is coming up as a thought. You hear the sound, and it is coming up as the noise of the babblers. So that is a thought. Naming and identification or giving details, these are coming up as thoughts, but it is simply a vibration to the ears or the vibration to the eye. So this is the chitta niyama. So always what is experienced by the five senses will gradually combine together to form a different type of a vibration, which we label as a, a thought. That is the mind consciousness. So thought formation is a part of the chitta niyama or the natural law of the mind or the natural law of the thoughts. And this combination occurs instantly. You can't recognize a time gap between what is seeing and what is thought, what is heard and what is thought. Instantly, within a fraction of a second, it happens immediately, and you get the full product with the name, not only with the name, every bit of uh, data that you had about that is already there along with that thought. Now, isn't it so amazing to see how quickly this is happening? And it is happening within a fraction of a second, where you can't actually think of the speed of it happening. Not only that, now see if you uh, talk about the thought, you were thinking of something. You were thinking of something like, we will talk about the same example. Now I am in a place where I can't see the banana tree. If somebody says banana tree to me right now, even just my voice itself, I can hear the sound banana tree. It's a sound only. It's a vibration to the eye, ear. How quickly does it bring the whole set of data about the previous known data about the banana tree? Now I have a picture in my mind. In that mental picture, it has everything related to the banana tree, everything known, everything which is related uh, to banana tree, including the texture, the when the touching a sensation. The of course it doesn't have a smell. So whatever the data you are having about the banana tree is coming up with reproduction of a complete picture about the banana tree. Now, for that to happen, you must have had that thought formed at some stage. You don't have a thought which has not been made in the past. So, you might be able to find out so many examples. Now, if a uh, uh, say if a person who is coming from a European country is shown a particular equipment used in this country, in Sri Lanka, which he has never seen, never heard, never touched. We can take even a food item, something which he not doesn't know even whether it is edible, something he has never tasted, never touched. Just seeing it is not going to come up with that thought, isn't it? He might be able to say, this is green in color. This has a square shape. That's all I can say. I don't know whether this is something edible, whether this is something which has any specific qualities. What is it made up of? How it is made up of? Now, what is the name? And what is the purpose of it? He doesn't have any of those clues about it. The very basic thought that he might have uh, be there just to identify the color and the shape, that's all. Now, something with the ear vibration will be easier to find out, I think. Uh, if I use the word umber, that's just a sound for a person from a Western country, Western setup, or any other country other than Sri Lanka who speaks Sinhala. So if I use that word umber, it is simply a sound, isn't it? You have no clue at all. I'm talking about a person from a different country who has no clue at all about the Sinhalese language. So it simply stays as a sound. You can't talk about imagining about a mango, and it is very, it is just a sound, that's all, that's it. Just a simple sensor function only, no thought formation, because there are no thoughts formed related to that in the past. But for a person who speaks a Sinhala language, the word amber brings a whole lot of data, isn't it? He gets a picture of the mango, which is the English term used for amber. So he gets a picture of uh, mango. He feels the taste of it. Sometimes there might be even a little bit of mouth watering, even with that. He feels almost the taste, he feels almost the smell of it, and he knows that it is firm in texture if you touch it. And a variety of mangoes will be born in his mind, isn't it? So he has almost all five sense faculty information at that point, even if the senses were not directly involved at that time. So he will see the picture in this mental picture, he will feel the taste, feel the smell, feel the texture of it as something firm, and only the sound came up at this moment. See how fast it is happening. And it never happens to a person from a country, America or Australia or UK or any other, even China, uh, uh, any other country. So they do not have this mental picture. But for you and me from Sri Lanka, we'll get a complete picture with all kinds of data, which might change from system to system. The picture that you get about mangoes will be slightly different from the picture that I get. Uh, and it will be slightly different to a person from the village setup who knows more kinds of mangoes. Mm. So, like that, depending on the sensor functions, the sensor inputs which happen time to time, the complete mental picture will come up at this moment. Now, again, you can't give a time frame. It will happen instantly, within a fraction of a second. When I tell the word amber, you have the complete picture in your mind. Could you stop it if you didn't want to stop? If you didn't want it, could you have stopped it? No. And can you get rid of that thought immediately? No, you can't do that also. You know that sometimes the thoughts related to certain incidents are coming up again and again and again. The person really feels uh, uh, very sometimes very unhappy, and they are under pressure sometimes. They say that I feel stressed because this thought is coming up again and again. On the other hand, there are situations where you have a very happy thought, but you can't hold on to the happy thought and keep it as long as possible, isn't it? That thought also will not last too long. If it is coming up again, it's a fresh thought. That is something that we have to understand. The new thoughts which are formed, or if you feel that the old thoughts are coming up now, they are all new ones. They are not something which was ready made and was kept somewhere in the brain and then coming up at this moment. So you have to understand that this is also part of the chitta niyama, part of the uh, process of mind formation. part of the order of the mind. So we discussed quite a few things under this Chitta Niyama. The way that the thoughts are formed is also under that. That is from the radiant mind upwards. And the way that the thoughts are reproduced is also part of this. The the thoughts which are reproduced from the past data. And it varies from person to person. That is the important thing. You know that uh, the same picture or the same sound will create a completely different picture in each and every mindset or each and every system. Now, uh, we'll take a simple example like uh, seeing the picture of your own president of your own country. It's a vibration of the eye, isn't it? If there are four people sitting and watching the television, and it is for all four, it is some form of eye vibration and some form of creation of a picture, isn't it? But see the thoughts which are coming up, or the way that he's given the description varies from person to person. One might say that he's good, doing so much of work to the country, and another person might say that he's useless. Uh, you can talk about from that, from the grounds of their own uh, political beliefs or political following. So you can give a reason like that, but try to understand this process. So another person might say that he's really useless and not doing what he's talking about, not doing the things that he promised of doing. So that is another aspect. And maybe the other two people have different levels, but they are kind of neutral. They are not saying that he's bad, also. They are not saying they are good, also. So, like that, even though the vibration was more or less similar in all four eyes. Why did I say more or less similar? Because even between two humans, the sensor function might vary. There will be small differences between even two human beings. So, therefore, you can't say it is 100% equal in two humans. But more or less, the picture will be close to each other. So, therefore, you tend to agree that we are seeing the president's picture, isn't it? And not only that, the ideas that you had were contrast to each other's. Why is that? That is again because of the data that has been created each and every time. So one may have had data about the good things that he has done. One may have had data about the bad things he has done. The other two do not have significant data. So they are kind of neutral. So this is again another aspect of the Chitta Niyama, where the different people will have the different ideas. This is what is explained by the Pali term called Nanattakaya, Nanattak Different systems will have different sanya or the perceptions. So the ultimate picture that is created in different systems differs from each and every person. So Nanatta Kaya, Nanatta Sanya. Kaya, Nanatta Kaya means different systems and the different perceptions or different consciousness or different thoughts in more simple ways. So that is another aspect of the Chitta Niyama. and also the fact that these chitta, the nature of these thoughts are that they are changing. So there's continuous evolution or changing of these thought patterns. That is another aspect of the chitta niyama. They are changing. That is why the thoughts that you had about, uh, say, a particular type of food we will take. Now we will take milk. As small children, we loved milk. Sometimes we wanted milk several times a day, isn't it? But when you grow up, that that attraction or that likeness to that particular type of food, particularly milk, will go down. Now your thoughts are more, or your craving is more towards the different types of solid foods. And similarly, the the desires or the attachments that you had for particular people also will change with the time. So now this is very common with sometimes the affection and the love affairs between two parties. When their vibrations are equal, they are said to be very much attached to each other. But with times, I'm sure you have seen so many examples. You yourself may have even had some experience like that. The love is another type of a vibration, and those vibrations can change. So the changing of the vibration of one such system means that attraction which was there in the past is no more there. And the changing pattern, the evolution of this says, I mean, from the out level, you say that that affair is over or this marriage is over now because they are no more together. What is meant by that? That is another aspect of the chitta niyama or the mind sensor. The way that it is changing. That again, if you do not realize that it is a part of this natural law, then you tend to sort of be devastated with such situations, isn't it? See how beautifully the Dhamma is explaining such things. This type of evolutions, this type of evolution of the thought pattern, if it can be understood as a part of the natural law, you will be able to tolerate many things in your day to day life without considering them as disastrous things that happen to you. See, the people are committing suicide because their loved ones leave them. This is particularly seen in Asian culture because the attraction or the attachments are considered as very strong. Whereas in the Western culture, I think it is taken more lightly. But on the other hand, all the human beings, so even the animals, show this type of behavior. Now, in some of the animals, they do have only uh, one partner for the whole life. So, if that other animal dies, they are suffering for the whole, I mean, they do not want another partner. They feel sad about it. The humans, this is much more stronger. There are people with such incidents, they remain single or they don't want to get involved with any other love affairs. Now, if you can understand this from the point of the natural law, you do not have that uh, permanent type of attachment to one system, isn't it? You know that this mind or this thought process is something evolving, changing. So you will be able to take it up as a natural law. You will be able to continue with your normal life pattern if you understand this truth. So that is another aspect, another side of this chitta niyama, or the natural law of the mind. And as I said, that the things that you were attached, or the things that you like, even simple things like colored color pencils, colored pencil case, water bottles sometimes, a beautiful school bag with multiple colors and designs, uh, were kind of attractions when we were children. But by now, the your thoughts are different, isn't it? Your attractions maybe to a laptop, or maybe to the opposite sex, or maybe to have any fashionable clothing, to have a vehicle. So that sort of thought pattern is there now as a grown up person or a teenager. Now, this is also another thing that I can explain, or this is another aspect of the uh, chitta niyama, the way that the thoughts are evolving, the way that the thoughts are changing its pattern. So, I'm sure there are many other things that you can think of under this chitta niyama. Basically, what you have to understand is this uh, thought formation, and also the feeling of existence. That is other important thing, which is a part of the chitta niyama. When the thought occurs repeatedly, it becomes stronger. The vibration has a more current when it happens again and again and again. This can happen over a time. The the concept called mother, or the concept called son, is something that is happening over and over and over again over a long time, and always there's an input from one of the five senses, or maybe more than one at a time. So when you have the repeated inputs from these senses, the thought becomes much stronger. The thought is felt as it is really existing. So you have the real mother. You do not see it as a thought, but the thought is alive now. Thought is really existing. And the alive thought means always it is a self. So now, actually, the chair that you experience is yourself. The mother you are experiencing is yourself. The sun that you are experiencing is yourself. So now for you and me, it's the world which is really true, and I am a sticker, or I am always a part of these worldly things, worldly items and worldly people. I am I am on the other side, or I'm a part of that actually. So these all can be explained under this chitta niyama. Now see how beautiful, if you can understand this chitta niyama, how nicely it can be explained. How beautiful. If you really understand that this is simply a mechanism, simply a system, simply a law that is taking place, whether you like or not. You can solve many of the problems during the day in your day-to-day life, isn't it? When you understand that it is not something preventable, not something changeable, like the fact that the jack seed is growing up to a jack tree, the mango seed is growing up to a huge mango tree, like the fact that the seasons are changing, the rain, sunlight, wind, snowing, uh, storms, all these things, tsunamis, all are occurring as a part of the natural law. these storms that are occurring in the mind also should be able to put into the same category and see how much it will be relaxed and how easy it will be to understand that this is the same thing which is happening in the mindset also. So that is your chitta niyama, which is actually uh, beautiful to evaluate, because more you understand, more you analyze your own thoughts, you tend to find more and more details about yourself, isn't it? You can liberate from the mind more and more when you study this pattern as another law of nature. So, Chitta Niyama, I think, is an important rule to understand and evaluate. This small description that I made was just simply an introduction to Chitta Niyama, but you should be able to evaluate and assess and research yourself to find out how it is being formed. And it is very important to know that uh, uh, Chitta Niyama is something coming under another law, as Lord Buddha explained, and that cannot be changed. And that is just a part of the process, and that is what we are always explaining as a system, to see it as a system that it is happening. So the next thing is the Kamma Niyama. Now, in this actually is included even the Dhammaniyame or Kammaniyame. Both can be explained under the same category, but they are two different paths actually. They are all coming as again natural laws. What is Dhammaniyame? Dhamma means it's a system. To understand that it is a system, to understand that it is a cause and effect phenomenon that is happening. So, what is meant by the cause and effect? The four rules that has been explained by Lord Buddha is when the cause is there, the effect will come. So the cause and effect means when the cause is there, the effect is there. When the cause is not there, the effect will not be there. When the cause arises, the effect arises. And when the cause ceases to be there, the effect will cease to be there. Now, what does it mean really? This is again how the thoughts become real. This is what is being basically explained here. So, under this, we talk about the dependent origination. Dependent origination or Paticca in simple is how the self is created, uh, how the how it is understood. This is what actually Lord Buddha understood, and this is what he was reflecting again and again, going through it again and again within the first 7 weeks that he spent after uh, attaining the Buddha state. He wanted to revise of what he understood to make sure that it is quite correct before he disclosed it to the world. So we know that he was uh, revising about the dependent origination of the Paticca forward and backward, again and again, uh, to get fully convinced before he decided about the truth of it. We know that it is written, the Paticcasamuppada is written as 12 steps in the books. But actually speaking, it's not something that you can write in a book. Though it was written just for the necessity to uh, keep it saved, because there was a time where the era of the arahants were over, and the ordinary monks also had to face some great difficulties due to some very harsh weather situations, a prolonged drought in Sri Lanka, where there was a marked scarcity of food and people are dying. Some of them escaped to India, and the others, actually, with great difficulty, just living on sometimes leaves only. They decided to write it down in Ola leaves for the use of the future generation. So, in that, the uh, dependent origination is written as 12 steps actually. Uh, but really speaking, all 12 things happen together. So, understanding deep realization of the uh, dependent origination means there's no person there. You can't say that I realized dependent origination, because realization means the realization of the fact that there is no person here. And basically, what it explains is that the course, when as I said, the 4 steps, 4 phrases that I mentioned earlier, is a basic truth on that. Where there is ignorance, the ignorance is applicable to all the steps in this. The ignorance means there is some construct or the sankhara, or on the other side, on the other way, the construct means there is ignorance. Uh, Ignorance or the construct means always it is felt as there are things, that is the vijnana. And vijnana means actually kind of duality. It's divided to 2 sides. The things that I experience, so myself, and the things that I experienced, which means the vibration, and vibrations are manifested in some way. Manifestation means some kind of description, that is your nama rupa, or the name and the form, which means the sensor functions. That means your sensor faculty function, that is a salayatana. And the combination of the salayatana or the sensor functions means that is the phassa, or contact, or coming together, tying up together, combining together, which means feels that there is something real. In other words, a thought is formed. That is the result of the phassa, means the thought. And the thought is felt as real, and feeling of that real indicates that there is some craving to that, that is your tanha. Wherever there is a tanha or creation, and taking it as real means that is the birth of the self, or the birth of the I, you can say, if it was an experience with the seeing. Birth of the eye, birth of the ear, birth of the tongue, nose, and the skin, which means the sensor faculty which involved is that, and that is where the self is born. In other words, the stimulus is felt as real. That is your jati. Wherever there is jati, there is a death also, or there is a marana. And death and birth and death means there's always suffering, sorrow. Uh, those things will inevitably be there. Uh, In more simple words, as Aranhas is explaining, where there is vibrations, vibrations will, or rupane, or the vibrations, is the cause, and the effect will be the uh, rupa, or the forms. Forms may be in the forms of pictures, sounds, smells, tastes, and the skin sensations, which has four types. That is the temperature, hardness or solidity, liquidity or apo, liquid nature, and the nature of the air, airiness or vayu, and temperature, as I said earlier, tejo. So the skin can experience these four things. So altogether, there are 8 experiences, and the 8 experiences are the cause next, and the effect will be the thought, and the thought will be the cause, and the effect will be the first feeling of existence. Feeling of the existence will be the cause, and the effect will be the feeling of self. So the each cause becomes each cause leads to an effect, and that effect becomes a cause to another effect. But remember, these things, there is no time gap that you can understand. Yes. There's no time gap actually between the between this cause and effect. Where there is cause, the effect is also there. So there's no time gap, as I said earlier. So this is the Dharmatave, or the system, or the Dhammaniyame. And as a part of this, people also talk about the Kammaniyame, what is meant by Kamma. Now, Kammaniyama is applicable to any person who has no clue about this true Buddhist teaching. So it may be a person who is following another religion, or maybe a person who doesn't have really the understanding of what Lord Buddha has taught. Uh, so, if you do not have the true understanding of the Dhamma, then you think about a really existing outside, a really existing world. And that means you believe about the action and the effect phenomenon. That is what we have been believing before Lord Buddha's disclosure. Well, we may have been in some form at that time, we don't know. But the people who were there at the time that Lord Buddha was there, people believed 100% the action and effect, or the karma niyama. And the karma niyama is not something confined to the other religions. Also, the Buddhist people who still have no clue about this truth, this beautiful truth about this cause and effect phenomenon, they believe about the action and effect phenomenon. So they think that there are good things to do, bad things to do, and uh, if you do good things, the effect will be the good things always. They expect that to be good always. And if you do bad things, you expect that the bad things will occur. So they believe about that, and they are trying to do lots of meritorious work, hoping that good karma will bring them some good effects at some point. So that is why you can see blindly people are going behind so many meritorious activities, they are always expecting something in return. That is the worst part of it. They do they give alms, they donate various things, they construct temples, uh, they try to avoid doing the bad things like killing animals, telling lies, sexual misconduct, uh, and uh, and taking alcohol and other uh, items which confuse their mind, uh, stealing the things. So they try to avoid these things, and they try to do lots and lots of meritorious things, hoping that good karma or the good action means good effect is always there. And not only that, if something incorrect or something bad happens, they go on suffering mentally, being living in that situation again and again. Now, in such situations, definitely the karmic effect or the action and effect mechanism will take place. And Lord Buddha said that for a person like that, the karmic effect will come behind like a cartwheel coming behind the the bull's feet. So always the cart wheel will follow the bull when he's pulling the cart. So something like that for a person who believes about the uh, karma, or the person who believes about the true world, the karmic effect will follow, and that mental agony that follows after doing something incorrect will definitely create a very high current in that mind. For example, if you have killed a person, or maybe very simple thing, sometimes you may have killed an animal, uh, maybe a small animal, even you don't need to, uh, it doesn't need to be a big animal, it may be even killing a snake or something like that. And that incident might haunt again and again. It is coming up as a fresh thought again and again. And what happens each time when that thought is reproduced, the current becomes stronger and stronger. And stronger means the it is it becomes more and more powerful. So that definitely will give rise to a higher level of current even in the last thought of that person, provided that he has not got any clue about these true Dhamma facts. And what happens? Definitely, the next synchronization of that current will be to a place where it is in a lower realm. So this is how that you and me can talk about being born in the hell after doing some wrong things. So whether you have done a wrong thing or correct thing, now some people do lots of good things, isn't it? People do lots of good things, and then you expect good return from them. Now, say if you have given a big alms giving, or you have done a big offering to a temple, or you have done a huge type of a large scale puja to a stupa, kind of maybe 100,000 lotus flowers. People do this type of offerings nowadays. What is the expectation? The It's not something that is to purify your mind. It's adding more current to your mind. It adds more power to the mind because you are expecting something in return. You can do any good thing, but if you are expecting something in return, to be born in a higher realm by doing those things. If you feel that you have an assurance that it is going to bring some good effects in the next birth, you are wrong. You can't have such an assurance. You never can have such an assurance. That is the nature of this Kammaniyama and the Dhammaniyama. So you cannot have that assurance. You never can have that assurance. So therefore, you can do whatever the meritorious work, you can do whatever the pujas or alms givings, but just make sure that mind is pure at that time. Just make sure that you are not praying something better than what you are doing. And if you are doing that, that means again, as that person who has killed the man, your current in your mind is also high up. It's going up. So whether it is in the form of a craving or whether it is in the form of an aversion, it's not going to be different because it's common current. That current is the one which creates the power and the fire, and that is going to be the take home thing, uh, or take the thing that will be synchronized to another birth in this samsaric journey. So the Kammaniyame or Dhammaniyame, which both can be discussed in the same way actually, depending on the fact whether you believe about the outside world or whether you have understood about this dependent origination. So the effect is going to be different. Now, if it is only the Kammaniyama which is in action, Angulimala Thero will never be able to reach the Arhanthood. And the Emperor Dharmashoka will be, should be, he must be born in a higher realm after doing so much of work to the Buddha Sasana. And the Queen Mallika must be born in a higher realm with all kinds of all that huge best level alms giving that she did to Lord Buddha. She shouldn't have been born as an animal after birth. So these are clues, or these are actually example to say that the the Kammaniyama is not always the one which is being active. It is the cause and effect. That is the uh, clear thing, provided that the system understands the uh, Buddhist teaching. There are actually four niyamas, so the four natural laws, as we explained. Uh, so you cannot grumble about it, isn't it? You can't complain about it simply because you can't change. So out of these, actually, we know that we don't complain or grumble about the seasons because we know that we can't change it. People as a habit will complain. People as a habit will grumble about it, but they surely know that you can't do anything about it. Similarly, about the seasonal variations, about the bija niyama, uh, people might, uh, again, as I said, they might grumble and say, but they know definitely that nothing can be done. They know that uh, uh, it cannot be changed. So, as a habit, as I said, they will grumble and complain, but they can't do anything beyond that, isn't it? So, but we need to understand about the Chitta Niyama. We always felt that it has to be changed, isn't it? Even though we knew that the other two niyamas cannot be changed, but we feel that Chitta niyama is something that can be changed. We try to fight against our mind. We try to change our mind pattern. We don't realize that it is just simply a part and parcel of the niyamaya. So we are fighting against our own thoughts, isn't it? But we think that we are fighting against the outside world. We try to change the outside world, but without realizing that we are fighting against our own mind. We are trying to change our own mind, isn't it? We are having the craving or aversion, hatred, jealousy, whatever the label you are giving is against your own thought. Now, when you realize how the thoughts are formed as a part of this process. Thought is something formed with uh, no prior approval, no modifications can be done, and you can't anticipate about the thought formation. And there's no person who is responsible. That is the most important thing. As a part of this thought process, there's a feeling that really I am existing. So current which is felt is the one which is interpreted as myself. There is no self, there never existed the self. But what you felt as the self is that current which is created as a part of the system formation. So, as the first thing, you have to have a good understanding, good realization about this mechanism, how it is happening. And once you learn about this mechanism, that is your darshana component, that is your uh, understanding the mechanism or knowing about the truth, that is your satyajnana. When you are very clear about it, then you little by little realize that this is part of the system. So you might feel angry, or if I don't have the label, the fire will come up. The current is felt, burning is felt, but it's very clear that there is no owner to it. The current can occur, but no self. Now, that is the angle that we have to see to start with. The fire is created. You know the mechanism. Even though I use the word you to convey this message, it has to be very clear that there is no you here. The current is felt when it is created. That concept, that wrong concept that was there as myself, I feel angry and I felt bad about it. That concept is the one which is gone first. Or taking myself as a thought is the first concept to disappear. And once that thought is gone, you know that the system is functioning and the current is felt. Okay, let it happen. Let it be there. Let it come. So letting go of that current is the next step. Letting go of the current means no new forms of currents will form. The older, the familiar currents will continue to come, but without an owner. When there is no owner, do you think it will start getting worse? No, it will not certainly get started getting worse. It will get less and less because when there is no owner, there's no empowering, there's no uh, fuel to run, there's no fertilizer or water for the plant to grow, and the no more current supply, and the solar panel power is getting less and less. The connection of the power supply is no more there now. What happens when the additional power is not given, it starts coming down. And little by little, the current will start going down. And that is the nature of the stream mentor and progressing forward. That is explained when the current is dissolving little by little. Uh, that is called asavakya jnana. The system feels that the current is coming down little by little, and the current is not strong now. The same things are happening, same incidents are happening, but that uh, power which was created initially is no more there, or it is getting less and less. Finally, when that current is not formed at all, whatever the stimulus occurs, that is the beautiful nature of the arhats. So just revise these things yourself, because just listening once sometimes may not be enough. Particularly, we have been practicing the opposite way over this all over this time. It is not only in this birth, even prior to that, that was the way that was practiced. Things are there, real world is there, and I am here, and I am experiencing all those things. So that was the way that we were practicing the things. And when we are reversing, it's not easy. I would say it is not easy, but you have to make an attempt because you have got this opportunity. I'm sure you will have to, as I said earlier, you have to find the correct, true Dhamma facts from the sermons that you are listening. Particularly, this is important for a person who is new. And also, not only that, there are people who have been going along the karmic path, even though they are Buddhists. So, for those people, actually turning them to the opposite direction may be sometimes even difficult than a person who has never listened to Dhamma facts, because they are full of drushtis or the misconceptions. They are fighting with those in their hand. So, therefore, it's not easy. First of all, if you have lots of other knowledge and the drushtis, just temporarily leave them aside. Uh, be prepared with a new page in your book. Uh, close down the book and then open up a new page and listen with a relaxed mind. Apply those things and see whether you feel them correct or not. Because Lord Buddha said that this is a Sandittika Dhamma. Each person has to understand himself, he or she has to understand the self by revising these facts. If you feel that, oh yes, this looks correct, I want to listen a bit more, then that is a correct decision. Don't jump into conclusions. And we always say that don't believe because we are telling you. Don't believe because you see it in a book. Work it out yourself and see how you feel about it. You go against your senses, go along with your feel. That is what Aryan Maharshi is always saying. The feel is the important thing, not the thoughts. The thoughts might come one after the other, which are vitaka, we call him vitaka. And they might give various explanations. No, no, this can't be true. But those are the ones that we heard. Kind of different vitakas will come. Sometimes criticizing, sometimes agreeing. So give a little time. even though the vitaka comes, even though all kinds of drushtis are coming up, don't let them uh, take the power. Don't let them dominate. The feel that you get underneath the thoughts is the most important thing. If you feel that this is something worthwhile listening again, this is something worthwhile exploring, go ahead with the feel. Because Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend, always says that the feel is the one which is going to direct the system to the correct point. Uh, if you are full of thoughts, you cannot take a proper judgment. The thoughts will always cover your path to nirvana. So therefore, the thought is something that shouldn't be nourished. You should not be drawn along the thoughts. Try to understand the difference between the thoughts and the feel. Feel is always underneath, and the thoughts are the superficial cover. And thoughts always depend on the data that you had over the time. And that will create something completely sometimes different. Sometimes the thoughts are really disastrous. On the other hand, you need thoughts to understand this Dhamma. So without the thoughts, you cannot liberate from the thoughts also. So that is another aspect. So using your own thoughts, you try to understand this Dhamma and you realize how the thoughts are deceiving you. And if you get into that flow, if you get deceived by the thoughts, then you are going to lose everything. And as I said, whatever the thought which is felt true, that is where the birth of the self is. The birth of the self occurs with each and every real looking thought. So you feel as if there is a continuous myself, self is there. So that is how you and me have got that solidly lasting, permanently lasting myself. So the person who is or the system who is listening to this Dhamma has a lot of homework to do, lot of self work to do. You can't have a ready-made thing for you to understand. So always it has to be something that is uh, uh, clear enough for you to grasp it. So it's a Dhamma is very beautiful. Dhamma means your whole life, and each and every moment it is being applied. Each and everything can be applied from the Dhamma perspective. So I will conclude the session here. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse, and may our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Theruvan Saranai.
other words, you. There is no thing as I am standing here, and good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sana Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 24. Let us say that you see a book. The fact that you see something means that you exist at that moment. You see the book only because you are there. So you cannot say that you are different to the book. Therefore, the book is you. According to the Buddha Darshana, or the philosophy of the Buddha, you are the same as or equal to the book. You equals book, or the book is you. You cannot say you are different from the book. There is no thing as I am standing here and I see a book. The fact that you see a book means that you are the book. If you see a table in front of you, it only means that you are the table. If you see a brick wall in front of you, it means you are the brick wall. There is nothing as me or self. It is only a seed. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a hearing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a feeling of touch. There is nothing in it. It is not real. In other words, you do not exist. The Buddha said, Ditte ditta mattam, sute sutta mattam, mute mutta mattam, viññane viññane mattam. The meaning of these are, there is only a seeing, there is only a hearing, there is only a sense of feeling, there is only a sense of knowing, nothing else. All what we explained above is only a knowledge that you acquired from this sermon. Now you know that the book means me. We also know that the table seen in front of me is me. Therun Sana, everybody.
Shani, could you please summarize what you said? I just joined. Sorry.
Yes, Teran Sanwai Dr. Kokila. So it said like if you see something outside, that means you exist at that same moment. So so there is nothing else, me or self. It's just like seeing is just a seeing and nothing else. Likewise. Teran Sanwai.
Okay. I think, there are some animals. We worship you as usual. We'll start the Zoom discussion today in English medium, and so we discuss this Dhamma every day in this non-self anger, and hopefully we can develop a discussion on this same angle, and there's always several points. I think what Shani is talking about is the sense of faculties. So sense of faculties do have like action, yes, and that's it. There's nothing else. So how come that happens is due to the speedy vibration. That's all. Actually, light is speedy vibration. The eye sensory cellular function. It's a vibration, and if it happens very fast, then we call it light. It's not actually we see light. That's not how it is, but that's how we implied before. That's how we understood before. That's how we talked about it before. But now we know there's nothing actually called light. What happens here is just the sense of faculty, the function of the sense of faculty. So I can see Sudharma has also joined. Sudharma, do you have anything to add about that? And do you have the book, by the way?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I got the book. So which page did she read today?
I'm not sure. I don't have the book. So
Shani is already still there. Shani, sorry about this. Which pages did you read? I think it's as Dr. Kokila mentions about the seeing is only seeing. It should be page 24 and 25. That there is nothing in it. It's not real. There is only a hearing. Maybe Shani is busy. So, Dr. Kokila, what at once when you said that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing, that is directly related to third point of contemplation. So you also have mentioned several times that although we go by and take it as a procedure like with 4 stages, it is all one. I mean, it is integrated always. But this time, as there was a newcomer in the program, Dr. Kokila, it was very evident how this step-by-step practice helps someone, a beginner, to get this message properly. And so once when Miss Asanti was doing this program, she explained very well this third, you also might have said it so many times, third and fourth points of contemplation works if somebody has a thorough understanding of first two only, that there is nothing external and there is nothing in the so-called mind or the stimuli, then only one feels that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing. Otherwise, because initially when we were presenting these points of contemplation through Zoom at a couple of months ago, maybe a year ago, what happened was so many ladies who were listening to it. Actually, I also did, just imitated. Okay, the first one, the I perceives something, and mind identified is as a chair. I perceives a shape. Mind consciousness identifies it as a kettle or something like that. So it was so mechanical. So what is important is, you all agree with me, these first 2 points of contemplation are directly related to the philosophy. That is actually without, as you now also said, these 5 aggregates, the speedy occurrence of vibrations and how this power is generated, and so how we have been like ignorantly taking it as everything happens to a so-called person or a self. So all these misunderstandings should be cleared. I mean, somebody should thoroughly understand the philosophy before they step into this practical approach. This has been told all the time by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse himself. And then the second point, contemplation also, okay, if there isn't anything out there, so if all are thoughts, is there anything as a thought also? Is there anything as mind also? Now, when the eye perceives a tree, at once I perceives the shape, the label tree comes. Okay, in the first phase we say it is a thought. The thought comes as it is a tree. The eye, when the shape occurs, you think that it is a tree. Otherwise, your eye consciousness does not perceive it as a tree. It's only the mind consciousness that helps you to identify it as a tree. So, second stage, then now thought is there, the mind is there. So, is it true? There, as you also mentioned yesterday, also the Pubbe Nivasa Anusthati Jnana, that wisdom to figure out how this entity became real in one's life. Because every day you all talk about that radiant mind. Radiant mind did not have any labels, just the feel. But how these entities came real in one's life when we consciously go back to those ages or whatever the first ever experience with those entities, actually this is a backward journey, because we have been going with the current and this is going against the current. So this conscious analysis of first formation of the thought is extremely important.
Actually, Sudharma, I would add here.
Yes, please.
We can actually think about that too in the beginning.
Yes.
We think about it. We kind of go through that through imagination. We kind of try to understand that. But in one stimuli, you can feel all these levels as well. That is the experience. So But yeah, we think about it, that is all right. But experiencing it in one stimuli, it could be a sound, it could be a light, starting with the light, or in the eye, starting with the ear, or starting with the touch, or starting with the mind, whatever. You can experience this specifically through the five senses, whatever the stimuli starting from five senses. Yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yes, that's so beautiful and important, because every day you mentioned that the importance of piercing one stimulus to understand everything. Yes, that is the most important thing, because when we actually still focus on theory and we go to town with this, like explain, but you talk through experience and you always encourage us to do the same. So thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. It's very important. It is, as Aryan Hanse always mentions, if you see the stem pattern of one leaf of a tree, that's it. That's it. So we don't have to go on talking. That is a feeling. So you will feel it. That's what Dr. Kokila always explains and always draws everyone's attention to, that the need to experience it, at least in one single thought. So it is done forever. And then, Dr. Kokila, when we have this experience of the first two, I mean, that there is, when we take a single stimulus, that it is just a thought, and thought also is not true. Then, when we do day-to-day things, the person do not go make things, may not make things that he or she encounters, in other words the projections of the sensory faculties, as true. That thickness of the thought will go down and it will become finer and finer, and we call it this, it becomes this thick perception will become sukuma, so that is that become very light. So that, in other words, the value will go down. That burning that we have, in other words, the craving will go down. And so, if we focus on the part that Shani focused on today, that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing. So that is basically the third point of contemplation. There we see the mechanism of the six sensory organs without going into further contemplation, because it will lead to the non-self experience. That is the expectation, final, I mean, outcome of the four stages of the practical approach. Please, Dr. Kokila, please elaborate on that through your experience. So, Teruvan Saranam.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. And actually, so we need to understand how this happened. And when we understand how this happened, what happens is, as you said, the value of the thought will start to dwindle, and it's you might directly understand what's been discussed, or what you have heard at one point. So, but to feel the non-vibration, that's the most important aspect, I would say, that to see the arising of this self-vibration. And actually, if we have never understood, or if we have never felt this, we might not have seen the zero of that power. So that is seeing the arising and the cessation of suffering. The cessation of suffering, seeing this in one thought is just seeing nirvana in one moment, one stimulus. But that actually sheds so much light on what you have discussed every day. So this to happen, main important factors are take this. You learn this very vigorously, as we all do. We try to take this as much as possible, like we did in 2x2, 2x4, 2x3, 2x4, like that. We did our timetables. We did it really with much effort. We usually start studying Dhamma as well in that same way, which is okay. I mean, that's all we know. But then the noble friend, who is R.N. Mahanse, Buddothpado R.N. Mahanse, actually starts telling us with few tips. He starts telling us that you can't do anything by thinking or analyzing in the thoughts, which is needed. First, we need to analyze this, but then you need to feel this too. So that is. So if you need to feel it, then you slowly realize the thinking has no power in feeling this truth. Thinking has no part in that, because thinking has to be one kind of. So that is the thing. Suranka, can you add something? There are some.
Yeah, Thiruvan Sanai, Dr. Popula, Sanai, friends. Yes, I think what you said is right, Dr. Popula. And then when Sudharma was speaking, I was also thinking of the same thing, in the sense that, she did say initially there is a lot of, it's almost as if in our frantic search of the true Dhamma, once we have found it, or we get the feel that at last we have accessed the true Dhamma, then when the practical program was introduced, there is again a very enthusiastic embarking on those steps, isn't it? It's like you're very earnestly and diligently trying to follow the 4 steps, the initial 4 steps, once the initial true Dhamma knowledge has been acquired, at least to a certain extent. So at that stage, there is that thing that we are actually thinking, that, how the external world is not real. You take you come across a shape, and then you actually think, you contemplate that shape. It is the mind that calls that shape a dog, or if it is a sound, it is the mind that calls it a baby crying, or if it is a smell, it is, or a fragrance, it is the mind that says it's a jasmine flower. So at that stage, yes, there is that active contemplation, and I think you have to do it to a certain extent, to a great extent, I would say. You have to really do that. And because this is a practical Dhamma, however much knowledge is accumulated, as we know from even the earlier teachings, even if those teachings didn't get anybody anywhere, the teachings alone, even this true Dhamma, R.N. Mahansa, a noble spiritual teacher, says, understanding the true Dhamma itself is also not enough. That practical aspect of it is so important, which is why these practical programs have been introduced all over the island. So in that practical aspect of it, the contemplation is required. And we have spoken in earlier Zoom discussions also that even this Yoniso Manasikara, or the Vidarshana practice, the penetrative insight, comes about through first active contemplation, and then there is an automatic kind of contemplation, and then finally the feel arises to a point where there is no active contemplation, no auto contemplation. There is a feel that arises which cannot be explained, which is, I mean, you can explain it, but it is that sense of lightness that comes about when an object does not become a thing anymore. But to get to that point, initially when we talk about the first stage, there has to be that active contemplation. So no one should actually think that, we spend so many months or whatever thing doing it like that is wrong, and this and that is probably not right. There needs to be that, because once you do that only, what is the word, patyam, if you say in English, it has to get ingrained, that practice, and from that practice the wisdom arises. By doing that active contemplation, gradually only the wisdom arises, and for that to arise, one has to put that into the practical day-to-day, whether you are doing a walking meditation, whether you are contemplating in your day-to-day activities, or when you are making a cup of tea. In all these aspects, it has to be contemplated. So that is definitely required. And even to a certain extent, even in the second point of contemplation. But finally, as Dr. Pokila, you mentioned, the thinking gives away to the feel, isn't it? And that's what you're trying to bring out in this third point, the action mind that Shani was reading out from the book. Finally, what happens is, whilst that contemplation happens on the first point of contemplation, that an image is not image is said to be a door by the mind, and the smell is said to be a cat's poo or something by the mind, and so on and so forth. And then we come to the mind, and then what is in the mind? The thought. There's nothing in the thought as well except for light consciousness and the touch, taste and smell. Those combined perceptions form what we call a mind object. So is there anything there? We know that there isn't, because that also we have actively contemplated, and we know that in a sound perception there is no sound, in a light perception there is no light. So all that has been done. Once we do the spade work, once we do the groundwork, as you said, Sudharma, that Asanti explained, it is only then, and that has to be really thoroughly done, really thoroughly practiced. And when that is done to an extent, it is then that when one maybe is doing the walking meditation, and there is an encountering of, still the senses are alive, right? The sense faculties are still working. So what is discerned to the senses, what gets manifested through the speed of vibration via the senses, still get manifested. That cannot be stopped. So what happens at that point is that there is still the seeing, there is still the hearing. As long as the ears are functioning, there is the sound. As long as the eyes continue to function, the seeing is still a seeing. But the reality there is that they are relegated to the mere function, and none of those objects of that thought become real, ceases to be real. And because it ceases to be real, both in terms of the external world and in terms of even thought, there arises that feel of almost non-existence. The feel that the functions are there, the functionality from those senses and the sensory perception still arise, but the seeing is only a seeing, the hearing is only a hearing, and the touch is only a touch. So that's the beauty of that aspect of the third point of contemplation, which is actually where the feel arises as well, isn't it, Dr. Pokila?
Yeah, the main important thing is to actually we can't really discuss, we can discuss to a certain level, but the It has to be felt. But when we discuss also, we were the most important aspect that Aranohanse explain it in such a way that everyone can understand is when you normally, when you feel something, you feel that it's happening here. It's happening to you, kind of. Even if it's not you, you feel it as if it's happening in this system. But if you can understand, but if you become the stimulus, that means it's just another way of telling this actually, but there's only the stimulus there. So if it is a sound, it's a sound only. So that means the felt way of you felt it as it's happening here. You hearing something, or that's what the baby felt. Baby felt it as happening here. That's what the sasava is. So the sasava, level of sasava has to be felt and thoroughly. You have to actually know this to even to feel it. So how one would feel the power of the vibration and the absence of the power. So to get this feel, you have to understand that actually what's happening there. What is happening there is the baby didn't know anything about that. Baby didn't know anything about real Dhamma. Baby can't understand real Dhamma because there's no mind. So through the mind, we actually understand all this. And through the mind, we actually win the mind. That's I mean, you can pierce the mind, or you can understand the mind. So that's what happens. Because the stimulus of chair, if you take the chair, it's a thought, yes, and that thought has all these three levels. That's the beauty of it, because yesterday, actually there was a question which I couldn't answer. Then because I was talking about the way that do you feel that we I mean, it's very subtle, the power of the sense faculties. So when we say power of the sense faculties, you just have to, we just imagine it, when we say that, someone can imagine it. When Aranohanse says that, we try to imagine that. That is good, because that's how we actually try to feel this. So when we say this, we understand, okay, there is a power. Why there is a power is just through the ignorance. The vibratory nature of the sense faculties are not understood by the baby. Of course, baby just feels something and is attracted to that anyway, because it is felt as something. Immediately, if something is felt as something, I mean, I don't know whether this makes sense, but if a sound is felt as something, in the sense it is felt here kind of thing, definitely there is a power trying to maintain that. So it is very subtle though, how we can say that, because why would a little baby with no intention of me, no intention of mind, no intention of anything, no mind formation, nothing at all, has this sasava or this glueness. Why the glueness is there is due to the ignorance, yes, but why the glueness is there is that is the power that happen in the psycho. That is the power which is actually the cause But this power has, the power has this ability of, this is manifestation, maybe we can say that it is manifested in such a way, because the power is something you feel. So the power is what you feel initially, even as a vibration of a cellular level, which we can't even remember. I mean, how can we remember? We remember only from thinking level. But if you go back to the feel level, even the cellular vibrations, which is very, very familiar thing, even that, there is the ignorance. There is that power, which you feel as it is here. So when it is here, in the sense, I can't say it more than that. And when we feel it as happening here, then definitely there is a intense wanting, kind of wanting to maintain that sense faculty. That's how can we say, or even this vibration, even if in cellular level, the need to maintain the vibration that extends into the eye, that extends into the ear, that extends into the touch. That's how the bodily organs are forming. So we are still the mind has not formed. I'm just talking about a small, very immature kind of fetus growing into a baby. So has the self begun? No. Self began when one first thought began. But there is a different life field, because field of existence is quite underneath one, but the life field is in the mind as well. So we can see how this extends. Keep extending. This vibration keeps extending. If you can feel this, so there is a vibration. Yes, and what happens is the extension or manifestation of this vibration is the eye, and the ear, and the nose, and the tongue, and the skin, and the mind. Mind is the last formation. Mind forms through the other faculties. So this keep evolving. Can you see how these keep evolving? And finally, Sudharma is Sudharma, and Suranka is Suranka, Hokla is Hokla, so stuff like that. Like we have an extension now. We have a story now. We have a big story, not a small story. Like it can be 35, it can be 45, it can be 55, and goes on like 105. Yeah. So whatever that story was formed in this level, in a different levels. So when this manifestation of one thought has all the levels, that's the beauty of it. Just one thought. If we take the thought of Bonica or doll in English, in Sinhala it is Bonica. So the Bonica or the toy doll, the doll, we have a perception of the doll first, but then when it comes to the when it comes to the sensual thing, we have a big story about the doll. It's my doll. One leg is broken, but I still love it, you know. I can comb the hair. Don't touch my doll. I have so much, you know, things made for the doll. I would love to buy a new doll, but if mother can afford it, but I would love to keep the old doll as well because I love that doll. I'm just thinking in a way we can think about it as a small child. You know, because even the leg is broken, we don't stop loving the doll because it's my doll. It's same as the child. I mean, I'm not going to tell that because it's sometimes very consuming for people when we actually start talking about the family members. Can be very consuming, can be traumatizing them. So we try to do that. We do that. We don't stop there. But it's easy when you take a doll, but we still love the doll. We have a story. But how did that happen? The story is in one level, but the store under the level, what is the actual thing? We have a perception of a doll. We have a perception of a doll. How did that happen? This is the beauty of Dhamma. Can you understand? Can you feel? Can you feel doll? Can you feel the perception of the doll? If you actually come out of this perception of the doll, you will definitely, if you're actually touching the doll and like combing the doll's hair, you touch the doll's hair and think, oh, my doll. You know, that's how we do. Like touch might bring the perception. Seeing may bring the perception.
Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai.
So, what is the feel? What is this? We are talking about the how much you have this, the feel, this word. What is the Dhamma? Dhamma is real nothingness. No, yeah, it's okay. That's Buddha's word is Dhamma is dependent origination. Yeah. Why? It's a process. It's a program. The process. How is creating this? How is creating this world? That's the Dhamma. That's the dependent origination. It's your mind. It says, yes, it's okay. It's your mind, it's a thought, it's okay. But nobody is here, no one is here. System is okay. This system is the Dhamma. What is this system? Someone understood this system. What's the final effort? Nothingness. Everything is happening, yeah, everything is there. But nothingness also there. What is this
Yes.
nothingness? Yeah, what is this nothingness? So you are not here. Who are you? That's the question is coming. Your body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? So people don't know who are they, who are them. So someone don't know the truth. He don't know who he is. Who is him? No. Who is here? Nobody is here. But everything is happening, no? Systematically. So I like a camera like that, no? Equipment. Ear, nose, mouth, skin, the body feel. Otherwise, our mind, thoughts, systematically is happening. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. System is creating. System is here. It's happening systematically. It's like a nature, like a robot. Robot is a machine. Someone given the power, robot is working. This systematically, this our physically body and this story, who is given the power? Nobody is given the power. System creating the power is automatically coming. Solar power, no? It's nobody is doing, no one is doing. System given the power. This system given the power, this power is you, otherwise. It's a field. LIF. How is LIF is coming? It's a power. Like a robot. So that is why we are talking about how is this power is coming. That's the sense of creations. Sense of creations is senses are working systematically. The power also coming. It's a thinking power. It's a mindful power. It's a thought given you to this power. Easy imagine, yeah. No. So what is this defilements? Raga, there's more we are talking about, no? No attachment, hatred, envy. So ignorance also there. So these thoughts, no? How is coming these thoughts value? How is coming this existent feel? No? That's the Dhamma. That system. So clear. Who are you? You are the power. What? Yeah. Electric power like that, magnetic power like that. This is mind power. Yes, that's a mind power. And do you hear me?
Yes, sir, I know, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a mind power, no? So it's a feel otherwise, no? It's a feel. What is this feel? LIF. That's why. It's very important. This very important. Know this truth, no? Know this system. So what? No, it's okay. It's okay. Kokila, what is the truth?
It's actually all about non-existence.
So what is this world? Like a mirror, no?
Yeah.
So someone know the truth. What is the truth? This system, this sense creations, creating. The sense creation given this world. The outside is real or no? What are you looking? What are you hearing? What is this world? No. That's the kindergarten time. It's a programming, no? We are talking about the programming. The before kindergarten time, radiant mind have the world. No. We are not talking about the thoughts, radiant mind. Baby in the cot. Don't know red, yellow, blue, or colors, or he don't know he's alive or death or birth or anything. Radiant mind don't know, no. It's okay. After kindergarten time, that's teacher given the picture and given the sound. No, that's the thoughts are coming. No, at that time, that thought is no. It's a mind. No, it's a thoughts. The thought is no coming. Chair, table, red, yellow, blue. That's the world. No, that's why we are talking about. There's the every spark have a power, different in, no? It's a spark. Our eye creation is speedily happening, no? Again and again, and it's spark. There's a cause is a vibration, effort is a light. It's a speed given this. No? It's a creation. So sound also same, no? Same system. It's a sense of creation. Sound is a pitch also. How is coming this sound and form together coming? That's the your mind. Its thoughts are coming. No, sound and form and the body feel. No, taste, smell, feel. Sthina sangati passo. These five senses creations together coming. That's the thought. So it's okay. That's every spark have a power. That's why. No, that's our. Now we are always talking about the example is the something drop in the water and waves are coming. That's a waves is a power, no? Inside the power. Like that, every spark have a power. Example. So that's why light also existent field is coming. That's the eye consciousness we are talking. Consciousness meaning is existent field. Otherwise, no, is a ear consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. Perception have the power, but consciousness have a power. You see that? It's a five aggregates.
Yes.
No, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is a Pali words. Rupa is a vibration. Vedana is a feel. Is a Sanya is a perception. Sankara is a system. No, create the system. It's a process. It's a creation. Is a finally is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. It's a power. There's a simply explaining speedily happening the spark is final effort is I is creating the light is coming. No, it's a rapid speed, spark.
Yeah.
No, final light is coming. That's type of, yeah. It's very important. It's very important. The sound also, no, it's a vibrations, speedily. That's why inside there's a power, spark, different name, and it's no spark the power. That's a, secret is the different name. That's a Majje Sutra Buddha's word is no. Yo Bante Viditvana Majje Mantana Lipatita Ambruhi Mahapurusha say the symbol Majje. What is this Majje Sutra? Where's the different name? There's a spark that's inside the power. No different name, no power is there. No spark, no power. That's why there's a power. They exist to feel. That's otherwise the consciousness. Eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the sound, no? Ear given the sound. Sound consciousness is ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and the body feel. Hot and cool, smooth and rough. That's the consciousness. So eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the other consciousness together coming, that's a mind consciousness coming. That's kindergarten, chair, table, mother, father's thoughts. Thoughts have existed, feel is a power. That's power is otherwise. Who are you? You are talking about, oh, I'm here. How telling I'm not alive. I'm alive now. I can see, I can hear, I have feel. What is this? This is a sense creations, no? It's not you. Yeah. His sense efforts is not anybody. He is a power. So sense given this power. It's a thoughts, thinking. Every thoughts have existence field. Otherwise, that's a power. That's your life field. So someone is outside is existent something. That's the kindergarten time existent field. No, chair is there. You are also here. Chair is not there. You are not here. That's why world is other side is you. You are otherwise the world. No, that's power. Existent field is you. Existent field otherwise alive field. No.
Yes, Arana.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Now.
What do you think about existent field otherwise alive field?
Yes,
The
Arana.
the case is now the field. No, what is this field? Normally everything is happening. No, someone eat the spicy is hot is coming, but nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here. Hot is there. No,
Has to be felt.
how is that one? So spicy is hot, no? So but no one is here. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working is not spicy here. Not hot here, no. Because sensor give us this hot. No. It's the same. You are looking something. That's it's a beautiful, yeah. You are telling it's a beautiful, yes. Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody's there. How is telling this? It's a feel.
Mm.
You can't tell others. Because it's a beautiful, no? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going, you leaving it there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. You want it or no? That's why, no? So something outside there, It's okay, it's good, no problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No? Everything is like that, no? So that's why Buddha's no upadayati, no bow. That's the meaning, it's Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, it smell is taste. It smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a fee. How is telling that? It's an understanding finally coming this stage. That's why. Who are you? So, who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. No. How is this? What do you think about a kokila? Hmm?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it's
It's
beautiful.
a feel.
And
Yeah, it's a feel.
everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence. Or I don't know how to say that, but it's just to
But
feel.
existence also there.
Yes,
Existence also there. But
sound
nobody
is
is
there.
there. How is telling this?
Yeah,
How is telling that? Yeah, it's okay. Existence feels. Simply we can tell existence feel. Otherwise, the alive feel. But existence also they are not alive feel. Is there?
yeah.
How is telling this? If that alive
I
feel
think
is,
the words can't
yeah.
can't actually express this
Yeah,
Arihants. I think easiest way for you to feel it. I think.
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. English words, I think, is difficult to say this
Difficult. Yeah.
because English words have something. That's why. But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's a Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about. Yeah, it's a super awareness. We are talking because awareness there. It's okay. There is something. It's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there because it's understanding. Like a mirror. We
Yes.
can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. This normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding, no. It's inside meditation. Is understanding, no.
Mm.
It's a very deep meaning there. Understand, no.
The prajna.
Yeah, wisdom.
Is
It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. That's what Buddha's explaining. The wisdom is consciousness is true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how is scary illusion. No? Consciousness is not real. But someone know the consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness no. It's a thoughts no. But it's not real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vijnanam parinyeya. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. It's coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a house study. It's a mirage. No. Mirage is a other one. It's a
perception.
Vijnana Maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana Maya. So miracle is a mirage, no? It's a perception, it's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the Vijnana Maya. It's a Buddha's word. What is this Maya English word?
We
That's
use
an
then
that's
say
illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion. Yeah.
Illusory consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. That's the word. That's good. Hmm. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. It's a final effort. Is this? What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no. Normally, reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? None is
Yeah.
none. Yeah, none alive. So none alive feel, no. That's a Buddha's explanation. Is nobody is here, no. System is working, no. Normally everything is there, no. That's why. How is that telling?
That's that Aryan answer, the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Mm,
Isn't
yeah,
it?
it's the words only. It's a feel otherwise.
Yeah,
Otherwise.
apatitta vijnana.
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel is how can say others? You feel, no.
You don't feel anything, yeah.
Yeah.
Nothingness, it's
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. Your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goats. Nobody is here. No. Everything is happening. No, your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts. No, who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's the thoughts. No. What is real death, Suranka?
No such thing, Aryan answer. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time. No. Now you're goat like that. No goats. Nobody's here. It's okay. No one is here. Sister is okay. We are talking. But no death or birth. What is this feeling, Kokila? You touch your hand. It's okay. You are here. No. Yeah. No, I'm not dead. I'm alive. No, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's the ego. Ego is disappeared. Oh, zero the ego. That's
Yeah.
that's the power is
That's the beauty.
zero. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the power is zero. That's the Nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's the Nibbana. Otherwise, firing is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
It very nice, Adam.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's a tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's very nice.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Can I
Yeah.
ask the question, Aryan Mahansa?
No. Now it's not. Now no time.
Okay. So,
No, it's okay. It's okay. Susana. Yeah, ask it.
Aryan Mahansa, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated, no, at that point also when the child sees the eye functions,
No. Radiant mind is a court. A baby in the court have the power. Not a defilements there, but
Yes.
so it's a cause is there.
Yes.
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay. No problem for that. But power is there because asa is there. The power is there because something you can give the little baby phone or something. So he don't give on you again. Why? He's attached. What is that attached? Is the power. Is there? There's the power. That's why also power is there. But not defilements there. But power is there because it's a before is a situation before coming this defilements. No. After this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. The defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements because thoughts given the defilements.
So
Thinking power.
that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Due to
Yeah.
Abhisankaran.
No. That example is the little baby. The kindergarten is after that. Baby have little bit datas. Is a 5,000. Yeah, we are talking about defilements. Is 5,000. Defilements is coming. The thoughts coming after that. That's why before is a radiant mind have the defilements. So 5,000 is we talking about the defilements. So is a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements. It's a power. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. No, sun, moon, mother, father is a data. So that's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough. The data's there. That's why father have more power. No, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this? So that was question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, Sarana.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Because that's a pocket. That's Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. So power is that one. It's the ego. But radiant mind have the ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why it's a before. It's a situation. No.
Yeah, the beauty of Dhamma is actually
Yeah.
if you understand one thought, or if you feel kind of
Yeah, everything is one thought, no?
thought,
Unbelievable. It's a one is
even
spark,
the
no?
power,
One is spark.
even the yeah, even
One
the
is spark have this power,
power
otherwise.
is addressed there. So actually it will address the whole thing. If it is moon, that thought, the beginning of that thought is the power anyway. So when someone without understanding the whole thing, even all these levels of defilements as well as the initial power, how this started. So that's the beauty of this, I think, because you're not actually addressing it separately. You're addressing, if you are addressing one thought, the one thought properly, then the power is
One is spark.
already
One is spark have the power.
addressed. Yeah. Yeah, the Sudharma's question sounded as we are going to attack that separately. That's not how it is. It's just in there, because the power is the generator. Power was the generator, and when we address one thought, the whole
Yes. Yes, today's time is now so, no?
Yeah, we always try. We always collapse with the other one, the 4 o'clock one. Yes,
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, number friends is okay. Kokila, okay, so Dharma, Suranka is tomorrow we can join again. So okay, Terwa Sarna, everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Terwa Sarna. Terwa
Thank
Sarna.
you
We can
for
discuss
the
tomorrow,
beautiful
okay?
explanation.
Yes. Terwa Sarna.
The Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Haribo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 1 of True Dharma Has Awakened, the PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com. And today we are starting with page 11. Aranvanse Atitang Natagamenya, meaning the past has already gone. Napatikanti Anagatang, the future has not yet arrived. Yet, when a thought of the past arises, it exists only in this present moment. Isn't that so? There is nothing except this thought in the present moment. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir. Aranvanse, now you understand that except this present thought, no other thought exists. Nothing else is real. What we are trying to see is this single thought that arises in this moment. Later, you will realize that even the notion of a thought itself does not truly exist. It is also an illusion. Let us take an example to clarify what a thought is. Imagine you see a brick wall in front of you. The citta or thought is of the brick wall. The stimulus is the so-called brick wall, Aranvanse. The Chakku Vijnana or eye consciousness is only a thought. Consider a thought of a book. If seeing itself is a thought, then does the book exist outside? The shape and name of a book were taught to us as children. In Montessori or early schooling, we were taught colors, red, blue, yellow. When a particular shape appears, we produce a sound and call it a book. Did you listen to my sermons about shapes and sounds? Yes, Honorable Sir. Aranvanse, Now you see that a book is a thought created from a lie. Thoughts have no inherent shape or sound. Yet we believe they exist outside. The aramuna or stimulus of the book you perceive is actually a thought. The book does not exist outside. Do you see? Upasika, I understand, Aranvansi. Aranvansi, now you understand that what we create in our minds, we mistakenly believe exists outside. That is our illusion. The vijnana, the mind that calls it a book, appears to exist outside, but it does not. What you think comes from outside is only a signal, a thought. This signal is what we assume as a book. When we see the shape, we recognize it as a book, but the shape itself is only a thought. Nama Rupa refers to I'm not sure what it says here. So I think what this means is Nama Rupa means the form and the kind of utilized form. What that means is that 4 elements that form a thing or a shape do not truly exist. The thing outside does not exist, nor do the 4 elements. These elements, liquid, warmth, cold, air, and solidity, are qualities, not objects. A stimulus, a spark formed at the site cells, convinces us that a shape or thing exists outside. The formation of a spark is called rupang or rupataya sankatang abhisankaroti. The Buddha explained that the spark produces an illusory image. Saran Mahanse, our error is believing that whatever we see outside truly exists. Thus, in answer to your question, Ajata Bahidha refers to accepting and believing in what you perceive outside. Ajata refers to what you think. That is kind of formed inside. We believe that what arises inside exists outside. This duality, the inside and outside, does not truly exist. The notion that there is a book outside is a lie. Even the thought of a book is a lie. This concept of a book arises from combining a color and a sound, taught to us as children. Together, the shape and sound were called a book. So this is the continuation of what we were talking about yesterday. This Upasika asks two questions about awakening to the moment and Ajata Bahidha. the external world and the internal world. So we talked quite deeply about awakening to the moment yesterday, and so here as a continuation, Aranmaharshi says the past is already gone, the future has not yet arrived. Yet, when a thought of the past arises, it exists only in this present moment. Even if we think about past, whether we think about the past or the future, whatever the thoughts that we associate with, all these thoughts appear in this moment, comes alive in this moment, in this present moment. The only moment we ever had, we will ever have. There's nothing except for that, this thought in this moment. So, future and the past, they are not real. And so when we understand and realize that we zoom in on this moment, this thought, and in this single thought that arises in this moment, there's the so-called external world and the so-called internal world. So, and Aranmaharshi talks about this example to clarify what a thought is. Let's say there's a brick wall in front of us. We look at that. The moment we look at that, already the thought that it's a brick wall is born. The eye consciousness. Even a thought about a book, seeing itself, the thought is arisen, but the eye cannot create thoughts. Only the mind can create thoughts. So the experience of looking at the so-called brick wall is just the image and the color, the shape. However, we have to use these labels, the image, the color, the shapes, but we cannot even use those labels because they do not belong to the eye, the experience of seeing. The experience of seeing is just the experience of seeing. Whatever is arisen in the awareness as a thought, that belongs to the mind consciousness. So, these labels that we've been taught, even when during the kindergarten, we were taught colors, red, blue, yellow. We were pointed, somebody would point at the corresponding color for the so-called yellow and give the label yellow. And with time, with enough repetition, it feels like yellow is out there. But the label, as soon as we see the so-called yellow, the label yellow is kind of, if we pay attention to our experience, it's born in our awareness, it seemingly inside, seemingly internally, whereas the so-called yellow seems like it's outside, far away from the so-called self who's seeing the color. So it always feels like yellow is out there, but in essence, what's out there is the so-called color, the image, the shape, not yellow. That experience of seeing. Even then, we can't say that yellow is out there. It's a creation of the eye faculty of the eye. And this cones and rods in the retina they vibrate at a certain frequency that's corresponding to the vibration of yellow. And if there's some vibration out there that's similar to the frequency of similar to the frequency that's created in the retina, this frequency becomes that frequency, or rather that frequency becomes this frequency in the eye. So we say there's vision, and it's like a projector. Like projector can create images on a wall, but image is not created on the wall. Image is created in the projector. But illusion is such that it feels like the image that the projector is creating is far away, and it's falling on a wall or a screen, but it's actually created in this end, in the projector. Similarly, the images we see that seem like that they're far away, they're created in the eye, which is, if we use the language, you will have to say seems like much closer than being far away, but even that is not the case. So when we say we see a book is a label, book is a sound that's given to a child at a younger age. That child, before encountering that label, that child had no idea what he was playing with was called a book. So book is out there, and the label appears seemingly internally. And it feels like the book is far away, book is out there, book is external. But the image, the label is here. So essentially, we are not seeing a book that is far away. We're seeing some image. And we're projecting the label that's created in our awareness to be that book that is out there, which is not true. So this is what we need to see. And this again goes back to name and form union. Name, as in anything that we associate with, has a name, has a label, perception. And when we say form, there are different kinds of form. We have the image as the form. We have the sound as the form. We have the smell as the form, taste as the form, touch as the form. So basically, fundamentally, the image and the sound entanglement is the one that gives rise to the sense that something's out there. At least two of these forms are required for this entanglement to take place. That's why when we consider a simple animal like a worm, the worm also has this existent feel. Any animal, human, any living sort of entity has this existent feel created based on what kind of senses they have. So in the case of a worm, it's the sense of temperature. The worm gravitates toward the cold temperatures and away from the warm temperatures. So that gives rise to the sense of self. So similarly,
Humans have more complex 5 sense bases, 6 sense bases. And when a name and an image is entangled, like when as a child there's a newborn and he doesn't speak right away. He doesn't have any idea as to who his mother, father, siblings are. But as he grows up, as he learns the language at the age of around 1.5, the image that's of the mother is being pointed at, and the label mother is given. Initially, the child can't even pronounce that word properly. Mama, mama. So it starts with blabbering, and eventually, with many efforts, he or she will end up saying mother or amma. So predominantly, this image of the mother and the sound, the label that's detected through the ear. That combination makes us feel like something's out there. The mother is out there, but there's no mother out there. What's out there is the experience of seeing. We can't even say it's out there. Experience of seeing happens in the retina, which is not even far away. And so itself, that entanglement gives rise to the illusion that something's out there. And this label, the need for this label, was the child, the newborn child with the maturing of his sensory organs, feels like there's something out there, even though he doesn't know the names of things. It feels like something's out there. That's why then, this colorful thing, I don't know what the name of this toy that's hung above the cot of a baby. He continues to look at it, like moving colors, changing colors and all that, and smiles because it feels like something's out there. He doesn't know what it is, but something's out there. Something gives some pleasure to the child. Similarly, if a child, even before they talk, if they're given a phone, when the phone is taken away, the child cries because even though he or she doesn't understand this is a phone, this is a valuable thing, this is entertaining or whatever it is, when it's taken away, like he had some sense of needing that, wanting that. And when it's taken away, it's not a pleasant experience. He doesn't like that. So this something's out there, something's existing out there, that kind of, that sense, that feel was there from the beginning. And then when the labels were introduced, when the language was introduced, it feels like that whatever that thing that was out there is this label now. That is how the thinking evolves in the baby. And the baby begins to recognize the mother, father, the toys, simple objects, complex objects. And with that, even though we say the baby recognizes it, it's the system, it's how the system works and how the system gets entangled and recognizes things. So when, the label mother is given. Even now to this baby, even now today, if someone says mother, that sound is enough. That vibration, the frequency is enough to bring back memories about the so-called mother, images of the mother. If that mentally, the whole mental image appears in the awareness as soon as he hears the word mother. And if you can zoom in on that mental image, you can almost hear the mother's voice. You can almost feel the mother's scent. You can almost touch the mother. Everything is
from all these sense bases, the inputs from the sense bases are embedded in this mental image. That's why these mental images are created, mental objects are created with the inputs from all five senses. That is the sixth one that's created, which is the mental object, which has all the inputs from the five sensory inputs, sense bases. Even now, when the word mother is uttered, that whole package comes, the sixth cumulative vibration that is kind of created from vibrations from all five sense faculties, which is also vibration, which is also a different kind of vibration, different manifestation of a vibration. So, this entanglement is what we call life, or what we call living. So that feeling the baby felt, that something's out there, it's still here, but it's more advanced, it's more entangled, because now something's out there that has a name now. The book is out there, the house is out there, the mother is out there, the father is out there. So as one understands how this male and female union, or how the mind is created with these five different kinds of vibrations, one begins to see what we thought was existing outside was only a mental construct. There's nothing, there are no books out there, there are no mothers out there. There's the experience, then it kind of strips it off to the experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. And when we contemplate, when we try to figure out how the seeing or the hearing or the smelling, tasting, touching, all those come into existence, what we see is the visible range of light. We cannot see anything beyond that. Reptiles has a different kind of vibration. Their senses, their eyes detect infrared and ultraviolet. So their kind of vision is not the same thing. There's me here, and to me there's let's say some sort of a reptile. Whatever the world I see, and whatever the world this reptile sees, two different worlds. So similarly, a cow or a bee or any dolphin, bat, all these animals, their own world is different. For us, it's very difficult to contemplate on this and really see through it because it feels like this world is three-dimensional, it's solid. And when I touch this table, I can feel how solid this is. So how can you say that this does not exist? If you really contemplate on that experience too, you think you're touching a table, you can't. With your 4-5 fingers, which are like really tiny, how can you touch an entire table? You can't. What is touched is whatever the area underneath the 4-5 fingers that are used to touch this table. But in the mind, there's an idea that I'm touching the table. So essentially, you're not touching the table, you're experiencing a feeling underneath the fingers. And that is labeled as a table. The moment it is labeled as a table, It also confirms that table exists. If the table exists, who's naming it a table? There has to be a self. So in that one single thought, the table and the self are both born. The fact that there is a table, fact that I saw the table, it's called becoming or bhava. Meaning this, in this particular thought, the whole world is real. In that particular thought, the table is real, table exists, and I exist. And in the next thought, there's a book. If there's a book, the moment someone labels something as a book, it automatically assumes that the book exists and there should be someone who's looking at the book, experiencing the book, that is the self, so-called self. So in that thought, the book and the so-called self both are born. So if you can contemplate this way, you will see that there's no existing self, only the thought of a self or the sense of the self created in each single thought. And this pattern continues to create the so-called self, so-called existent field and the so-called self. But if you really contemplate on these things that we discussed, really carefully, really profoundly, you will see that this, due to vibrations, this form is born. Due to continued vibrations, this form matures into thought. And it matures into the sense that something's out there, that feel that something's out there. And with further vibrations, continued vibrations, it matures into the sense of self. It is the same vibration that gives rise to the existent field and to the sense of self. The sense of self is created as an extension of the sense of the self-existent field. It's the same field. One is extended from the other, and simultaneously the mind is created. So the mind gives the idea that existent field belongs to whatever we see out, we think, or when we believe that something's out there, that object, and that mind labels it as that object is out there, I'm right here. But what the mind is making it a dual thing, but the original experience is not dual. The book itself, the sense that the book is out there, something's out there, that sense is the same thing as the sense of self. There's no separate self and a separate external world. That comes from the mind, that comes from the thought that's created in that moment to discriminate the object that is seen from the seer. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. There's no separate self. That vibration itself is the self, the extended version. And this, you can see it within yourself. This existent field comes from the continued vibrations, that plumpness that objects get, that makes us difficult for us to deny that something's not out there, is that plump, living kind of nature of an object that comes from continued vibrations. So I think we don't have that many people join today. And if you have any questions, Rebecca, you can ask. I see you every time. Yeah, so that is what the book talks about. And that these days we notice in the controversial discourses, the topic that's been discussed for the past 4 or 5 days was, are you on the path? How do you know? So for the discussion portion of this Zoom, I thought that will be appropriate for us to talk about that, because there are many pitfalls in this path, and it's not always easy to recognize them. That's why we really, really, really need the help of a noble friend. Not as a person, but for the Dhamma that's been expounded, for the noble friendship that's given the support. Because when Anandathero asked Buddha, the doctrine of Buddha will be prevailed partly due to the noble friend, and Buddha immediately rejected that answer, that claim, and said, "No, Ananda, do not say like that. Entire doctrine will prevail due to the relationship of the noble friend." So, in that dialogue, Buddha had very clearly emphasized the importance of the noble friend. This entire doctrine prevails because of the noble friend. As we can see, as the Tripitaka of the Pali Canon was documented, and in the 1200s, when it was scribed onto the palm leaves, that is a very symbolic moment. From that period onwards, the arahanthood hasn't been found until R.M. Hanse started expounding this Dhamma in the same context Buddha meant it to be expounded. A lot of listeners of Buddothpado discourses has gone through many schools of thought that are available in Sri Lanka in search of this Dhamma, in search of the truth. In my experience too, I've been to many schools of thoughts, spending years at one place, trying to understand and realize what each teacher was expounding. But after practicing for a few years, it was always noticed that there's not much of progress. There's some progress. There's so much respect for these teachers who did their best to create awareness, to talk of the real Dhamma based on based on their own abilities, to their fullest abilities they tried. But if they succeeded or not, which is a different case, that's why we are here in this Zoom, having listened to Aryan Mahansi consecutively for almost 5 years. And unlike any other school of thought we went through, we were able to see that reduction in the defilements. The sense of self is reduced. The suffering is reduced. And it feels like that is what Buddha said to Kalamas. Kalamas were being confused by a lot of spiritual leaders and teachers who claim that they're realized. Even to the extent some people have claimed to be Buddha, and they were really confused. And when finally Buddha came to Kalamas, they were confused and asked Buddha, how can one recognize what true Dhamma is? There were people who were claiming to be Buddha and claiming to be realized. How do we know what is a good parameter to put into practice to see who's a real master, realized master? And then Buddha said, do not accept a certain Dhamma because it's written in a book or it came from generation to generation. Even your friend said that, somebody from the family said that. But if some doctrine, after practicing it for some time, if some doctrine is able to diminish the defilements and bring equanimity, then consider that to be a true Dhamma. So that is kind of for people who are in the dark, that's a really good guideline. And I think in many of our paths also that became a guideline for us. And after coming across Buddothpado discourses, we clearly saw that reduction in defilements that we never experienced by going to any other school of thought that was available in Sri Lanka. So I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined. Therwan Sarman. Dr. Sakuntala, I was
Therwan Saranai. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahansi's feet. I actually joined just now. I don't know what the topic that you were talking on.
I was trying
anything
to kind of along the same lines of, are you on the path? What is the path?
Okay, yes. Yes, actually that was the discussion over the last few days at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Zoom, wasn't it? Last few days
Yeah, it's been consecutive.
Yes. So it's actually something that the person or the system will understand, he or she himself, because even with the complete internal transformation, that means even a person, a system who has reached the arhathood, state of arhat, will not have a difference from externally. The way that interact with the society will be the same, but definitely the keenness to satisfy the needs, like to see more things and to see the things that were enjoyable, and to hear the things that were enjoyable, and also food wise, then smells, so all these things, to entertain the sense system, the keenness to entertain will gradually go down. So the person will sort of be quite satisfied and relaxed with a very simple life pattern. That will be the only change. But the way that respond, even at a place where there should be sort of sorrowful and sad mood, or even a place where there is lots of happiness and chatter and that sort of enjoyment, the person will show the same responses, but without the internal fire. So a sorrow which is not a thing actually, or a happiness which is not a thing, that means the value added to that sorrowness or happiness or sadness, anger, value added to that is no more there. And that means the current which is created due to that will not be there. So like that, the person can enjoy the world. Well, I can't use the word enjoy. Actually, the person will react or communicate with the world in the same way. So, but internally, there will be a persistent, non-changing type of tranquility and a lightness. But there is no person who is having those qualities. So without a person, only that feel is there. This may sound a little bit complicated, but I think this is something that slowly come up with understanding. In the discussions, our noble friend has said that the feeling of awakened is parallel, is moving parallel, like the two rail lines, the two lines of the rail track. The awareness to the moment will be more and more significantly flourishing when on the other side, the defilements will gradually fade away. So these are like two parallel lines on the rail track. When one is improving or becoming more obvious, that means the awakened feeling to the moment will be parallel, going parallel. And the other line will be, you feel that the burning sensations or burning feeling or defilements or the feeling of self-perception, all these words are used for the same thing, that will be going parallel to each other. So at one point, the system will be fully awakened to the moment. So there is no value at all to whatever the sensor input or the sensor functions. But the defilements will be zero. That means there's without any current, without any burning feeling, the system will be able to function looking very normal until the physical body is collapsed at one stage. So these are actually just sort of very superficial explanations, but I think the person himself or the system himself will be able to understand then and there, because words are actually limited. You cannot explain some of these things by words. Initially, knowledge is important. Knowledge cannot do, knowledge is not the only thing. So knowledge is important about the darshana, that means true Dhamma teaching, the way that the senses are created, the way that the world is created as a result, and because the created world is not understood as a simulation, and it is taken as a true thing, then and there the defilements come like the other side of the coin, and that is what is happening. So, and also how the thoughts are formed as a result of the breathing of the physical body. There are organs which are functioning. That means the nose, eye, tongue, ear, and the skin. So when these sensor activity, when the organs are functioning, then and there, the sensors are created. Sensors are created means there is a vibration of that, and vibration means the creation of the sensor. It means the creation of a sound, vision, a light, or maybe smell, taste, or the tactile stimulation. That means the hardness, softness, or warmth. And as a nature's law, there is a collective function of these five simultaneously and gives rise to the thought. So this is basically what we are learning as a knowledge. And this pathway is a nature's way, and there is no creator of this one, and it automatically continues. And as a result, the thoughts, like a stream, thoughts are formed. And when the thought is formed, always all these vibrations have some form of current underneath. And as a result, the thought also has a power. There's a current. And this current is the one which leads to the activities of the physical body. It's like putting a battery to a doll and getting or any other toy, and getting the toy to move around and making sounds. So similarly, this current which is there underneath the thought leads to all the physical activities of the materialistic body. And this is what we see as a live person talking and doing various activities. So this is what we understand it. But it's actually what happens is this current of the thought which is manipulating this physical body. So it looks a bit complicated, but when you sort of go deep into that, you can actually get convinced how this should be true, because when you realize this system, when you realize this is what is happening in every living being, then you tend to sort of slowly disentangle what the complicated things that we have been accepting as true. Actually, the trees are also alive, and the animals and human beings are also alive. And both these categories, that means the trees and the category called animals and humans, they all have the some qualities similar. They are breathing, and they are growing. They start from a seed and then grow up to a certain level and then reproduce. And from the seeds, another tree will grow, and from a zygote, another living being, another animal or a human being will grow up to an adult. So this cycle is common to the trees as well as the human beings and the animals. So what is the difference between the two? And also there are some movements, even though the movements are slow with the trees, there are still movements because the roots are moving towards water and the trees bending towards the sunlight. So therefore, even though these movements are slow, not sort of fast and instant, but there are slow movements. And that is because there are some form of sensors. The tree has some sensors which leads to some bending towards the sunlight. And similarly, the roots will look for a source of water. So that is because there are sensors. And then there are some other plants, special plants which use insects and small insects as a source of energy. And also there is some production of food with the help of the water, oxygen, and sunlight. So this process is more or less common. But the difference is that the sensors in the plants are very slow and they are different from the human beings and the other animals. But since there is a difference, and the main difference is that there is no current or which we call the taints or sasava nature, which is telepathized from another living animal. That action doesn't happen in the tree. So therefore, there is no consciousness or vijnana formation in the trees. So that is why you cannot, this is the only difference between the living tree and the animals and the human beings. Now, in the human beings and the animals, always this telepathizing system, telepathization occurs as a nature's law. And when the physical body collapses at this end, the current which was remaining, if the current has not reached the zero level, that current will be telepathized to another zygote, and then another life will start from that end. So this is something that I thought of telling because we may have discussed this earlier actually, but this is something I thought of telling. Anything to add, Harshi? There was a night.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you for that valuable explanation. Actually, this path is full of all kinds of pitfalls. So these kind of discussions are very necessary for one to know what they are before understanding, before even realizing that somebody is not in the path or kind of going on a tangent or whatever. It's
Yes.
good to have listen to this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's important, and like many different pitfalls, like even today, like one of the ladies, there was this nature about her where she kind of try to compare um,
Mhm.
where she was before, how she felt like before, and now how she's feeling now, and kind of try to see or look for some sort of a progress in hindsight. And and yet she was kind of unable to see that. So that kind of thing that happened to anyone, and even in the path, that necessary to progress in the path, to have some sort of sign that you're progressing, getting to some sort of fruition. That a lot of people, like, I think it's just a thing about how this sense of self, or the how the self works in general, always want something, to perch onto something, to look forward to something, to say that I've achieved something. So these things, in hindsight, they're very subtle things. They are not as uh, big as being very mad at someone and
Mm.
throwing something off the floor. But these things are very subtle and profound, and to be able to find them out, identify them on your own is not an easy task. That is why all these discussions with the noble friend are essential.
Yes. Yes, actually, as you said now, even Lord Buddha's time, there were many people who reached some very high spiritual levels, but all of them actually uh, reached certain levels in their mind, but always that self was there. It was not a selfless achievement, but the person was there. So therefore, that was not the end of the uh, this cycle of rebirth. So at some point, they reached some very powerful states. Actually, it said that they could even walk on the sky and on the water sometimes. But actually, that sort of miraculous type of performances have been possible. But the thing is that always there was a soul, or there was a self-feeling, self-perception who had these achievements. So that is what they are describing, like with the word enlightenment. That word is still used, and it is wrongly used nowadays for the nirvana. But in Buddhism, that is what not described. Actually, here it is uh, selfless, or there is no self-perception at the end, only the function is there, some form of function. So this is one of the major pitfalls that can occur because many instances when we are discussing in the Zoom discussions, we hear people saying that I have reached these qualities, and I am enjoying this sort of type of tranquil feeling, and my defilements are fading off. So actually, they enjoy that situation, and they like. There is a very fine clinging to that feel of relaxed and uh, that light feeling. So that means definitely there is a person, there is a soul, or there is the self-perception is still there while enjoying that achievement. So that sort of situations actually should be discussed in one of these forums, unless the noble friend points it out and say that you are in the wrong track. The person will not be able to identify himself. So that is why it is important I can see Mr. Bernard also has joined. Harshi, we can ask him also to raise any questions or join. Therwan Saranai.
I have been listening to YouTube, so just only now only I
Yes,
joined. Yeah,
yes,
it was very interesting and very interesting means you gave the big picture what Buddhism says, what the philosophy is. So that is very important. At the same time, you explain very nicely how we should achieve this target, which is selflessness. So that is very important. So it was actually he who listens to this for the first time will surely get the clear picture of what Buddhism is, what the real Buddhism, what the real philosophy is. I really
yes.
appreciate it. Everyone, Sarnai.
Therwan Saranai. Yes. Uh, Yes, actually, that is one of the major pitfalls because that is most of the people who are listening to these discussions nowadays, Buddothpado discussions, experience that most of the defilements are fading off. They say that I used to get angry very often and I was thinking to my children, I was expecting calls every day from my children and I like this type of foods now, etc. Now they say that those things uh, are fading off now. Very, I am satisfied with very minimal things, and I don't bother about the children not coming to visit me or not calling me, etc. But those are the big pieces of rubbish, I would say, which are very obvious. But underneath that, there are many other fine little places where this uh, self-feeling or the self-perception is hiding. And our noble friend used to say that it's hiding behind the door. So always look for them. And the other thing is, when your living environment is very quiet and if everything is going on very smoothly and a very quiet flow of everything, you don't realize the finer places, fine things that have gone wrong. That means your taints or whatever the minor type of defilements are not recognized. So if there is a sudden change in that environment, you have to see how it comes up, hiding. So these are sometimes you have to take them as actually the angels who are the big issues all of a sudden which comes are kind of angels who will show you the pathway that you are still on the ways. You still need some more cleaning up. So listening to this Peshana and also following the 4 steps of this practical pathway, I think those are very important. And as we discussed earlier also, even though it is described in 4 steps, it's actually each and every thought you have to apply these 4 together. It's always applicable to that particular thought. And walking meditation, walking is something that is easier to start with. That is why it's always advised in these 1-day programs, because it's a kind of monotonous activity and it's easier to pick up or identify what is explained. Same thing you can do with something like an exercise like sweeping to start with. But later on, when you are used to that, when you realize that there is no active person who is conducting this, but it is a changing system of sensor functions alternatively, because always only one sensor is functioning at a given time. But because of the rapid speed, sometimes you tend to feel that you are doing two jobs. Two sensors are functioning at the same time. It's not. Sometimes you are listening to a Dhamma discussion and you are doing some work in the kitchen. You tend to feel that you are focusing on both, but it's not. It's always changing senses. Because of the speed, you don't realize the change. So when you have this basic practice and the basic knowledge, later on automatically a person will feel that this is a system which is function. It's not me who is doing the work, but it's a system which is functioning, and you are paying attention to what is being done. Not that your thought is flying somewhere else and doing the job, but you are doing the work with some attention to that. But the feeling of I am doing, that heaviness that you feel with the self-feeling, is not there. So many people we have heard that explaining that the job also was done and I didn't feel tired and I was quite relaxed throughout the activity. So this is the basic feeling that the person experiences or the system experiences at the end. Anything else to add from two of you?
Actually, it was a good explanation, Dr. Sakuntala. Thank you very much. And this weightlessness of this claiming to be the self, or claiming ownership of a self, and that is very tiring. And like you mentioned, we even these days in these discourses, we see a lot of progress in our regular listeners. A lot of people, after years of practicing, getting to this tranquility, and it's a beautiful thing to kind of experience together. And these discussions is really clearing the weeds and showing the path for everyone. Has, I'm sure, it will continue to help. And it's just nice to have that dedicated discussion, so like everyone feels like that they can ask direct questions about their own path. And so I mean, like, there are so many pitfalls that we can continue to talk about. I think Aryan Vamsi just joined there once, and Aryan Vamsi. So
Yes, Harshi.
Aryan Vamsi there once, Aryan.
But today is something.
It's the same thing as the Andolanatmaka Desha. Now, are you in the path? We were kind of talking about the same thing, Aryan.
I think it's good. It's very important. Clear the path. Everybody, I think, struggling sometimes. They are thinking they are in path, but the defilements are coming. They are going doubt. No, is true? Is clear or no? Yeah, that's the experience. It's not a knowledge. No, knowledge sometimes practically not enough. No, knowledge is
Yeah.
knowledge is okay. Knowledge, you won't know what's happening here, but you haven't experienced. It's only the believing, only the trust. But this term is not a trust or believing. No, you can experience it. But practically, is every moment, every second, you have a thought. No, you, that's that thoughts given something to you. It's real. So otherwise, you are in existent field. You are in a life field. But it's not real. But you have feel. You are talking, you're talking, your feel is your like a living being, no? How is that feel? How is that alive feel? How is that your soul? Is there someone? Are you somebody? Are you someone? Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But this one, not only the only the syllabus or book reading or knowledge or anything. It's not a data. It's inside power. It's you. Feel. Well, I feel. No. That power is given you to. This power is given you to feel. That's thoughts. How much this thought have power? How much this thought have value? That is you know. Value is you know. What do you think about Harshit? It's you. It's your feel. How
Yeah.
much how much you inside pain, how much thoughts are coming, it's okay. Stimulus are every time it's there. But very important this. Who are you? You have feel, no? Are you there or no? What do you think about Harshit? Are you everything happened to you or is a system? How is feel?
System.
How is feel? You are talking about system, but that one only the thought. But inside you feel is it's not a thought, it's a feel. No, it's a value. Otherwise, this thought is existent feel. That one is it's your world, it's your everything. It's you otherwise. World is other side, you are in other side. No. Same. World is you. So this experience is very important. Without you, everything is happening. No doer is here. Everything is is gone. Everything is happening. But nobody happen. Nobody to happen. No one to happen. No one to happen. But everything is happening. How does this feel? What do you think about? Do you understand what I say? What I try to say?
Yeah, I know. So,
Yeah, the system. Sometimes you are working this moment. Sometimes you are thinking. No, your mind is coming. Nobody is here. You are thinking. And at that time is coming that mind. It's a picture. No, system. It's okay. But anytime It's not happening. That's the question, no? What do you think? Are you sleepy? It's not a dream. I'm doing the really happening thing. You are in US no? Now you are night time. No, it's not a sweet dream. It's a bad dream because nobody is here, like a death. But death is only the death. Otherwise, it's a thought. No one here who have death. No, everything happened to you, or everything is system. What do you think? Everything happened to you?
No, the system.
No, everything happened to you because
Yeah,
you are,
before I met this summer, that's what I was thinking. Now it's
that's why.
slowly diminishing.
That's why very important, no? This
Mhm.
term. Because everything happened to me or no? You don't realize, no? Everything happened to me? Where are you? Who are you? These senses, no? Who is looking? Are you looking? Who is hearing? Are you hearing? No. Who is thinking? Are you thinking? Who have this worried? You have worried? You are there or no? This sense, we won't wake up, no? Our dream. No, Harshi?
Yeah, Renal.
Yeah. So it's practicing is very important. That is why. No, more time per day. We won't wake up in. Because we are going dream. No, really. Reality. But it's a dream. But it's not remembering. No, this this dream. You are acting is doing. Film is gone. Now you are acting doing. No,
Mhm.
you are not wake up in. You are not awaking. Film is gone. You can act. No,
Mm.
it's
Yeah,
no
you're not
no
affected by
prize is
it.
given anybody. Yeah. Everybody given prize, but this silly film, no, it's gone. It's going. So, what do you think about Dr. Chandni? How she in sleep? Why?
Yes, Aryan, so it's a dream, and as you said, it's a dream or film or teledrama or whatever name is given. We are acting
Yeah.
in a very foolish way.
You are the
We have
producer
become
also. You are the
actors.
actor. You are the
Yes,
producer.
yes,
You
and
are
the script writer, all one
so
person.
you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Tomorrow, what you want to do? Tomorrow, what's your plan? It's your producing, no?
Yes. And next episode of the drama is for
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the episode which was finished is yesterday.
Yeah. So we want to ask, how is your dream? How is your film? It's good. Yeah. Oscar, Sama, or what's Oscar prize? No? Can
Academy
given to
Awards, they
you.
call.
Yeah. Your sad time is coming. That's the prize. That happy time is coming. That is the prize. It's given to you. Film is so now good. No, that's type. Our dream, our film. Dr. Ravi, are you there?
No, Dr. Ravi said that answer.
Yeah. It's very important. No? It's very
Yeah.
important. Mm. Yes. That's the system, that's process we won't understand. Especially the mind sensor. The mind sensor always cheating. No?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, deceives us.
Yeah. It's okay. These days I explain early morning, 5 o'clock. Very special explaining is Nibbana is everywhere. Do you heard that? Have you heard that?
Not today, Karan. Yesterday I
Yesterday
did.
also I explained that. Today also I explain, continuing another step. Dr. Chandani, what do you think?
It was actually excellent, Aranhas, especially the yesterday's one I listened twice. It was very informative and actually that I think you have explained that sometime sort of here and there, but yesterday's one was a collective explanation of all those facts from different disclosures on different times. It was actually an eye-opener, I would say, and a summary of all those things. It was very beautiful. As you said, we are experiencing that then and there, but we don't know that wherever there is no fire, wherever there is no burning, and there is instantly you are experiencing the Nibbana. That fact we didn't know earlier. And also,
So people in misunderstand. People in
yes,
misconception.
yes,
Yeah. They don't know. They are talking about the Nibbana, but they don't know what is the Nibbana. They want Nibbana, but they don't know what is Nibbana. That's why they are in struggling. They are passing the Nibbana, they are going other way. They are finding the Nibbana book reading. They find the Nibbana knowledge. But it's
yes,
not
by
a
knowledge.
knowledge. It's not a knowledge. You can't find the Nibbana knowledge. You can't find the Nibbana book readings. It's the wisdom. You can feel it. It's experience. There's a wisdom. You can't write any book, the inside meditation, because it's a understand one, otherwise it's a experience, otherwise it's a feel. You know, crave is a feel. Crave, you can't write a book. You can't write it anywhere. Otherwise, defilements also feel. No, it's experience, no? Practically you can express. You know that. It's a feel. No,
Yes,
it's not. You can't find it. Book readings. Book readings, you given the message is the message. It's not the feel. You know, someone eat the salt. You can't write anywhere. It's feel. This type of salt. No, that's type. Nibbana. So everywhere there's a Nibbana. How much you can experience it. That's the kusala. Kusala, we are talking about, no. What's the kusala? What's the akusala? What's the word is English? Kusala and akusala. Dr. Chandani, do you know? What's the
I got distracted because there was a call.
it's okay.
Yes.
The question is, what is the kusala
Yes.
word is English? What is the akusala word is English?
Uh,
I don't know.
can you say defilements still?
Skillful
No.
and non-skilled.
Okay,
Skillful.
right.
I think
Kusala
it's,
is
I
skilled.
think it's not
Skilled.
Skill means
Bernard, are you there? Are you know that words? What is kusala? What is akusala?
I don't know. It's skilled. Kusala is skilled.
It's okay?
Yeah, I don't know. That meaning you're good at finding out where the defilements are. You're skilled at it. The ability. And the other one is non-skilled, I guess. Non-skilled. Akusala.
What do you think about Dr. Ravi? It's okay? No. Dr. Chandani, it's okay?
I think so. That is something that goes close to that. That is word. Skilled and unskilled.
Yeah, unskilled. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Mr. Bernard can give a different version.
No. That is a common word. We have to find the exact technical word for that.
Technical word. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
Skill
must be in
and
the
Yeah, but
in
that one
English
is
translation. We will in English
English. It
translation.
says
I
a
think we
meritorious and non-meritorious, but that doesn't convey the idea. So we kind of opted for
that's right.
this.
Yeah.
My side is my experience. Kusala is that consciousness is not real. Someone understood. There is kusala. Someone existence feels something there, something outside is real. He's in akusala. Something outside or inside, no problem. So something is real. He's in akusala. Someone know everything is not real. So what's the stimulus is coming? That the stimulus given you mirage, not real. Someone is getting that real, is in akusala. Someone know the truth, he's not getting that real. He know that one is not real, it's mine. His thought is sound and firm. He is in kusala. Otherwise, if everything is happening systematically, nobody is here. System is working. Someone in this type mind, there is kusala. Because nobody is here. System is working. Someone in the truth, someone with the truth is in kusala. Is how is K telling that? Is dakshata. Is what is that word is English?
Skilled. We can say skilled at seeing
That's
the
why
truth.
skill. It's okay. Yeah. That's why it's It's okay. In the truth, within the truth, skill. No.
Skilled at seeing the truth.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. That's true. That's okay. Yeah. Today I think our time is over. It's okay, Dr. Chandani and the Harashi and everybody.
Yes.
Tomorrow we can join again. It's okay.
Everybody.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. At this moment on this planet Earth, may Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings, where the sansaric journey is created in human mind. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. First of all, I bow down to Lord Buddha, our spiritual leader, came to this planet Earth 2600 years ago, revealed this great spiritual path for the human beings. And in this era, we are very much fortunate to have a great son of Lord Buddha, a Sravaka Buddha, a fully enlightened Arahant, a spiritual master with the highest wisdom, the wisdom of Asia, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, in Sri Lanka. After nearly 30 years of sacrifice, with the great facing so many difficulties, Aryan Mahanse managed to understand the ultimate truth of Lord Buddha. Each and every correct meanings of 84,000 Dhamma aggregates. Now Aryan Mahanse is explaining this Dhamma from the end of 2019, nearly 6 years now, to the mankind. There are more than 13,000 sermons in YouTube. Most of them are in Sinhala language, but now in English language and in Tamil language also. There are so many Dhamma sermons. You all can go through www.buddhothpada-dhamma.com or else www.wisdomofasia.com, and you all always welcome to hear Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel. And there are so many other social platforms, not only YouTube, in your Facebook, Instagram, Thread, Twitter, TikTok, in each and every social media. You all can just check Buddothpado Dhamma. It's all over there in different ways, small videos and big videos and different Dhamma videos are there. So the people who are through this Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, we are mainly focusing to the people who are speaking English on this planet Earth, from each and every corner of this world, each and every corner of this planet Earth. We invite everybody to listen to this Dhamma, because you all never have this kind of experience ever before. Because as human beings are able to invent new things. So nobody is actually coming to tell you to invent a new car
That is actually uh, that new car, new design, new equipments, new innovations. Everything is a thought appearing as a thought in a human mind. So this Dhamma, you all can very clearly listen and understand how your mind works, how this thought process creates, how the stimuli come through this six sense system of a human body, and how the created thoughts are becoming mind consciousness illusion, and how you are trapped in a illusionary mind based world which you are unable to control, but from morning to night you are always trying to control the illusionary world created inside your mind. So whatever your religion may be, no matter, whatever your faith may be, no matter, you can still be in your faith, you can still be in your religion, whatever education level it is, also no matter. If you are able to understand English, that is enough. How much power you have, it is also not a problem. How much social background you all have, how much you are educated, nothing is important to understand this Dhamma. Even you need, if you need a pure heart with a calm mind, then this is the only way you all should listen to this Buddothpado Dhamma, true Dhamma. That means the ultimate realization of truth. That means each and every human being, there are 800 billion people live on this planet, but each and everyone can understand this thought process. This mind gives you some kind of pressure. It is based on each and every human being's experience of life. Because if the thought process is giving you pressure, how much wealthy you are, how much educated you are, that will not be those things cannot uh, calm your mind. Those stacks of money can't relieve your mind. The each and every human being need a calm mind, calm and serenity. That means relaxation. Without rely on anything or anybody, you should be able to live in your own with the best mind. That means to have a clear mind, you should have to listen to this great Dhamma. So today also I am going to explain one of the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's Dhamma discourse. Nibbana is near you. Third, the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's Dhamma discourse. Nibbana is near you. Third session. In this, all of these Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's Dhamma discourses are based on the true Buddhist philosophy, which was not there for near more than 1,000 odd years, because Lord Buddha's true Buddhist philosophy was hidden underneath the surface because of the cruel people in the history. Therefore, we should understand actually the true Buddhist philosophy means the actual life of humanity. What is happening, how a human being's samsaric journey is creating inside the mind, how the human beings are circling towards 31 realms of existence, how the thought power, the samsaric power, samsaric journey, the power of zygote, how it is uh, actually happening because of the uh, defilements creating inside the mind. So it is actually happening due to the stimuli coming through the six senses, and they are creating thoughts, and thoughts are creating mind consciousness, and mind consciousness is creating the craving and the duality. So duality and craving is the most uh, important thing to understand, because those things are creating the samsaric journey of the human beings. So in this Nibbana is near you, Dhamma sermon, Buddothpado Aryan Hanse is explaining the sutra, Bhattekaratna Sutra, the gem of aloneness. Atita nata gammeya nappatikanti anagata. That means Bhattekaratna Sutra, Lord Buddha described, in this present moment, if the mind is free from thoughts, there is aloneness inside the mind, and that aloneness is like a gem. The thought comes to your mind is over. That means each and every thought comes to your mind is arising and ceasing within a fraction of a second. You are taking this thought to the future. Yes, when a thought arises, it is just appearing and ceasing, arising and ceasing. So you are not letting go it. Instead, you are taking it to the future. That is the problem. But you understand that this thought, it is not true. Yes, if you are able to understand this thought is just a creation of color and sound. That means due to light vibrations, there are so many reflections created in your mind through the eyes, and there are so many sound vibrations are creating inside your mind due to your ears. If when the color and sound combination, the thoughts are creating. If you are understanding this thought is not true because it is created in your mind. Actually, mind is a process of thoughts like a river. Actually speaking, thoughts means just mental images. Stimuli are flowing through the six senses, and mental images are created uh, due to that, and flowing like a river. That is the nature of the mind. Because it is created inside your mind, it's like it's like a kite. When you fly a kite, it is just flying. If you drop the drop the kite, then it will flow away. The thoughts are also like that. Until you are catching the thread, the kite is uh, near you. The thoughts are also like that. If you are just let go them, they will float away. If you see the illusion of that thought, if you are not stuck in the thought, there will be no any future thought is creating based on this thought. Yes. If you are thinking, actually, if a stimuli is appearing through your eyes, uh, that means you are actually seeing a kite. As an example, a kite is flying on the sky. You are just seeing the kite, and you are not letting go that thought. Instead, you want to make a kite. Another thought is appearing in you to make a kite and fly a kite. So then, uh, that means the type of um, craving you have due to the past thought. That means you have taken the past thought into the future thought. So, but if you can understand the kite, it is just flying away because it is just a uh, creation of the mind. It's a creation of the mind. If you can see that kite, the form of the kite you see is just a reflection of your eyes. If you understand that you are seeing a reflection of a image form, and it is called kite because of the name you have given for that. Therefore, if you can understand it very well, you are not going to think of that kite again and again. The repetition will not happen. Instead, you will let go the kite. Thoughts are just like that. Therefore, we should not take each and every thought created in our mind to another level. That means we should not take the thoughts to the another step. That means the future level, because all those thoughts are just creations of the mind, mental images only. When we understand that there will be no more problems, that means there will be no more thinking about this and that. Your mind will not run around if you understand the thought. Therefore, when you understand the thought creation happening in this moment, it's just a thought, it's just a creation of the mind. No any future thought is creating based on this thought. Due to that, you are redeeming from the past thought and the future thought as well. Yes. When you understand that both of them are vanishing, but where they are where they are a future, actually speaking, there's no such thing as future also. Atitang natta gammeya nappatitanti anagatam. Paccuppannache Dhamma Tatra Tatra Vipassati. If you are seeing this arising and ceasing this Dhamma, arising and ceasing of this mind, if you are seeing this arising and ceasing of thoughts, that means you can see the Dhamma. We should be able to keep our awareness at our mind. Then we can try and see the arising and ceasing of thoughts. If you are not keeping any kind of awareness, you cannot see your mind because your mind is running here and there. Thoughts are scattered all the time. But if you are able to keep your mind with your breathing, inhalation and exhalation for a while, at least 5 minutes per day, then your mind will be a certain kind of tame will be happen there. If you are seeing this arising and ceasing of these thoughts, this Dhamma, that means that seeker is contemplating this Dhamma repeatedly and he is living by seeing this Dhamma. He will be seeing the Nibbana. Yes, Lord Buddha said, each and every person who wants to go beyond this sorrowful, suffering samsaric journey, each and every seeker should be able to see the arising and ceasing of thoughts, arising and ceasing of thoughts. Up to the level of arahanthood, each and every person should see the arising and ceasing of thoughts. So that is the only contemplation we have to do. To do that, we should be able to see our thought process appearing in the mind. That kind of seeker will be able to repeatedly contemplate this Dhamma and he is living by seeing this Dhamma. He will be seeing this Nibbana. Actually speaking, our samsaric journey is created inside our own mind. Therefore, we will be able to see our thought process. That is the only thing we can do to go beyond this samsaric journey, as Aryan Mahanse is every day mentioning us, every day telling us to understand your thoughts, because thoughts are creating due to the stimuli. If a stimuli is becoming true to you, there are so many thought processes creating based on that stimuli. So, if you are able to contemplate on the thought, how this thought is creating, that what that stimuli you see is only a reflection of your mind, and the thought is just a creation, nothing else, just a creation in your mind, and it is always arising and ceasing in this fraction of the moment. So therefore there's no need to grab these thoughts or clinging into these thoughts, because thoughts are just arising and ceasing at it. That is the nature of your mind sensor. If you are able to see this, you can live a peaceful life without burning with anger all the time. If somebody is burning with anger all the time, that means he has no any kind of peace in his mind, all the time shouting and shouting without an end. That is his most dangerous defilement, the anger. Because the samsaric journey is created due to lust, hatred, and ignorance. So, hatred and anger means a very dangerous defilement one could have. So, understanding for what reason this is happening, nothing, just seeing something and shouting. So, if you are able to see for what you are shouting, that is only a stimuli, just a creation reflection of your mind. If you are looking at the mirror, if you are looking at the mirror, you are not shouting because you know the images appears on the mirror is not true. The same theory is here. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you feel, whatever thought is appearing in your mind, all are reflections. All are just reflections. So no need to bother about those things and no need to shout with those things. If somebody is shouting with anger all the time, that means he has the dangerous defilement of hatred and anger within him. That means his sansaric journey is very long and it is creating all the time. When the anger is there means the sansaric journey is creating longer and longer, and there will be no any kind of peace of mind. There's no peace of mind. There's no calm. There's no relaxation. There's no relief. There's no relieved mind. So people cannot live with the relieved mind. Means they are suffering, all the time suffering. When the pain is there, suffering. When the pleasure is there, suffering. Because the mind is in a insufficient nature. Whatever see, whatever hear, whatever feel, shouting means the fire in him is very much high. So the people who are with burning with anger should understand this very clearly. Anger means a dangerous illness, a great defilement according to Lord Buddha's teachings. Being angry for no reason means a kind of a mental problem. So each and every seeker should understand this. Thoughts are just appearing and disappearing. No need to cling with these thoughts, and dancing is useless. You are touching Nibbana. Yes, the person who is understanding the thought process, that means the seeker who is seeing the arising and ceasing of thoughts in his mind means he is touching Nibbana. You are very fortunate. This is Buddothpado era, Buddothpado time, Buddothpado moment. Buddha moment means you are seeing the arising and ceasing of thoughts. When you are seeing that the thought processes are lowering, that means disappearing, like thought power is becoming very low and you have a Buddha moment. You can't feel any thoughts in your mind. That means you are in the Buddha moment. Buddha is in your mind. There is no other name for this redeeming moment. Yes. Buddha moment means where there your mind is redeemed from thought power. That means the Buddha moment. So the person who is living with the Buddha moment is the very much fortunate person, seeker, because when we are understanding the thoughts, When we are understanding the arising and ceasing of thoughts, thought power will go down. Then, when the thought power is going down, you will be relaxed, more relaxed. You will feel very calm and relieved mind. You can live with the relieved mind. That is the most important thing for a human being, to live with the relieved mind. How much you are running behind to fulfill your pleasure, fulfill your six senses with pleasure, that will never happen, because there is no fulfillment. Only you will be fulfilled when your mind power is not there, and when you are understanding the Buddha moment. That means the present moment, where there is low thought power. Thoughts may be there until the death, but you can actually lower the thought power. That is the most important thing for these human beings. When your mind is redeeming from two ends, two moments, and awakening to the moment, you are in the divine nature. Yes, that means when your mind is redeeming from two ends, means two extremes. Two extremes, that means the duality. Then when you are redeeming from the duality, two ends, actually the thought power will be going down. As said earlier, you will be able to see the rising and ceasing of uh, thoughts. Then you will be able to calm down, because the thought power is not giving you any kind of pressure after that. Then you will be able to live a peaceful life. So that is the Buddha nature. That means your mind at this present moment, the thought power is not there, then you can't even feel any thoughts. Thought power is very less, and your mind is very calm and relieved. You will be able to have a relieved mind, and you will be in the present moment. Then you can feel the present moment. That means at that moment you are awakening to the moment, and you are in the divine nature. Yes. According to Buddothpado, Aryan Mahanse's great Dhamma based on the true teachings of Lord Buddha, Buddothpado, Aryan Mahanse is showing us how we are able to see the divine nature by living in this planet Earth. While living in this planet Earth, we will be able to see the divine nature by living in this moment, in this present moment. So nobody is going to the divinity after this. Divinity is already here. While living in this planet Earth, you can feel the divine nature. Yes, that is the true Dhamma. When there are no thought pressure, thought power in your mind, and you are awakening to the moment. You are awakening to the moment, and you are living in this present moment. So when the thought power is not there, you are in the divine nature. Though you are living in this human realm, you can feel that you are living in the divine nature, because you can feel that calm and peaceful serenity, a peaceful serenity in your mind. That is the true nature of the divinity. So there's no need to die and go to the divinity. While even living in this planet Earth, you will be able to feel the divine nature. This Dhamma is this Dhamma is showing that path. Buddothpado Aryanam says, showing the path for us to feel the divinity while living in this planet Earth. To do that, we should have the awareness of our mind. To keep the awareness, your mind should be not shattered all the time. There should be some kind of calmness in your mind. For that, you need the kind of concentrated mind. To have that concentration, you can try and keep your mind with the inhalation process for a few minutes. Then your mind will be with you, not going here and there. Without running, your mind will be there with you. Then you can see the thought processes happening in your mind. Thought processes are that how the thought is arising and ceasing. You will be able to see that. So that is in that seeing, that means the arising and ceasing of thoughts. When you are seeing, that means without clinging, the thoughts are just arising and ceasing. You are just watching, keeping awareness. Then the thought power will be dropping and you can't feel the thought power. That is the moment Aryan Mahan says, telling us that is the Buddha moment, Buddothpado moment. So at that moment, you can feel a very big relaxation, calm and serene life mind. So that means you are in the divine nature while living in this human world. So that is how this Dhamma works. So this is a this Dhamma is actually a non-self Dhamma, and you can feel it very clearly. You can feel it very clearly if you practice this Dhamma. So these are not just praying and asking and things like that. While understanding this Dhamma, you can actually live in the divine nature without praying. So that is the importance of this Dhamma. The human beings are the most valuable thing for the human beings are living a peaceful life. For that only everybody is trying to fulfill their lives. Without calmness, without a relieved mind, nobody will be live a happy life. How much money you may have, how much educated you may be, but nothing will be important for this. So to come up to that point, you have to understand this Dhamma. You know, so many people just running around money and pleasure and lust and hatred, and some are killing, some are attaching, clashing. Nobody will get this kind of calm mind, serene mind. Nobody will be able to live in the heavenly nature while living in this planet until listening to this Dhamma. You are meeting anything out. You are meeting not anything outside. Those are vanishing when you are realizing the truth. Yes, when you are realizing the truth of the thoughts, you will be not meeting anything outside, because everything outside is just an illusion. All our thoughts, what we see, what we hear, what we feel, everything is thoughts. So somebody may think they have money, they have house and property, they have vehicles, they have this and that, but everything is like that. Everything is just an illusion. Everything is a creation of your mind. When you understand in this, you are not going to meet anything from outside. Those are vanishing when you are realizing this truth. That is why Aryan Vahansa is talking so many Dhamma discourses. Aryan Vahansa say the ultimate truth is truth in this world. What is it actually? Aryan Vahansa is preaching the ultimate truth of this world, going in Sri Lanka, village to village, town to town, place to place, meeting people with so many difficulties without asking anything, very freely giving this Dhamma to the people. The ultimate truth of this world is this mind is not true. It is an illusion. You are trapped in an illusionary world created in the mind. Yes, this is the ultimate truth. Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa is revealing to the world in this era based on the true teachings of Lord Buddha. Nobody, actually nobody uh, is saying this until Aryan Vahansa. Nobody says after Lord Buddha this kind of uh, truth. Actually, all were trapped in cultural Buddhism for thousands of years. Now only Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa is telling what is the ultimate truth in this world. Yes, we must keep our attention to that. The ultimate truth in this world is this mind is not true. It is an illusion. You are trapped in an illusionary world created in the mind. Yes, the mind means a thought process, a mental process of mental images, all the time showing us illusions. So we are running around them. We are running around sounds. If somebody scolds, we are running around that. If we see something, we are running around that what we seen. If we feel something, we need it repeatedly. But actually this mind is just an illusion, showing you a magic and just dropping it and taking another thing. That means your mind is showing a form at a time, and at once dropping it, and your mind is taking another form and showing it and dropping it in the other second. Mind is taking a sound and showing you and dropping it, and in the other moment, the next moment, mind take a taste and showing you and dropping it, and then again mind is showing you a smell and dropping it. And again, the mind is uh, showing you some kind of feeling. Yes, some kind of feeling, touch feeling. Again, it's dropping it like that. You can just watch what your mind is doing to you. Actually, it is dragging you throughout this samsaric journey, showing one at a time, dropping it, and showing another one at a time, dropping it. So you are like you catch a tiger tail, like you are dragging with your mind. Therefore, ultimately, it will drop you at the end of the uh, journey. That means the end of the death, dying moment. It will drop you and vanish to another body. That is how this culprit mind, this illusionary mind, is dragging you throughout this sansaric journey. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is telling you the ultimate truth of this world is this mind is not true. It is an illusion. Not only that, you are trapped in an illusionary world created in the mind. Yes, that illusionary world is changing. That also you can see. If you have the awareness, you can see how this illusionary world in your mind is changing. Can you go to the past memory about 20 years back? That in that time, then that moment, how your mind worked? What are the things in your mind at that time? So now it's completely changed after 20 years. That is how all the time the impermanence is the only thing there in this mind. Every fraction of the moment, this mind is impermanently changing and dragging you. If you are catching one thought, means you have get caught by it. Therefore, we should understand the ultimate truth, that is, this mind is not true. If you can really understand this mind is not true, your suffering will be over. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is trying to convince us. No need to catch this mind, no need to caught by this mind, no need to trapped in this mind, because it is actually not true. It is only an illusion. You are trapped in an illusionary world created in the mind, because your world is created due to the thoughts created in your mind. So many millions of thoughts are there in your mind. So each and every thought has created some kind of method, style in your mind, and you think there is a self there. Actually not. There is no self there. This, according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's four contemplations, there is nothing outside, there is nothing inside the mind, and this is only a six sense system, and there is no owner for this human body or mind. So try to understand this mind is not true, it is an illusion. You are trapped in an illusionary world created in the mind. Yes. Everything that you think outside is not true. Fox, cock, elephant, tree, sun, moon, all are thoughts. Whatever you see outside, those are not true. Whatever you hear, those are also not true. Because when we see the sun, actually the uh, sun hasn't say that it is sun. Moon didn't say I am the moon. So the fox didn't say I am a fox. The cock didn't say I am a clock. The tree is not saying I am a tree. The elephant is also not telling I am an elephant. So each and every names we have created inside our mind according to the worldly things. So conceptual names are there. Conceptual names are fed into the system from our early childhood. So nothing is true. All those are just forms we see, movements we see. All those are things we see, hear or feel, but we can't give them names, but because those are just reflections and the forms we see, hear and feel. So nothing is true. Is that small baby born with those? No. Small baby didn't know anything when he comes into this world. He didn't know sun, moon, tree, dog, cat, fish, mother, father, toy, blanket, anything. Baby didn't know. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is telling, is that small baby born with those? After death, you have to answer some questions. According to our cultural society also always say this, when you die there are some questions you have to answer, because uh, somebody is asking you, the celestial beings are asking you, have you seen the angels? Celestial beings are asking you, have you seen the angels? Yes, little baby is an angel. Yes, little baby shows you how you came into this world. A sick man is an angel, because sick man shows you that this body, this fragile human body is able to be sick, able to become sick. A dead body is an angel, because it shows us one day this body is also become a dead body. Have you seen all these angels? Yes. We should be aware of these angels. They are actually showing the true nature of this world. This little newborn baby angel do not know anything, did not know anything. Who is feeding all the data, details? Yes, actually parents, relatives and everybody is feeding so many things. Teachers and everybody is feeding data into this baby system. In Dhamma it is called avijja paccaya sankhara. That means avijja means ignorance. Due to ignorance, sankhara, the mental constructions, creates in the mind due to the ignorance. That is the way of starting this life from the early childhood. Ignorant way of teaching happening to the human beings. Therefore, avijja paccaya sankhara is happening. That means when some kind of false things are feeding into the system, the wrong way of looking, wrong way of hearing, wrong way of feeling is happening due to the wrong way of teaching. Avijja means ignorance. Sankara means the thoughts, the mental construction. That is why Nama Rupa, name and form, is creating. Thinking that there are things outside. Yes, babies are starting to think when the baby is feeding with so many conceptual names. Baby is starting to think that there are so many things outside. And baby is thinking that names and forms are there. When the small baby came to know there are things outside, he will not dropping those, and the baby is getting bigger with catching all those. Yes, that is what happened. That is the thing happening to each and every human being. The small baby is feeding with so many unwanted, unnecessary, stupid things. So the wrong way of feeding data. Then baby is thinking, there are so many things outside, and baby is catching all those things from his mind, and baby is become getting bigger, and he is not dropping anything. Instead of dropping, he is collecting so many things in his mind, and he is creating his own sansaric journey, his own world in his mind that is complete. That means he is trapped in this illusionary mind-based world, and his sansaric journey will be continuing non-stop. That is the story of human beings for today. I'm going to end this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friend.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I pay my homage at Aryan Hanse's feet, Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansa, and we are ever so grateful for all your guidance as our spiritual leader on this Dhamma path. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are supporting us with the technical aspect be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our regular discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. daily uh, in Buddothpado PeoTV English series. So any Dhamma friend who has any questions from what you have listened, what you have heard in these sermons, can join us now. Whether you have a simple question or a big one, made a deep one, is immaterial actually. You can join us because it is important to get the things clarified then and there rather than postponing it. There are many pitfalls in this Dhamma path, and Lord Buddha has said that this Dhamma path fully depends on the support and the guidance of the noble friend. So it's true actually, because there are so many things that we feel when we are thinking, we feel that we are on the correct path, but there are many things, many mistakes, many misleadings can happen. So we warmly welcome to join us. Until our Dhamma friends join, Champa Teruvan Saranai, we can start.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Yes, so as usual, anything that you can suggest to start the discussion until the others join?
Doctor, last night's session I fully listened, but Aryan Mahanse was talking about his experiences and the
I,
past experiences and everything. Morning
yes.
one, I didn't have time to listen, Doctor. Have
Uh,
you listened it?
yeah, morning one was actually very, very good.
Ah,
Extremely good, actually. You should listen to it.
okay.
This part was actually first uh, the initial, our regular friends were discussing among themselves, and then the question came about the Shuddhashtaka, 8 elements. Do you
Yes,
yeah. So, the how true the 8 elements are, whether it is real law, whether that is also part of the vibration. So Asanti joined at that time, and then she gave a beautiful explanation about how the light created. I mean, how these sensors are functioning, and the sensors are uh, fully creating something which looks like real world.
yes,
And it was actually a mainly on darshan. So the very basic
yes,
facts were very beautifully explained. It was somewhat connected to previous day Aryan Mahanse's explanation, because he said about that uh, world means you. Uh,
yes,
we think that the world is true. We think that what we experience with the senses is true. So it was some kind of further elaborating of those sentences. So
right.
she said now how the sensors are creating light, how the sensors are creating sound, and then the combination of those two, how the thoughts are formed. Actually, I mean, when you hear, we know that those things we have heard again and again. But
Yes,
these facts, more you hear, it is getting refreshed. Uh,
yes.
and then to the last part for about half an hour, and Hase joined, and
Ah,
he was sort of more putting on more. weight on those same facts that Asanti was explaining. So it was very simple but very detailed and very good explanation about the ayatana, about the senses and how the world is created. So
Right, Doctor. I listen to it. Yes.
yeah. Anything else that you like to discuss, or maybe you should listen to that and then we can discuss about it later. It is better, isn't it?
No, it's okay, Doctor. No problem. We have all the things, all the facts, the are known things now. Yes, all the facts are known things. But
Yeah.
discussing further means actually eye-opening, like yes,
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, now different animals do have different senses, different types, and
yes,
we have five senses, and uh, related to the five senses, we experience these eight elements.
yes,
So eight elements means only for the humans because we have five senses. Uh,
yes,
there may be other animals who have less number of senses, and then you can't talk about eight elements for them.
yes,
Once I remember Aran Mahasi was saying there may be some animals who have even three elements. So
yes.
in other words, element
Some
means
sound is coming. I'm blocking, but I'm listening, Doctor.
okay, okay. So in other words, elements means what is experienced by the senses. So we have what is called the eight elements, the seeing, hearing, and the feeling of the smell, taste, and the four things that are experienced by the skin. So if the sensor function is not there, you can't experience anything. So talking about the Shuddhashtaka, now Lord Buddha use that term simply to be able to explain it to the ordinary person. Actually, there is nothing called Shuddhashtaka also. There is nothing called eight elements also because he is not talking about any material.
Yes, Ola. Yes, Ola in the mind. No, Doctor. Ola
Or
in our mind.
even in the mind, there is nothing. No. Now you take as the
Yes,
first
yes. There's
visit.
rising and ceasing. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
So
Mm.
about that Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, those four.
Yes,
Mm, Now those four, if we feel, now a person might feel that uh, there are things called Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu. Satara Mahadhatu is there.
yes,
When you explore it, when you go deep down into that,
mm.
Satara Mahabhuta is something felt by the body sensor, skin.
Body sense. Yes,
If the body sensor wasn't there, if the skin wasn't there,
yes,
you can't talk anything about the Satara Mahadhatu
yes,
because you can't feel it. Now the example is that when a body part is anesthetized, now even simple thing like tooth extraction, uh,
yes,
when you get the injection, you can't talk anything about feeling.
yes.
So like that, when there is an anesthetic drug given, you can't
Mm.
feel anything. You can do any kind of cutting, chopping, removing parts. You can do
Yes,
anything. So you can't talk
yes,
about the Pataviyapo Tejo Vayo there.
yes, yes.
So
Like a
it's like
cesarean section. Yes,
even like a
but
cesarean section, you can't feel anything.
yes, yes,
You can talk about the Satara Mahadhatu Pataviyapo Tejo Vayo only if the skin is there and you
yes.
can feel that
Ah,
it is
the
capable.
sound is again coming, Doctor. I'm just blocking but listening. Okay.
It's okay, it's okay. So talking about the sensor, now we know the sensor functions are also not true. Now we know that the eye, we have the seeing function simply because there is a vibration. So talking about the vibration, that means there's something happening fast. So fastness create something as if it is really there. So same thing about the skin. This Patavi Apo Tejo Vayu thing is also a skin sensation. Because there is some fast vibrate reaction on the skin, you feel as if there is something hard, something liquid like, something like air, something like temperature. So then you can't talk about really existing solid things because it is also simply something felt. Patavi is not something hard that you see. Patavi is something that you hard or firm that is felt by the skin. So Lord Buddha clearly said that
Yes,
these,
doctor,
yeah,
those are also thoughts, no, doctor? Comes as thoughts, no? Yes.
yeah, they are also thoughts and going beyond the level of thought. Now, if you go deeper down, how the thought was formed means it is the skin sensor, no? It is the sensors.
Yes, yes,
Sensor
yes,
function combined to form the mind sensor, isn't it?
yes,
So that is a deeper level now.
yes,
And when you talk about the sensor functions are also not true because that is something manifested as real because of the speed.
yes, yes,
So if that speed is not there, you can't talk about feeling any of these things.
yes.
Now, speed is something that beautiful example given by Lord Buddha, that fireball, when you are spinning fast, you can see it as a ring.
Fire round, yes,
Yeah, so it's something like that. That is similar thing is happening at the sensor level. When there is some
yes,
fast vibration, something is
mm.
created as if it is really there. So
Yes,
then the sensor level is also not true.
yes,
So
yes, yes,
this applies to the body sensor also. So the body
yes,
sensor, there is fast vibration. With certain level of vibration, you feel it as if it is something hard, patavi. When there is certain level of
yes,
vibration, you feel it as if it is liquid. Like that,
liquid, yes,
when there is even another different level of vibration, you feel as if there is some air.
yes. Like a
And
breeze, yes, breeze,
yeah,
yes,
and
mm.
another level of vibration, you feel as if there is a temperature, cold or
Yes,
warm or
hot,
something like that.
yes, yes.
So that is also not true, no, because of the speed only you feel
Feel
as if
it
it
for a
is there.
second, yes. For a fraction of a second, we are just feeling, yes,
So when you now say if you feel something firm pressing on your skin, it is not only one thought, it is a large number of thoughts collectively that gives that feel.
yes,
Now,
yes,
you are sitting, you will
mm.
feel the firmness of the chair.
Yes,
Firmness of the chair for the convenience, we say that මේ තද ගතිය දැනෙන සිත. The
yes,
mind that recognizes the තද ගතිය, the
yes,
solid. But actually speaking, it is not just one single vibration. It's a whole lot of vibrations which are felt as one
yes,
thing.
mm.
So the other thing in the morning, what she said was about how the light is created.
Ah,
Anyway, not only the light, sound, everything
sound,
is that.
yes,
So for you to feel it,
yes,
the sensor should be there, organ should be there, no? You need the
yes,
physical component, you need the physical eye, physical ear. If they are not there, you can't talk anything about feeling a vibration.
yes,
So the physical organ should be there in the functioning level,
yes,
and there should be vibration of that.
yes, yes. Eye
So,
vibration and light vibration, yes,
so when there is vibration only, you experience light.
yes,
And that vibration will be synchronizing to some other similar vibration from somewhere.
yes,
And that concept we call seeing.
Seeing. Yes.
So
Mm.
essentially, your eye should vibrate for you to see.
Yes, yes.
Now, in the animals with night vision, the animals who can see only in the night,
Yes.
their eye will vibrate only at a particular time, and that time they interpret as daytime,
Ah, yes, 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 doctor. Yes,
isn't it? Now,
yes,
during the time for us,
yes,
this is the time that our eye can vibrate. That is the nature of the sensor.
yes,
So you can see that always it is a vibration of the organ or vibration of the sensor. Then only you can talk about this seeing and hearing and all kinds of things.
yes. Without vibration, can't do anything.
Yeah, you can't experience anything.
Yes.
Now, when you look around, now if you look outside,
Mm.
what you see is straight away a thought, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
You are not seeing, you are thinking.
Mm. Yes,
You are not hearing, you are thinking.
yes,
All five senses are like that.
yes.
It is a thinking.
Mm.
Now, pure seeing
Mm.
doesn't have a description.
Yes, no names. POT seeing can't be
Yeah,
named.
but
Yes,
we can't see it at that level now, isn't it?
yes,
That
yes,
was the baby's level. That was the radiant mind level,
yes,
where they could see only as a shape or a light. But
yes,
you and me, now you can't go back to that level. What we see is straightforward thought.
yes.
So, actually speaking, you are not seeing.
That sound is coming, doctor. For a while, I'm blocking, but listening.
Yeah, yeah. So, actually speaking, you are not seeing, but you are thinking that this is a plant, banana plantain tree. I'm just telling you something that I can see. It's not seeing, but I'm thinking it as a jackfruit tree. Jack tree. I am not hearing. I mean, it's not a hearing, but I'm thinking that it is a sound coming from the next door.
Ah, yes,
So everything is like that. I am not, it's not tasting. I'm thinking
yes,
that it is a taste of a piece of guava.
yes,
So everything
yes,
you are
yes.
thinking, isn't it? Then that
Thinking, thinking.
thinking component is not only one sensor, it has several sensors together,
Yes,
isn't it? Now it is
yes.
not one
Seeing,
sensor.
tasting. Yes,
Yeah, thought
yes,
means two sensors or more.
yes. Two or
One-
more. Yes,
Yeah, one sensor is not a thought. One sensor level is the baby's level.
yes,
And now
yes,
you see them in a different way. We can't
yes,
experience the seeing only, hearing only, feeling the taste only. Like that, you can't separate out and experience now.
yes.
Now, this is that normal process where they are combining to form the thoughts now. And that is the paticca vima. That is the term. Paticca samuppa.
Paticca.
Yeah, paticca means tying up together.
Ah, right.
So combining.
That means the name and the form. Name and the form combination.
Name and the form combination. Not name and the form
Yeah.
combination. Yes,
Ah,
yes. You can, yeah. Name and the, yeah, okay, yes. Passa. Sparsha means, so that is the meaning.
passa. Touch. Yes.
So, yeah, sparsha means that combination of the senses together.
Yes.
Isn't it? Now, passa has two components, no? That patika sampasya, adivachana sampasya, you may have heard those two terms. So, in
Yes.
simple
Yes.
words,
Yes.
combination of the senses to form the thought means a passa.
Yes.
So, combination occurs without any authority. There is no person who is doing that combination.
Yes.
The sensors combine to form a different type of a vibration, which we label as thoughts.
Yes.
So the description or the naming and all kinds of details are there only in the thought, because
Yes.
individual senses do not have a description,
Yes.
which
Doctor,
means
it means, doctor, that everything is established. No, that is the problem. Established for a longer period.
yeah, for you
Mm.
and me, it is now
Mm.
fixed now. The outcome is coming as a complete product, which is a thought. Now
Yes.
you can't find the sugar separately, milk separately, hot water separately, tea separately in a cup of milk tea. Is it?
Yes. Can't. Yes.
Now those things have been added and the cup of tea has been prepared, milk tea.
Yes.
For you and me, always now the milk tea is coming. You can't find the
Yes.
ingredients now. So
Yes.
it's something like that. So the now actually speaking, now feel all five senses. You are not seeing, you are thinking. It's a thought. You are not
Yes.
hearing, you are
Yes.
thinking. And you are not feeling
Yes.
the taste, you are thinking. The taste, the naming, what
Yes.
you are tasting is a thought, isn't it? Now you are not
Yes,
feeling
doctor.
the smell, but you are thinking it as a jasmine flower. And you are
Yes.
you are not feeling the skin sensors. Uh, you are thinking that it is a hardness of the chair. You are thinking that it is
Yes.
the wetness of some water that has been poured. You are not feeling,
Yes.
you are thinking it as that the nice breeze is blowing at this moment. And you are not feeling,
Yes.
but you are thinking that this is the hot weather these days. So they are all
Yes.
thoughts. So the complete world that you
Mm.
are experiencing 100% is the thought.
Yes.
So can you imagine that you are just living with the rapid flow of thoughts, one after the other, one after the other. But because
Yes.
of the ignorance, we feel that all these thoughts as outside really existing ones.
Yes, doctor. After all, knowing all these, even still it is coming like that. No.
No, actually, now when you understand these things, it's
Mm.
not that the way that you are experiencing them is going to be different.
Yes.
No, you will not see the banana tree in a different way. You will not see the jack tree in a different way. You will
Yes.
not feel the smell of a jasmine flower in a different way. You are
Yes.
experiencing the things in the same way. But
Yes.
because you know how it is made, how this thought came up,
Yes.
the value that was given, that real feeling, is the one which is going to get less and less.
Yes. Value is going away. Yes, that is true.
Mm,
Value
mm.
is going down.
Yeah,
Mm. That means we are actually living in a thought. Yes.
exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
So
And the
the
thought is changing.
thought is changing. Yeah. But now
Mm.
now without stopping at that level, you have to go back and see. Now, is
Mm.
the thought real? That
Mm.
is the thing you have to see, because you can't stop at that level.
No, no, no. Yes.
Yeah, you have to see, is this thought real? Now
Yes.
you know that the thought is not real. You know that it is just combination of
Names
ideas.
and forms. Yes. Yes.
Then you have to see what is experienced at the eye level. Is it true?
Yes.
You take all five sensor levels,
Mm.
all five sensors are just creation at that moment.
Yes. Yes.
If the sensor wasn't there, or if there was no vibration, or if the
Mm.
physical organ was not there, that
Mm.
is not going to be there.
Yes. This
So,
mind is, doctor, this mind is jumping, no? To each one and every this senses, it
mhm.
is jumping like this. Mind is.
Yes, yes, that is a very
Mm.
fast flow, no, because R.N. Vahasi also gives the example that it's like a river, no? You call it
Yes. Yes.
river because the water
Yes.
is flowing. So
Yes.
the mind also like that, it is a flow of thoughts. So
Mm.
thoughts are eternally changing.
Yes.
And that is a chitta.
Highlighting. Yes.
That,
Highlighting one, dropping it, again
Mhm.
highlighting another one, like that.
Yeah, that is a
Mm.
chitta niyama, That is the nature
Yes.
of the
Mind.
natural, yeah, law of the mind. It's ever
Mm.
changing.
Yes. The problem actually is the mind is not true. We have to fully realize this mind is not true.
Yeah, mind
Mm.
is not true, and you can't stop at that level. You have to go
Yes.
deep and realize that even the seeing is not true.
Yes.
Seeing and hearing, those are also not true. Those are
Not
also
true.
manifested as if they are real.
Yes. Yes.
So then, really speaking, from the zero level, things are
Yes.
constructed.
Yes.
Basically, there's nothing. From the nothing level, something is
Yes.
created.
Yes. Actually, understanding is not very difficult, doctor. Understanding is
And
easy.
understanding it's actually simple, but the
Yes.
thing is getting convinced is the difficulty.
Yes.
Know it by knowledge, no? But
Mm-hmm.
now this sample metaphor that is given about mirror. Now we don't need
Yes.
anyone to tell us that the reflection on the mirror is not true, and we don't have
Yes.
to think, isn't it? We don't need a thought.
Yes.
We feel it, no?
Yes. At
With the moment you
yes.
see
At
the
once we feel it now. Yes.
hmm, yeah.
Yes.
So the moment you see the reflection, you can still enjoy. You can use the mirror for whatever uses you need.
Yes. Yes.
Even if it is a life-size, very perfect reflection on the mirror now, like the huge mirrors that you see in the showrooms. When you
Yes.
stand on near that, you really feel your full reflection up to the
Yes.
toe.
Yes. Yes.
And still, you are sure you don't need to think that there is nothing here, just a reflection. This is not
Yes.
real, but
Yes.
that understanding is not there for a baby or an animal.
Yes.
Even the small babies, when you bring them near a mirror, they will try to touch the baby on the other side,
Yes.
no?
Yes. Yes. Like the
Baby,
birds. Yes.
hmm,
Mm.
they will say baba and all, then will try to touch. Then the
Yes.
mother is which who gives the data. That
Yes.
is baba baby so and so.
Yes.
That is how the self perception is building up.
Yes.
And for the animals, as you said, the birds or even the monkeys, they
Monkeys. They. That means they are shouting and hitting and doing things. No.
and they some of them take it off and take it up to the trees, no? Side mirrors.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Mm,
To see who is there.
yeah.
Mm.
And I have seen dogs sometimes, pet dogs at home. They
Ah.
go around and go behind the mirror to see where the other one is.
Ah. Right. Ah. Right. Right. They can't understand. No. They
Yeah, they
just. Mm,
understand.
mm,
It's only. the humans who can understand this truth. So actually speaking, the feel should be something similar to the way that you are experiencing a mirror reflection.
Yes, yes. That
Mm.
feel should come here, no, doctor?
That should come here.
Mm.
So it is actually the revising, and you yourself have to revise and research yourself, taking various examples, taking
Yes,
times when you experience things. So you have to work out yourself, because this is a data that has been put over the time. So now you have to
yes,
put a negative feedback, negative data.
yes,
There's nothing,
yes,
there's nothing here. That data has to be put again and again.
yes. Actually, doctor, we can do only the experiencing by that Aryan is telling no, they are බවට පත් වෙනවා. I think that is the only point we can, without trying, we can just let to happen that බවට පත්වීම. බවට පත්වීම.
The Pathwima is a little bit deeper thing, as far as I know. But
Yes,
Pathwima, what he says is that actually your current becoming zero on this side.
yes, yes.
Then
But
there are no two things. Only that one is there. So
yes,
it's something deeper. It is not something here at this level.
yes, that is true. But at least we can just just looking at a tree without thinking, or
Mm.
just look at a flower. Only those things only we can do.
I feel that right at the beginning, just kind of active thinking, reminding there's nothing
Mm,
here. This is the thought. This is a thought.
mm,
I think now Aranha says no, when someone says hora, 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 goes on telling like that. That person
mm.
bit confused, and person himself feels that, am I a hora? Am I a
Ah,
thief? So
thief.
like that,
Ah,
yes, like that, you have to go on
ah,
sort of kind of reminding that there's nothing here. The thought, it's only a thought. Whatever
yes.
is coming to the focus, give a
Ah, right, right.
it's a
Yes,
thought.
yes. Yes, whatever is coming, focusing, we must at once think there is a thought. Yes,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is a
but
good way of trying. Yes,
right at the beginning, it is a Savitaka level. No, now you have the Darshana knowledge, and
yes,
you know that how it is happening as theory. You know it now, and
yes,
going to the Satyajnane, Krutyajnane side means you feel that it is coming up. The knowledge that you are having is automatically coming up
yes.
at appropriate places.
Right,
So
right. Yes.
when you
While,
see
yes, yes,
when you see something, automatically it will start coming a thought. When you hear the
ah,
sound,
thought. Yes.
yes, thought. So it
Ah, it's a
should,
thought. Yes,
because whatever you are experiencing, it is a thought. No, now you hear a sound, right?
yes,
You hear a sound, automatically
yes. Mm.
the thought should come. This is Chandani. This is our soon
Yes,
discover. So there, that is a thought, isn't
yes,
it? You
yes,
heard only
doctor. Yes,
sound, right? Heard
yes,
only a sound. That is
yes,
because your ear was vibrating. Your ear
yes,
vibration and the vibration of my throat became synchronized, so that
yes,
you had experienced this hearing.
yes,
Now, however
yes.
much I talk, if your
Mm.
ear does not vibrate, you can't
Mm.
talk about hearing, isn't it?
Yes, yes,
So,
yes,
because
doctor.
of that synchronization, you heard it. And quick,
Yes,
it is a thought which gave you the conclusion that so and so is talking. And this is our
yes,
other POTV discussion session. So, all
yes,
that comes instantly as a thought.
Yes.
And that is
Yes,
the
yes.
that is your chitta niyama.
Yes, yes, yes.
You didn't
That,
drag it
yeah.
in some, no? That thought.
Yes. Yes, yes.
So there is no self who is doing
Mm,
this automatically as a part of the chitta niyama. It
yes,
came
it's
to
just
with
it's just
instructor.
appearing. Yes.
Instructor.
Yes. Mm. Yes, doctor. That
Yeah,
is
now,
a good. Mm.
hmm. Now because you have not seen me, you don't have a picture. But you may
Yes,
be,
yes.
I mean, you may be having some imaginary picture also. She must be looking like
No,
that.
no,
Don't
no. I don't have anything but only voice. Only your voice. I to answer when you talk. I know this is Dr. Chandani from Candy. Yes.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
No, now see, now there are instances where we now, for example, even this Buddothpado team,
Yes.
when we meet them in real from some at some point, don't
Yes.
you? It has enough happened to me. Now I have a mental picture. She must be looking like that. But when sometimes the picture is completely different.
Yes, yes. We can't imagine like that. Yes.
So, but thereafter, when you hear the sound, that picture
Mm.
that you saw is coming up.
Mm. Yes.
Mm. So, like that, you can work out the practical way now, the sound. Uh,
Yes.
the sound, even now when the others join, you hear a
Yes.
sound.
Yes.
Sound there simply because your ear was vibrating. And
Yes.
vibration and the person who is talking, there's a vibration of the throat level at that person, the two synchronized, two became equal, and you say that
Yes.
can hear,
Yes.
but the ear does not know what it is.
Yes. Yes.
So
Mind
your
only says that. Yes.
mind says so and so talking. Now,
Mm.
so for example, if a new person joins and
Yes.
have never heard the voice again and you don't know the name also, say
Yes.
some letters are there in front of the name on the screen, so you don't know what the
Yes.
name, it's
Yes.
on sound. Now for that you don't have any data, no?
No, no data. Yes.
No data, so no name, no picture,
Mm.
nothing. It's a sound for you.
Yes.
So like that,
Mm.
different levels you can work out and see how it is happening.
Yes.
So it is always a thought. Now
Yes.
your thought in such a situation will be a new person.
Mm. New person. Yes. That thought
Person,
comes. Yes.
that thought comes. So
Uh,
the fact that new person was a thought.
yes.
And now
Unknowingly it appears. Yes.
yeah, it appears. But on the other hand, now the from the data that you are having, you know that it is a human voice, isn't it?
Yes.
You
Yes.
know
Yes.
it is something to do with the Buddhothpada's sermons.
Yes.
So those data are there for you.
Yes. Yes.
But
That is coming. Yes.
it's a little bit of data now. You know that this person is talking in English or Sinhalese.
Mm.
Something to do with the Buddhothpada, a human voice. You will not mistake it for a barking of a dog.
No. No. No.
So
We
from what
have it.
data you are having, you have a thought.
Yes. Some kind of measuring also there. No, doctor.
Yeah,
Measuring.
yeah,
Mm.
measuring is also there now. Some form for thought is formed. Now say
Mm.
that person introduced, my name is so and so.
Yes.
Then you have an additional data to that sound, sorry, saying that this is the name, sound is this voice belongs to so and so. So you have a additional data now to your thought.
Mm. Mm.
On one day, if you happen to see her somewhere, then you have the picture also.
Yes.
Now see how
Yes.
the thoughts are being built up.
Yes, doctor. Unknowingly, it's creating so many thought patterns. Yes.
Yeah, there's no one doing. The importance to
Mm.
identify here is that it's not who are doing. There's no self here doing. It is the
Yes.
chitta patterns,
Yes. Yes.
the natural way of happening the things.
Yes. We can we can do only understanding, and that memorizing should be there. Yes.
Yeah, at the beginning you need to think about it because you will not get it automatically because that is what has been happening over a long time.
Yes.
So we have to reverse when we are
Reverse.
reversing.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
reverse means again you have to put the negative thought again. This is thought. This is thought. So
Yes.
a reminder that should come up.
Yes. Showing the truth to the mind. Yes.
Now,
Mm.
today morning, that 8 elements about the Shuddhashtaka, that
Yes.
only what Asanti said was that is also a thought.
Yes.
Now, Shuddhashtaka thing came as a sound, and
Yes.
it is known only to the people who are listening to this Dhamma, isn't it? A person
Yes.
who has no idea about Dhamma, it is just a sound.
Yes.
But for you and me, because we have listened to this Dhamma for some time,
Mm.
we know that it is it is something to do with the Buddha teaching.
Yes. Shuddhashtaka. Yes.
So that is a thought now. Now when you hear
Mm.
the sound Shuddhashtaka, now we know our
Mm.
thought is that is one of the Lord Buddha's teachings.
Yes.
The thought.
Mm.
Because the ear has no idea what the sound is.
Yes. Yes. Mm.
It's a sound only.
Yes. Everything is interconnected, and some unknown things are there. Yes.
Yeah, it is a series of synchronization. No, the past
Yes.
experience coming up here.
Yes. Synchronization is the science behind this. Yes. Everything.
Yeah, yeah. So the same thing is being repeated here. When the appropriate causes are there, the product will appear.
Yes.
So
Cause and effect law. Yes.
some effect law, yes. So
Yes. Yes.
always it is a past thought.
Yes.
If you do not have a thought in the past, there's nothing to form here,
Yes.
isn't it? Now, if it is
Yes.
some,
Actually, the
yeah,
yes, the past thoughts are just flowing, and we are catching those. Like then, based on those, future
no
thoughts are
one
creating.
catching. No one is catching. No one to catch here.
Ah. Yes. Yes.
So the past perceptions are coming as new perceptions.
Ah. Yes. 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 Past
Perasanya,
perception.
Sanya. Yeah,
Yes.
Perasanya,
And
Sanya.
now
That
Sanya. Yes.
mm, past perceptions are coming as new perceptions. So
Yes.
that is the process. That is a normal process.
Yes.
That is a Chitta Niyama again. Now, Chitta Niyama has so many aspects, no?
Yes.
So
Chittaniyami. Yes.
how the thoughts are formed,
Mm.
how thoughts are reproduced,
Yes.
how the past way of happening it,
Yes.
and there's no person doing it. So these are all Chitta Niyame. Sorry.
Repeated. Actually, this repeated happening is the problem here.
Yeah, that is also you can't do anything, no, because that is a
Mm-hmm.
part. Chitta Niyame, no, that is a process system.
Yes. Yes.
So when you can't change it, you have to get along with that.
Yes.
You know the mechanism. When you
Yes.
realize that there's nothing can be done,
Yes.
you take it up as it is. I mean, accept it as it is.
Yes. Accepting it and just to remind what you see, hear, and feel. This is a thought. This is a thought. This is a thought.
It's the
Yes.
first step. Yes. Now,
Mm.
maybe the first step of the four contemplations. No, this is a thought. This is a
Yes.
thought. So even the
Yes.
things that don't seem to be very significant, it's okay
Yes.
reminding a thought, but that is a very early level. But I
Yes.
suppose that is where you have to start.
Yes. 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 I
Mm.
have to do it. Yes, doctor. That way.
Yeah.
Actually, the same thing is repeatedly saying in this Dhamma, but Aryan Mahansa is repeatedly telling the same thing, but we
Mm.
still be unable to uh,
Mm.
realize it. Can
Yeah.
understand.
Mm. It's not this only this life, no, because we have been doing it all the time.
Yes.
So now trying to reverse. Uh,
Yes.
so it may not be as easy as we think, but it is possible. It is not impossible.
Yes. Yes.
Now talking about the other niyama, now Ritu niyama, Bija
Bija
niyama,
niyama, kamma niyama.
yeah, we know that you can't change them. It's,
Yes.
take the things like Ritu niyama and Bija niyama, we know that it's obviously you can't change those things. And we
Yes.
get along with them, no? I
Yes.
mean, we
Yes.
complain about the Ritu changes, we complain
No.
about
No. No.
rain and all kinds of things as a habit we go on complaining. But we know
Yes. Yes.
it can be done. But
Yes.
see, the Chittaniyame is not something that we accept like that.
Yes.
We
Yes.
we grumble, we try to change the Chittaniyame. All things are happening because we don't realize that it is another niyame only.
Yes. Yes.
There's no self.
Kamma niyama also we can't change it in any way. We are unable to change the kamma niyama also. Yes.
Mm. Yeah, Kamaniyama means it is now, that is the level where you think the world is true, no? The
Yes.
Kamma,
Yes. Yes.
but I think it's important to that first level taking that all these are thoughts, even the simple things now. When you try to drink the cup of tea, that
Yes.
so you can analyze at that time, no? There's a taste,
Yes. Mm.
think that it is the sweetness of the tea. There is a
Yes.
taste, thinking that it is uh, the particular taste of the tea, kahata
Yes.
type of
Yes.
taste.
Yes. Yes. But
You
it is
feel
also a thought. Yes.
it
Yes.
is a thought, no? Yeah.
Mm.
If
Actually,
you
you
know,
have given me a nice description today, Doctor. Thank you very much. It's very much, very helpful, your description today. Yes.
yeah, the tea now, you feel it is warm.
Yes.
The mind, the thought is the one which says the hotness of the tea,
Yes.
isn't it? You
Yes.
see the shape, and your thought is this is the cup of tea.
Yes.
So it's always coming up as the thoughts, one after the other. Whatever the
Yes.
sense is functioning,
Mm.
it's a thought.
Drinking
And
also we can think like that, no?
yes,
Drinking,
yes,
drinking the tea. Yes.
yeah. Any
Mm.
action,
Any
any
action.
action, all are thoughts.
Yes.
Now, drinking is also a thought, no?
Yes. Yes.
Drinking means a thought. It has all the pictures. No, drinking means you know that it is brought up to the mouth, holding the
Yes.
cup up, taking it
Yes.
to the mouth and swallowing. All those pictures are there, no, in that mental picture called drinking.
Yes.
Walking, just think about the walking.
Yes.
Walk,
How many
walk.
mental pictures? Yes.
Yeah, it has the rupa is, I mean, you can see it walking.
Yes.
You can feel it, the skin. You
Yes.
can hear the
Yes.
sound.
Yes.
You can feel you are moving forward. Now, all
Yes.
those functions are there in that act called walking.
Yes. Yes. Seeing, feeling everything, and we can also hear in the steps.
Sound.
Hear the
Sound.
steps. Yes. Sound.
Yes.
Mm.
And you didn't have a thought called walking when you were a little baby, like 10 months, isn't it?
No. No. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
doctor.
When the baby keeps a foot just step, and the mom
Yes.
will shout and say, ah, you are walking, walking.
Yes. Yes.
And then that is how that thought called walking was created in the mind of the baby.
Yes. Yes.
Mm.
Yes, doctor. Yes, that way is very good. Thinking each and everything as a thought. Yes.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's a kind of a little reminder.
Yes.
Uh, so later on, you will realize that you don't need a reminder. It
Yes.
comes automatically. It's a
Yes.
thought.
Yes.
So you are
Mm.
actually fighting with your own thoughts.
Yes.
If you're angry with something,
Yes.
right? The scolding is a creation in the mind.
Yes.
Somebody, yeah, now we'll say somebody is scolding, right?
Yes. Yes.
Scolding is a thought.
Yes.
And if you get angry, if you feel sad or if you get angry, there's
Yes.
a created. That current is created against your own thoughts, own
Ah.
self.
Yes. 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 Mm.
So you are angry with yourself, with your thought.
Yes.
You are sad
Mm.
with your own thought.
Yes.
So you can't project it to the outside.
Yes. We can't project anything outside. Yes. Everything is a creation of the mind. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm. By reminding, we can understand we are living in a thought world. We are each and every moment living inside the thought.
Yes, that is as I
Mm.
said at the beginning. You can't be just reminding all the time.
Yes,
So
yes,
till a particular level, you need to remind like that. And then
yes,
later on, you'll realize that it automatically comes. Thought. It's a thought. And
yes.
even when later on, it comes as a feel, like the experience that you have with the mirror reflection.
Ah, right, right. Yes, yes.
So,
It
so
will establish. Yes. Later on,
it,
it will establish.
it will
Mm.
establish, and then you know that it is simply a feel.
Yes, yes. We have to come up to that level. Yes.
Yeah,
Mm.
because we know all these things as facts.
Yes,
Uh, it is not convinced.
yes. That is the problem. Yes. Not convinced.
Mm.
Non Dhamma should be convinced. Yes.
Yes, because we know it as a knowledge part, we know. So I suppose uh, Darshane part now, working out to analyze how the thoughts are formed, has to be done
Yes.
again to purify this.
Yes. Buddhist philosophy. Yes. That is the main
Mm.
point here. Yes.
Yeah.
That means each and everything is based
Mm.
on this true Buddhist philosophy. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Everyone's sorry, just came.
Yes.
Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Everyone's what was the discussion today?
We were actually explaining the things that was discussed today morning, some simple matter. Today morning one actually, Asanti first explained how the world is created as a thought. Uh, so that was, Champa hasn't listened to that. So she asked me to just explained the same thing. So we were just talking about that, how the world is created and the fact that how worlds are created. So it's simple things.
I actually didn't listen to that part. I just listened to the one Aran say join.
Mm.
So I missed the
So
Miss
she explained
Asanti's part.
everything in a very, very simple manner. She gave a detailed account on that.
Mm. Anything specific on that? Oh, Teron Sanna Surangika.
Teron Sanna Surangika.
Teruvan Saranai Surangika.
I also just joined Surangika, so I was asking what was the discussion. So I think last night there was no much Dhamma points.
Yes, doctor. I have
think it
listened to
was
that
mainly-
no much Dhamma experiences Aranwansi talked about. Yes.
I think he was talking about how he has changed the way he handled everything.
Hmm.
It's just, I think, practical points. And anything, Surangika, to discuss?
Nothing particularly, Doctor. I listened to the morning one, what Dr. Sakuntala said, Asanti explained. I think that was an extension of what R.N. Vance explained yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where he talked about that point where Sudharma raised it, about the speed, the thought process, and how everything is caught up in the speed, almost like a vortex. And the thoughts are no different to that. Yeah. So that was an extension, but Asanti's explanation was good today, wasn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, it was very good actually, in very simple words and very detailed description. Very good, yes.
Yeah, and it's very important to actually understand that even in that speed, there is no self. That speed was a problem here, which had been misunderstood for, I think, samsaric journey. It was misunderstood. So that is the actual thing that to actually realize how this Jnana Ayatana has formed. So yeah, it is something I have to experience as well, and as well as understand.
Basic and simple things, but I think it is the most difficult thing also because I mean, as a part of the knowledge, you know it, but convincing, like having the experience of the reflection on the mirror to experience the rest of the world also in the same way is something difficult but simple when you explain.
Yeah. Yeah, experience needs a lot of things in balance. The Samtha, the Vidarshana, the Chitta Viveka, Kaya Viveka, everything in balance. And that's why Aranwansi always says you can't actually produce it, it has to happen. Paramita is also the same. Paramita is also for the same thing.
I think he talked about that point in the morning today about Patachara's example, where he
And
said
I thought that was so beautiful.
Yeah, that how the thought can change, isn't it? One moment Padaparama, next moment, not next moment, but because of the very evolution of the thought and that it is not static. Different circumstances, different thought, one can be completely open to receiving the Dhamma. So no longer Padaparama. No?
Yeah, and to feel that. Yeah, because the mind power is shocked. In the sense, mind power is actually like hat. It's easy to come to the feel, but someone has to listen to Dhamma before that. Because if Lord Buddha didn't go and talk to person who killed 1,000 people, he will never change. But he heard this Dhamma, he realized that it is the truth, but then he felt it as well. Like same way, Patachara, I mean, සම්මෝහයට හරි අසම්මෝහයට හරි යනවා කියලා කියන්නේ අරහත්. That thing can happen whether you can realize them or just go crazy in sadness. But in that sense, she actually met the Lord Buddha like by such a good chance, and yeah, it changed. But that itself brings up the point we discussed yesterday with Champa and Sudharma, where this ability to feel has to come. So for that to happen, Patachara had to lose everything, right? One child died, and that might not happen. 2 children died, that also might not happen. Husband, 2 children died, that may also not happen.
There was
So
a talk in the, one of our advances talks in maybe 6 months ago or so. There was a clip that somebody had sent, must be Asanti, where he was addressing some people, I do not Sitavaka, but somewhere else, where he talks about that point, saying that mind latches on to something.
whatever available.
And now if you take a young girl or a young boy also, whatever the mother says, don't care. Say, for example, they have a girlfriend, boyfriend, or somebody. Whatever the mother says, don't care. Whatever the father says, don't care. Why? That one is there, no? That's exactly the way Aryan Mansi explained it to those people listening. Yes, even if the mother calls or something happens in the office or anything, doesn't matter. Why? That one is there, no? So the whole world can go upside down. Still, this one is singing and dancing. Why? That one is there, no?
Yeah. Now imagine someone
But then
loses
if that one
everything.
goes, that one says one small thing to hurt, the entire world collapses.
Yeah. And imagine someone gets hurt, but in the mind, because the mind is very strong, මටව දැනෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා ඉන්න.
If you're pretending to be strong.
No, even some are actually strong, right? Not with Dhamma, just
With
strong.
Personalities, huh?
Yeah, some personalities, they are strong. They will just continue. There is no Dhamma, just continue. But the problem is they are in so much
misconception,
ego, like they don't care whether they have lost everything, they will continue. For some reason, they will have some idea to clutch on to. If everything is lost, maybe the job, or if the job and the family is lost, maybe even Dhamma, I don't know. Something to latch on to. So we have to be, now that's the point I was trying to highlight. In those examples that Aryan Mansi was taking, he was definitely trying to say that there was a place for feel, because Angulimala felt that mother. So many mothers must have cried in when their fingers are cut or killed, but he didn't feel that. He was in a different dimension. No? He didn't feel any of that. But as soon as that thing was happening, the pregnant mother trying to deliver, then that pain actually shocked. So he felt it. So this feel side is very important. That feel side, Lord Buddha actually changed that feel to, he took the exact moment. So that's why a lot of people, when they are sad, they listen to Dhamma and they actually understand, because their feel side is more. Mind is collapse due to the circumstances. So it can use for the betterment, like can go crazy also, but can be used for the better side. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
you were not there yesterday. I was trying to say this to Sudharma and Champa.
Okay.
And I was talking about how Champa's feel side is mass due to the either the Dhamma or due to the self confidence kind of thing, where nothing matters to me, like nothing shakes me or kind of like that. But actually, Aranhanse is getting everyone to feel, trying to get everyone to the feel side, not in the mind side. Isn't it?
Yeah, as you said, with certain experiences, people sort of have a 180-degree turn to Dhamma, as that Patachara and Kisa Gautami's experiences. Something, a new path is opened up for them, and then they completely change.
Yeah, imagine Kisa Gautami actually didn't worry and just won't meet even Lord Buddha.
Yeah. And there is a girl whom I know. She's from our same profession, and she had a very heroic experience like that. The man started another connection with somebody, and she had 2 kids also. She was devastated at the beginning. At that point, I could introduce this Dhamma things, this Aranvahase's Deshana. I slowly started explaining, and then sending the simple sermons. That point, like that Angulimala's thing that suddenly changed, she took it up very well actually. So now she's balancing. I mean, not that the man changed, he didn't change, but she has now she has balanced herself very well. So with the children's thing, and then she's working also, and she has gone to a better level also in her job, and she's very much relaxed, and she's up to anything like now. So I was so happy that the Dhamma has helped her. She's not in Sri Lanka, she's out of the country. So so such instances come to the life of different people, and they are blessings coming in disguise. So
Yeah.
and she's now listening to this most of the sermons. What I do is, because she has a time factor, I sort of mark the time, listen from this to this, like that. So she listens to them whenever it is possible, even when she's going for walks or when she's driving, or whenever it is possible, she listens to them. So that was very nice. I mean, those are practically showing very obviously that how the Dhamma is showing the path.
That's where, if genuinely someone is seeking Dhamma as a monk, it's so good. But if they get caught in that situation and not come to the no self angle, there's a very high risk of losing both ends and having a very much ego than even a normal person, because everyone is worshipping, everyone is listening, usually in Sri Lanka specifically. Yeah, so those are the things that can happen. It's very important to pick up the course from, like, hints from Aranwanse about these things. And due to the past trauma, there can be a shell-like thing formed around you, which I was talking about yesterday, that is actually for survival of the self. I mean, we admire that. We admire that. Actually, that's a reflex activity. That's not a problem. But that's shell-like thing is the most difficult aspect to break also, because now there is a shell. That's a normal phenomena for trauma. So you have to identify these things and get the trauma out and handle it. And if you kind of come to the level of feeling that, then it may be actually good rather than actually covering it up. What do you think?
Actually, courage self emerges from that situation, isn't it? A courageous me rises from.
That's actually a psychological defense system. Like, it's a defense system. It's a system to protect me. It is how it is. Any animal also, they also, like, have a even without a big mind, even cow dow, any animal, they know how to hide the babies from the danger, right? Like, no one has taught them, no? So like that, they also how to hide themselves from the danger. There's not even teaching. There's no specific teaching. No, come and sit down. We'll learn this and we'll safeguard ourselves. There's nothing like that. In humans, we have that attitude of learning and teaching, but not in animals. But even animals have that instinct.
Yeah.
But if we have that kind of thing, it's very important to either break it or either feel it fully, so that the Dhamma can be felt. Because Dhamma to feel, these artificial walls must be not there. So when Angulimala wanted that pregnant mother's pain go away, that's a genuine feel, right? Like, it's something genuine that happened to Angulimala, which has never happened before, probably, because it sounded like a joke. After killing 1,000 people, someone is coming talking about a labor pain, right? What do you think, Sarangika?
Yeah, I mean, all these are to protect the self. Ultimately, you can take it as a defense mechanism, protective mechanism, whatever it is. But
Self. That's how it
ultimately,
works.
and becomes subtle and subtle that it's difficult to detect also.
Yes. Yes. But that itself can be used to feel this vibration which we talk about every day. The speed. this field side is not was not highlighted much before. Now actually even Asanti may be trying to say that it's good to come to that understanding that this Dhamma has field side, not only understanding side. So if you have a very hard kind of thing, that's why Aranasi say the Game Amma. Typically, he keeps saying this every day. I think Game Amma has no hopes. So kind of shattered mind. He takes like that. I mean, some Game Ammas are not like that, but at least some of them.
Yeah, no hopes and no aspirations, because hopes and aspirations means that fulfillment of the self, right?
Yeah.
Because you're trying to keep
So the
on making
next
up this
moment
makeup.
yeah, next moment is not a fascinating thing for them.
Next
So
moment
it's
is not
easy for them.
fascinating. Yeah.
So only little thing, little push is enough for them. They will go into the field side.
Yeah.
Because it's not about understanding Dhamma, it's about feeling Dhamma. That is important. Because 7-year-old, you can't be telling all these vibration and stories like that, no? But they also felt it. So actually, even though people talk as examples, even Lord Buddha saying, "Ara dakinikamai oba," that can be even an experience. So it's the beauty of this Dhamma. So yesterday the whole talk was, I think mostly it was directed towards Champa, to let the system feel, not to cover it up, not knowingly. We don't do it knowingly. It's a self mechanism, like a defense mechanism of this self. We are defensive. We are very defensive. This whole, this Western cultures, everywhere, there's so much defensive mechanisms where we talk about privacy, everything. Inundated with self phenomena, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And to a level, it will protect the Ratan Mahansi also. Like was once out, the chances of surviving without those, like there's a risk anyway. You can't change that. But Aranasi was last night talking in a different angle yesterday. In a way, it's true because he's at risk in either way. With people or without people. He doesn't actually take it as a risk, but I think he knows. He's a person with so much good common sense. Anything else? I'm doing the talk. I'll stop and let you all talk. don't know whether Champa had a
Yes,
thought about
yes,
that.
yes. I'm trying. I'm trying what you say. I'm now changing. Actually, the system is changing. And Dr. Sakuntala is also gave me a good talk today.
Yeah, good. It's not actually changing. It's less just because nothing will be absorbed if the shell is too thick. I mean,
Yes, yes.
so I'm talking about the bubble of the mind bubble. If it is too thick, nothing can be absorbed.
Yes, Doctor, being natural. Yes.
Yeah.
Now today morning also at once I didn't take the phone because it's also a big problem. So until 11 o'clock I didn't touch any phone. After that only I started listening. So that way is better, I think. Can listen in the night and all. Morning few hours I should be without the phone. Then the system is naturally being closer to the nature, like, and all the activities, doing activities. So the shell is not building up then.
No, actually, shell is already there.
Yes, yes. No more build up then.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to dissolve the old shell
Yes,
is
yes.
the problem. We already have a shell built up for that acidic defensive mechanism,
Yes.
mostly trauma related. But
Becoming
it's a
more
very, very
natural.
good thing. Very good thing to understand that everything actually stops you from the field side.
Yes.
So having a very big job actually can do that because you are always in the mind.
Yes, yes.
Having a lot of responsibilities also. It can do, but I can't say that the balance is between this Dhamma and the calming down. So the Dhamma should be understood first. As
Yes.
Shanika always says, it should be understood first. And let the system feel it.
Because the problem is that Kaya Chitta Vivekaya thing. Though had Kaya Chitta Vivekaya
No, Kaya
is
Chitta Viveke is now.
yes.
All mind shell is different. Kaya
Yes.
Chitta Viveke is now. So if you have something preventing your thickness of that bubble,
Yes.
you have to actually maybe think about it and see. Because now, actually, even after coming to Lord Buddha, Angulimala thought that he killed 1,000 people, right?
Yes.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Everyone has same problem, not different.
Yes.
So, if we take Champa has not killed 1,000 people, even whatever the encounters are personalized already. So these personalized encounters, you can't by force depersonalize them, but actually understand that they are not things, personalized things. They are just episodes or experiences only. This takes so much effort.
Yes.
But to do that, Lord Buddha used a beautiful opportunity.
Yes.
That opportunity can come in day-to-day life also, for you to fully understand that this is what Aran Vanse has said, or this is the stimuli that Aran Vanse is talking about, or this is the moment. It can come, but
Yes.
that is in the field side for you to feel it. If you feel
Doctor.
it, then you actually get it. But until such time, you need to contemplate on this personalization of everything. Personalization happens in Rupa, in Vedana, in Sanya, in Sankara, in Vijnana, everywhere the personalization is happening. You don't need these words. Personalization of chair is enough.
This main
So,
thing I see now is, doctor, I have actually run with this from the morning. As I get up, I am taking the phone and switch on and listening to
no,
them.
this is not today. Your
Yes.
whole lifetime you have been running for something.
Yes. Yes.
This is not today.
Yes.
I'm not even worried about you today. This is the tendency for you.
Yes, the
You
whole
have run so fast.
so fast.
You don't know
Yes.
how to stop. Stop.
Yes.
You can't understand how to stop.
Yes. Yes.
So this is a tendency. This is a
Yes.
habit. It's
Mm.
like alcohol. It's like a cigarette. It's much more than that. I think a million times much more than that. This tendency for the next one, next one, next one, next one.
Yes.
Not million, maybe trillion times.
Yes.
So this tendency is very difficult to break. So you need to know the problem first, because you quickly dilute the advice. So widen your horizons. Always widen your horizons. Let the advice sink into your system and just wait.
Yes. You know,
Because
Dr.
as soon as you like put it to words, it actually narrow down to one end. If you narrow down to your today morning taking the phone, no,
Yes.
no, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about whole sansaric journey, how this has happened, how we have run for everything. We haven't stopped. And whether you're running for the Dhamma, whether you're running for the next meal, whether you are running for breathing, whatever, it doesn't matter. If it's a worm, you're running for some feces or
Yes.
stool. Never ends, because it's according to the sensor system that you run.
Yes.
So if Champa is a worm will be running quickly.
Because, doctor, I have done two things at one time. That means while doing the job, searching for Dhamma and homework, looking after the child.
Well,
And
you are talking to the wrong person in that, because it can be done. What I'm trying to say is a different thing. Can be done. Those things are not a problem. So, but in your case, you have to calm down maybe.
yes.
These things can be done. But this past, lot of past things are hampering your mind bubble. So I'm trying to actually help you to liquidize the thickness of your mind bubble so that you can calm down. Because
Yes,
you
doctor.
are blaming morning to evening. If you are blaming the listening to Dhamma part, or if you are blaming these minor things, it's not that
Yes.
that simple.
No, so
Because
I'm
this
actually,
calming down includes understanding your past also.
yes.
Because your whole life you have been going after something all the time.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's okay, I think. What do you think, Surangika and Sakuntala, you all can talk as well. We are not only trying to correct Champa here. Actually, this is for everyone. Because Champa is not the only person who is trying to understand Dhamma here. We all are, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every aspect of it now, we even say, for example, the tendency sometimes, I think, for Champa and past experience, or even this system is now, if something happens that is unfair, and then you can feel the pressure going up. So then, instead of just seeing that this is mind sensor, that there needs to be some contemplation as to what is this sense of unfairness and why has that become such a strong perception. So then if you even analyze that and you keep going back and see, you can probably think even from school days, you might have had that kind of trait, that system, where, if some teacher wrongly favored somebody and didn't give the credit to another student, or even little things like that, sometimes you can probably sense that type of feeling that it is unfair and getting hot and bothered about it, that kind of thing, that over time it has been there, and then over time it has become more and more strong, that perception, which is what is leading to that huge tension now when something happens. So just seeing that is how that whole thing built up over time is also important, as much as just recognizing that it is an emotion generating from the mind sensor, because you can stop the contemplation by just thinking it's an emotion generated by the mind sensor. But the likelihood of it coming again is also still there. It's not completely gone. But if you go one level down further and see how those traits, certain things like that, now everything is not that important. But the fact that some justice must be done, the correct person should be getting the credit. This part is, wrong, and that person shouldn't have treated this person like this. That type of thing, always you can then put it to the baby in the court and see where did the right and wrong come, where did the justice come, Then what is
Yes,
justice? Justice is also a word, right?
yes.
So that contemplation is probably what Dr. Popula is saying. All of us
Yes.
should be doing it at the point when that thing arises, because, I mean, any other time you do it means it's just a theoretical notion, isn't it? The effect of it is not so much as when it happens then and there, real time. You know how they say online real time? Online real time, when the tension happens, only the correct insight can be gained.
Yeah, imagine in Bhattacharya's case, Bhattacharya had to lose everything to collapse, right? Like,
Yes.
why that story is there? There is all the stories. There is a reason, and there's a lot of points, because you don't have to lose everyone in that story, but she actually lost everyone. So she couldn't look this way or that way. So this way the parents are gone, the siblings are gone, and then the family is gone. And it's
Yeah,
like
that one R.N. Mahansa said also in the morning, no? He said that wait, Patachara was Situdevaniya. So at that time, if someone actually tried to preach the Dhamma to her, she wouldn't have listened, because there was no reception to the Dhamma at that point, because she was wanting to fulfill desires in the sensual realm at that stage. So that was not a mind open to the Dhamma. but the wave is kind of caught in the correct spot when it is the weakest, isn't it? To the realms, to the sensual form and formless realms, which is the point where everything was lost and there was nothing to hold on to. You know how they say, a dead person clutches, a drowning person clutches even at the straw.
Yeah.
But basically, everything was lost at that point, right? When the husband, the children, the parents, the house, nothing. So the Buddha caught in the right moment.
And also, we don't need to lose everything to understand this Dhamma. It's just that if 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 that thickness is there, there is a moment. And in the other story also, after feeling the labor pain of the person, he was in the correct mood because he wanted to do something good for that person. And Lord Buddha correctly found that moment and to let him understand that it is a moment. And imagine that this moment, understanding this moment, how difficult it is, why we are talking about past. Why are we pondering about the past? Why are we pondering about the future? That's because of this continuity feeling. Yeah, it has to break. And soul in the field side. So that's where this village mother's story comes. Yeah, but it's not difficult. And only one word was told to 500 princesses. Like there was someone, they lost their clothes, something like that. They lost their clothes. They went with kind of prostitute, some ladies, and they lost their clothes.
Clothes and gold jewelry, yes.
And they came to the Lord Buddha, and Lord Buddha said, why are you searching for something else? Why don't you search about yourself? And imagine such a wisdom for you to stop there.
Yes.
Must have been a very that kind of era where those words must have shaken them to the core. Find yourself must have been a very great word at that time. Because now if someone says find yourself, they will get annoyed. But at that time, no one got annoyed. They all stopped at Lord Buddha's feet. Imagine that. I mean, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, because nowadays there's commercialization of finding yourself, awareness, all these things, that even those terms have got hacked. The real, true meaning of it from a Dhamma viewpoint is lost in the shrouds of this materialistic world,
And
trying to make a buck
Surangika.
out of that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, imagine Surangika. Find yourself word is also same thing Aran Hansa says. Do you know your sasava? Same thing. Find yourself. Who are you? You are not the body. You are not the mind. Then what is you? What is this? What is this itta sanya? What is this atma sanya? What is the reason for that? Find it. In a different word, find yourself. Don't you think it's so beautiful? Aranahanse says it in another beautiful angle where mothers are listening with open mouth, right? Like, where are you? And you're like, my God, why is he asking that? Like, that kind of reaction will be there. Why is he asking, where am I? I'm here. then they kind of actually get it if they actually have some kind of luck, isn't it? If they listen properly, they might actually get it. Find yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think, in fact, I have seen in these audiences sometimes these mothers kind of almost, first they don't understand the question, right? And then they're almost half listening, and then they look a little bemused, not knowing how to react. But then I think the seriousness of what he asks gradually starts dawning on them. Then they go into that thunderstruck point.
No,
I have
imagine.
actually, I have sometimes watched the reactions of these mothers
No, the
by,
problem,
yeah,
Surangika, there can be a child or a mother who is ready for this.
mm,
Like the girl from the oh that girl that Lord Buddha asked, where are you coming from? Where are you going?
Weaving girl, that's the one,
Weaving
no?
girl. Yeah, there can be someone like that in the audience, right? And when Narayan Hanse asks, who are you? And suddenly you are like shocked. And it might actually dawn on them. Like really, really put them to the ground. It's so beautiful. I mean, it's beyond words. I mean, Lord Buddha did it so beautifully. Why don't you find who you are? Kind of thing.
mm,
It's the same word. 500 people just stopped. For them to stop, there is a reason. They kind of felt that someone has to feel this time.
mm. I think that R.N. Mahans's approach, the, Nirvana journey, stage 1, stage 2, I think he said that there are going to be books written on that. But I think that's a good approach, Dr. Kokila, to introduce it to some people here, because he takes them on a, gradual thing, isn't it? Because he says you have to set the stage, you have to set the mind, you have to draw their attention, you have to stop them getting distracted. You have to bring, I mean, not that one can achieve all that without his kind of that feeling level.
Yeah, he has
But
the
the
Oran.
way he
Yeah.
structured that Nirvana journey, isn't it? The way he did the Dhammayatra, how he starts saying, සත්තුත් ළමයි හදලා කාලා බීලා මැරෙනවා and මිනිස්සුන් ඉපදුනේ ඕකටද type of thing. Then you kind of shock them a bit, no? And then you start, because I mean, here of course it's sometimes a different ball game, because everybody is in the karma sapana, sensual world, no? They are not even feeling suffering because they are all enjoying. But you can't really say that also. There are, people who are given, if they hear the right message, are able to take it, I mean, the wisdom will get opened up and they'll take it. It's
The
just
problem
the
is
way it is pitched to them.
the problem is the God thing is there, because one of my patients came to me today and asked me, he's pending a cancer diagnosis, and he said, I'm praying for my mother who is in heaven, and he asked me, could you please pray as well to your God? And I looked at him. Then he asked me, who are you following? And I said, I'm a Buddhist. And then he said, you can pray to your Buddha. And I said, yes, of course I would do that. I said, because I wanted to he felt so happy about that. He's a very simple man, very, very simple, just a simple man, old man. So I said, yes, of course I would do that. I didn't go to tell anything like nothing. I just said that. And he was so happy. but just to see that how they look at that, right? So they're thinking maybe pray to Buddha. But to actually to say that, we have done that before, right? A long time
Yeah.
ago,
Mm.
we may have done that. බුදුහාමුදුරුවනේ මාව බේරගන්න.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I was
So both
I
the
was
Lord talking, even to the boat tree, people are praying, isn't it?
yeah. That's because of the self, no, like with
Yeah.
this poor. How do we get that kind of praying attitude? And we did that. We were there before. I mean, I actually felt it. I felt every human being, every animal being, every being is towards Nibbana and towards non-vibration. And it's, I mean, if someone is actually dedicated for Dhamma expansion, can't be doing a job. Can't be doing a job. It's a beautiful thing to do, actually. To make people free of suffering.
But also I meant even Sri Lankan community here, doctor, who go to temples, if one gets the opportunity. I mean, first you have to convince the monk if it is a Sri Lankan monk, but still, I mean, you can't really dismiss them also saying that, they are after, they're not receptive towards the Dhamma, but it's probably because they haven't heard the proper Dhamma. Right? If the monk is on the right path, do you think that these people will not follow? They will follow. They will think, what is this monk harping on and on again in his talks, and then they'll stop fiddling around and become serious and listen to him. Now, even, I mean, I think today they showed, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala and Champa, who Jyotidira Thero?
Yes.
There was in Buddothpado practical today, I think I saw him, but even, very small crowd as far as I saw, but they were listening very intently to what he was saying. And of course, he has a style of his own, but I mean, when a monk, this is the importance of the robe. When that monk using that robe really speaks the true Buddha words, the true Dhamma path, people are going to stop and listen. So see what a valuable thing that is, and what a blessed opportunity that is not being used. Even in these countries, just imagine, Dr. Kokila, all these temples, even in Sydney, New South Wales, Melbourne, it's Mahamuna, whatever, all these with such a big following, isn't it? And what do? I mean, if you give just one half an hour sermon, even on a poor day, even it's enough. Just a little half an hour thing, or 1 hour talk. But the correct words, the correct message, isn't it? I'm sure half of these people will stop all these other things and really turn to this message and get this message. It's not that they don't know. I mean, these people, just because they have come here, they also have had a past, no? They also have had suffering. Who hasn't had suffering, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, it's
Yeah,
just
one of
tuning into it, isn't it? Aryan Maharaj has the best possible way of tuning into that and getting them to forcibly think about what are you doing type of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, one of their worries is that the people who are around them will move away. That is one of the main concerns. Now, when we had that program at that place of Teldenia, That was a new place on top of a hill. The main objection came from the local monk, the closest temple. What he said was, there is already one temple to this village, second one is not necessary. So at the end, the person who was coordinating from that village asked whether we can go and speak to him, because he was having a kind of Dharma Sakhacha with the crowd on that day evening. That was a Sunday evening. Anyway, we got his permission to use his Dharmashala for the afternoon session, because walking up to the hill back on that walking meditation was not simply possible. So Vagala, that's that Vagala place. So he agreed. He agreed to give the Dharmashala. So we did our walking practical part, and then in a different hall, he was talking to his local people. He was explaining some Dhamma. So this coordinator asked whether we can go and talk to him. So four of us actually went there. So we briefly, first of all, we said that there's nothing like splitting the people here. The people will be coming into the same way, whatever the arms and everything will be continued in the same way. And we are not going to have a regular temple here. It is just something that some meeting point, maybe once a month or so, and trying to exactly explain in a more simple way how we can, the fact that the myth that we are having that we can't achieve nirvana in this life, or maybe we have to be born again and again for so many times. All those things, they are the ones that we want to break. And then these are all real words of Lord Buddha. And we mentioned in a very simple way. And later on, we found that he was actually on our side when he was seated. So he was all throughout, he was with a sarcastic smile on his face, apparently. Later on, we found it. So after talking to them, we went back, we shipped him and went. So he has made some very harsh comments afterwards to the crowd, saying that they are trying to teach us about Buddhism and all. So like that, there are worries mainly that the crowd will be splitting up, and then they will lose the support from the village. So anyway, he has told the villagers that he's not going to come even for any kind of Pansakuli or something if they are going to provide support to this center. So that is how the things are. So the main worry is that one thing is they don't want to show that they even if they are keen to listen to this, they don't want to show that because they try to show that they know Buddhism. There's nothing much to learn from lay person. On the other hand, that worries that the crowd will be splitting, and they will have difficulty in maintaining their temples. So these are some of the issues actually. It has to be very gradual. Sometimes from the whole temple, only one monk will be sort of prepared to listen to. Especially the chief incumbents of these temples, they are not ready for that. So those are the practical problems that we are facing.
Yeah, the other practical thing is to check the chief incumbent. It should be very good Pali. The discussion should be in great Pali, to the point. You can't shake like nothing. You can't shake at all.
Yeah, which we can't do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we have so many
Even if
barriers
the
for
books
that.
are given to these monks, I have my doubt. Most of them don't read. They accept it, but they don't read. I mean, same thing happened with my neighboring temple, just 2 blocks away from my house. There's a Pirivenana temple. So I gave some books to the chief incumbent also, not a single word afterwards about that. So that is the situation. I suppose smaller temples in remote areas are more accessible than these established larger ones.
Yes, doctor, that is true. Yes.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the thing. Established larger ones, for them to shake, there should be a like a tsunami-like thing.
Mm.
Not
No,
actual tsunami, Dhamma tsunami.
yes, Dhamma.
They have to be convinced, like that Yapahua Thero. They have
Yes.
to be convinced first by listening and understanding, practicing. It has to come from within. Otherwise, it's
Because I remember,
the true thing won't happen actually.
yeah, I remember a person who came, I think you all will remember, when I was doing the Wednesday night Australian Zoom, there was a man who came and he was talking about this, what is it, concentration meditation. And he was trying to say what he experiences, what Aranhanse is experiencing. And that day, actually, I think Aranhanse joined later and he went. He couldn't listen to Aranhanse. Because Aranhanse changes the tone, everything, as soon as he sensed the disgraceful talking. He doesn't let that happen. Whether they coming to the forum or not, he doesn't care. He doesn't let the Dhamma to be disgraced. So we are actually learning those things, how it is going to happen. But the art of Dhamma is, if you don't have you, if the self is not there, then if you are actually a master of kind of words with the Pali or whatever the comparison with concentration meditation, and if the person coming to the thing is not determined to tarnish the other party, then we can have a Dhamma discussion, like a very fruitful Dhamma discussion. But if the other person is coming with the idea of disgracing this side, that's useless. Actually useless. That will actually disgrace Dhamma only, nothing else. So no point. But if it's a very fruitful discussion, that's beautiful. Because that is the best thing actually which should happen to Aranhanse, where genuine monks coming forward and discussing Dhamma. Aranhanse, can you tell this then? Can you tell this then? Can you tell this then? That would be the, I mean, I can't imagine that, but if that happens, that would be the beautiful Buddha Sera again. Because there's so many things Aranhanse has not told. But if he starts talking, no way that anyone can stop him also. But half the people that in Sri Lanka, most of the time, they are not prepared. And so the groundwork has to happen. They don't know how to react. So either they react very angrily or not with the wisdom. There's no one single monk asking, can you explain this, Aranhanse? There's no one single monk having the backbone to say that with some respect.
They are scared, doctor, because this Nikaya thing are blocking them, no? If they are openly support Aryan Vansi, they will chase from their Nikayas. That is
Not
also another.
even support, actually. I'm not even telling about supporting.
Yes.
The good discussion, like really good-hearted debate is also good, but never happens.
The
Specifically,
Nayakatha.
good-hearted discussions never happen. I mean, if we four start a discussion,
Yes.
if we four start a discussion, how beautiful that is.
Yes.
Like Surangika says, Champa says, I say something, Dr. Sakuntala says something. We are actually trying to build up the beautiful Dhamma, right?
Yes.
So no self-angle Dhamma. The same thing can be done. You don't have to actually listen to Aryan Vansi. So you can do it in a debate way without mudslinging.
Yes. They are
But
so arrogant. Yes. Selfish. So selfish they are.
no, I think it's just not having any luck, I would say.
No, it will change, doctor. It will change. Aryan Vansi will they do it. Now people are changing, no? So they can't just wait like that.
I think we have passed the time, right?
Yes, yes, doctor. Teruvan Saranai, doctor.
Thank you, Dhamma friends.
Everyone's online. Everyone's online.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Aryan Vansi.
Dr. Ravi, until, there was a little bit of a technical issue I'm having right now. So we will
Okay.
discuss with the regular discussion today. I think
Yeah.
that will be best.
Yes. Yeah, we can.
Is there any special topic that you all were discussing about earlier?
In the previous discussion, we have been talking about the level of defilement, how they are fading away, and how do you feel whether your defilements are fading away or not. So likewise, so I asked a few people about these things. They expressed in a certain way that they said certain things. Actually, what is happening here is most of the people, they recognize some kind of entities as they became real for them. For instance, earlier that lady expressed that if she hadn't white dress to wear to that particular place to go, so so she might refrain from attending to that uh, discussion. So that should not be the way that should happen, actually. So she asks that whether it has been become a thing for her, the white dress. So what I gave the advice was the advice I gave was just don't concentrate on one single entity and take it out and see whether it has become a thing for me or not. Take the entire scenario, take the entire thought. So, were there me? Was I there? There, yeah. Had it become, had that only that single scenario, not that only the single entity, think as getting some kind of a holistic approach for that.
likewise, so were I there? Were I said, was I there at that entire scenario? Am I the one who were there? So was there my soul in that particular incident? So likewise, so people are trying to take it as one and different entities. But if we, through the Satyanaya, if we know there is no doer here for sure, so that kind of things would never happen. So what do you think? So we can't put whether the white dress has become a real thing for me, or whether the place where I wanted to go has become a thing to me. Likewise, we can't segregate those things. We can't separate those things, those entities, and see whether it has become a real thing for me. But overall, if at any point am I there? So if I'm there at that particular moment, so that is my ignorance. So we discussed in previous sessions as well, because if I feel, am I speaking with Harshi at this moment? Harshi is a real person. So that is my ignorance. So it should never happen. So it should happen. It is happening. This discussion is flowing. This discussion is happening. But I should not be here, isn't it? So if I am here, so I am having defilements. I'm having defilements because presence of me implies in another way the level of my defilements. So it is some kind of an indicator for me. So if we know this, if we know, at least for the knowledge, there is no one here, nobody is here, there's nothing to be called as me, my mind. So what would be there? So if we are able to apply this understanding to each and every encounter in our life, so that is our skill, that is the kusala. So if we miss some points, that is our akusala. If we are not able to apply that understanding to even for a one thought, that is our ignorance. So that is our level of defilement. So that gives some kind of a measurement for us to look inwards and see the position of ourselves. What do you think, Harshi? Tirvan Saranai?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. I think this is probably a kind of a very specific answer for this specific person. But it is correct. It is true, because what has been kind of happening is it's just a lot of people haven't been really understanding it in a holistic manner, and they would just apply it for an external entity or external object or whatever, without the full understanding of the wisdom of truth, which is that not just the so-called external world comes into existence in this moment. With respect to it, the so-called self also come into existence in this moment. So if you kind of try to, it's not like one or the other, or it's a system that happens like right now in this moment, it's a maturing of a vibration or evolving of a vibration, even though it feels like there's this observer here and the observed on the other side. It's the product of just if I say one process, it would be wrong, but like, it's just one whole process. So
Yeah.
the way a lot of practitioners that have been listening to this Dhamma for a while has been kind of contemplating on this Dhamma when they kind of apply it in the moment, just on the external world, without even intellectually, without even understanding that the so-called self is also the kind of extension of this establishment of a so-called external entity or an object.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Absolutely.
yeah. So that had kind of given result in a person, in a self, to whom the so-called external world doesn't exist, yet the self perception is left. They continue to see the truth in the moment. Okay, so-called external world is not real. Sound is a sound, or whatever the contemplation that they do. They're at the end, they're left with the self. So it is, this practical approach, the 7-day practical approach, the 4 karmasthanas, or 4 unique meditation instructions, they should be understood in their entirety. That is why understanding the Satya Jnana wisdom, truth in full, is of utmost importance before doing anything. That's why we say 4 foundations of mindfulness, or Satara Satipatthana. For a person who hasn't listened to wisdom of truth, there's no 4 foundations of mindfulness even, because they just do not exist. If you do not know that there's the so-called self and the so-called external world is an illusion that comes into existence moment to moment, what would they practice in 4 foundations of mindfulness? They would just practice something that already assumes this world exists. So but on the other hand, if someone just listens to this without having any understanding of this context, that we are trying to correct somebody's practice, that this person has been doing it in a wrong manner, that person could understand this as and adopt this as a wrong practice, because they are adopting it out of context. So absolutely right. What you said was true, because we have to. That is wisdom of truth. You have to fully understand, even intellectually fully understand, have the idea, because there's so many pieces to it, and how the sense faculties are formed, how that mind comes into existence in this moment to moment. There's no such thing called mind, or how the self is. There are many. It's not so simple. When you understand and realize it, yes, it's very simple. How it's so obvious. How could you not see this? But without the help of the noble friend, you would not have been able to see it ever. That's crystal clear, because we had the Pali canon all this time, and nobody was able to make sense of it, because it was just a recipe for them. Nobody made the cake using the recipe to have that practical approach. Now, with all that, now we have the full picture. Now one person can explain to us with their experience by realizing it within himself that these are the areas of it. Yes, we say that this is an illusion, reality is an illusion. But why do we say so? Because of this. This is how mind is created, how senses are created, how what we believe is right in front of what we believe as existing right in front of us. They are not existing. But you can't miss something and try to make sense of it and have a wrong picture and go in a wrong direction. So yes, that's actually
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. As you correctly said, so we can't put this Dhamma to each and every entity, what we see, what we hear, what we listen. So first you have to make them very clear that there's no one here. So no person here to perceive, no person here to, at least for the knowledge, you have to know that should be clear within you. So then it will come into surface every time, even though I talk, even though I make a mistake. So we'll say when I was driving, so if I took a wrong turn in a wrong place, so I feel some kind of a guilty feeling. But am was I the am I the person who did it? No, it happened. So what? That's it. So that doesn't mean that without the self I can do everything in this everything. So it won't happen. But if something happens mistakenly, that is also can be well accepted. So as Aranwasi says, in the noble path, there is no right or wrong thing. It's just a happening. It's just an incident, isn't it? So I think Lalana and Surangika also here with us. You can add something to that? Therwan Saranai?
Terasan, Dr. Ravi, Terasan, everyone. Doctor, there's a new experience.
Mm-hmm.
I want to tell something. There's a new thing, but I haven't discussed that experience with the Iron Master, but I can live with that experience with the sermons. Doctor, once we understand there is no soul, and when you have a experience in Avadya, that means Adhigata Samadhi, there is a certain place it comes at once, Doctor. That means the field is there, but there is no person at all. When I get that experience at once, there is an excitement. What has happened? That means existent field also not there. So at once cannot understand what has happened. What is this? There is no person at all. There is no one at all. But during that type of experience, first time I got excited. What has happened? What has happened? I can understand. It's like this. That excitement is coming. So when I get that experience second time, I realize there is no through wisdom. There is no place for perception, mind perception. So because of that, the mind doesn't like to stay like this. Always the mind perception try to get attached to somewhere. In that point, Doctor, it is entirely different. There is no person at all. There is no existent field even, but very difficult to explain that even. During that time, there is no person at all. But it comes automatically and existing only for a short while. So for five times I got that experience, but finally I understood, Doctor, there is no place for Vijnana Maya. Completely free from that. Completely free from that. And through the wisdom, the realization comes, this is the place, not get attached to anything and free of Vijnana Maya, Doctor. It is a fantastic experience, but Doctor, it's very, very difficult to understand. It comes time to time, Doctor. It is a place, the first time when I got that experience, I tried to have a discussion with Aranvas, but unfortunately I couldn't do it. But when I hear the sermons, Aranvas is explaining that point, sometimes you may get excited because you can understand what it is, because we haven't experienced it before, Doctor. So that is the place, is there is no attachment for Vijnana Maya. No attachment at all. Free from Vijnana Maya, Doctor.
So yes, thank you, Jalana, for sharing just those experiences with us. Yes, but I'm thinking I'm not a suitable person to comment on that thing. We'll ask Haran Hansi when Haran Hansi is here. Anyway, that's it. Thank you very much, Jalana, for sharing that experience with us.
But
So,
Doctor, that comes only for a short while, though. It comes time to time. But there is no, the excitement what I had earlier is diminishing also.
right.
When I experience it over and over again, Doctor, the excitement, first time, can't understand what it is like that. Get caught, can't understand what happened to me. Like that, I felt, Doctor. Honestly, I'm saying. But when I experience this type of thing over and over again, that excitement also diminishing, Doctor.
Right.
I'm sorry, I can't tell exactly what I feel, but I tried to explain it. There is a place like that, but I have heard that experience Aranvasa has discussed, I think, before 2 years, like that. No, before Andolanaatmaka sermons, Doctor.
Right. Anyway, do you have anything? Do you have some similar kind of experience also? I don't have.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank
you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi. So, well, I cannot comment on that with 100%, assurance, because I myself haven't had that. So, it sounds like, well, it's self-evident to her, usually based on how others have discussed about their non-self experience or non-vibrational kind of experience. It's self-evident to them that there's no self here and that there never was. I have an experience, but I think it's kind of the not the fruition. So, and if because I'm not sure if it's self-evident to her, or if that angle was not there, it could be non-perception, neither what is it? Asanya. Perception, neither non-perception. Because the difference between non-self and perception, neither non-perception,
is the self-identifying view. It's like there's like a very slight difference. So I think it's better for Lalana to have that discussion with Aryan Mahanse.
Yeah.
Or if Aryan Mahanse, I think I checked earlier, Aryan Mahanse is no longer, he might join back again. Yeah, so that is, the non-vibration is the one that we can't say that we thrive for, but that is like where everything becomes self-evident to the practitioner. So, and all these practices, the practical approach, wisdom of truth, all that is to facilitate that, to create so creating the path so that experience is facilitated. That's I think all that I can say about it. And we have Surangika and Justin also. If you have any questions, we can discuss about a certain topic that you all might have. Theruvan Saranai, Surangika, and Theruvan Saranai, Justin.
She and Theruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends and pay homage to our answer. I think that was quite a profound experience that Lalana just recounted. So thank you, Lalana, for that and for sharing that experience with us. As Dr. Ravi and Harshi both said, I don't think any, or at least certainly I'll speak for myself, I'm not in a position to kind of comment on that. And that certainly seems to be a special experience that Lalana will have to speak to Aryan Mahanse on it. But I mean, if you think back, there are times that Aryan Mahanse does give us glimpses of that kind of Adhigata Samadhi type experiences. And those are, I suppose, certain points at which we can, when one does get that experience, one can then relate to, as Lalana has done, because I can't recall hearing something like that, but maybe that's because we haven't had that kind of an experience ourselves. But in terms of the limited experience one has, Aryan Mahanse always says you need to know that ultimate experience, or at least know the hallmarks of that ultimate experience in some way, even in the form of it being just mentioned by when one does encounter it. There is no person, but when the system does encounter it, then one knows that is the non-vibrational state. So in that sense, there is always that guidance and the holding of the hand by the noble spiritual friend in allowing us to see through the illusion of all the things that are happening around us, and to take us through that path to that point of inner tranquility, shall we say, or non-vibration. I just wanted to I think yesterday's Andolnatmaka Desana, I think Aryan Mahanse was talking about the fact that people often forget the I-ness, and I think that was what you, Dr. Ravi and Harshi, were mentioning, that ultimate state of people forgetting that it's not just the outside world, but it's the state of mind itself. And where does this whole thing culminate? It culminates in this so-called self-perception that has kind of come out of nothing, but has become this mammoth self that we have given so much value, so much importance to. So somebody earlier in the morning asked in the Zoom about the Paticcasamuppada and what the Anuloma Pratiloma kind of reflection is about that whole thing. But the beauty of this true Dhamma, the way Aryan Mahanse explains, is that you don't have to get caught up in the Pali canon. You don't have to get caught up in the Tripitaka. If you can understand it, well and good. But he has just taken the complexity out of the whole Dhamma and brought it in easy reach to our mothers and fathers in the rural areas, as well as the so-called intellectuals in Western society, and then even people like us who are constantly, living in our own minds, or giving too much of importance to the mind, that we want everything to be analyzed. And we want lots of information before we believe something to be true. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma. And you don't really need to know Paticcasamuppada if you know basically how the mind works. And that's what Aryan Manse has, from I think 5 years ago, been saying to us in very, very clean and simple terms. He has articulated basically how the thought arises, how the light and the sound and the senses form, and culminating in the eye. But a common problem, I suppose, is, as you mentioned, the fact that we focus on the fact that there is no outside world, or the world that we perceive is something that is only in our mind. And then somewhere down the line, when we really go into the depths of that, and then we also kind of somewhere in the point where we think that, okay, there's nothing in the mind as well, the second stage, there is a notion, or there is a feeling that comes, that inner tranquility, where it's a really peaceful state. It's a really tranquil state. And then you're almost in a, I won't say euphoria, but it's such a state of inner peace and calm that if one doesn't keep that point that Aryan Manse has propounded right from the beginning, that this is a non-soul Dhamma in mind, one can kind of almost stop there, or linger or meander in that state of peace and calmness, because that is also a nice blissful state. But if you don't keep, I mean, in the Western world, you use the word or the term eye on the prize. Now, there is no eye on the prize, but here, the principle that we are getting to is that there was never a soul here. There was never an I. There was never a self. This whole thing is because of ignorance, because we start with ignorance, and this ignorance is the thing that is being gradually eroded through the listening of the true Dhamma, through the practicing and the reflecting on that true Dhamma. The eroding is the eroding of self. So one needs to keep the focus on that, and right through our practicing of the Dhamma, right through reflecting as we listen to Dhamma talks, and as we go about our usual day-to-day duties or obligations and our day-to-day activities, one has to always see, how does this relate to the defilements? Are the defilements actually getting diminished? Are they still popping up here and there? Are they getting accentuated? What is happening? Because ultimately, listening to the Dhamma and the ultimate result is not something we can control, but we can listen. There is that reflection. There is the practical aspect that can be done. And by doing those innately, because this is a system and only a system, there arises almost involuntarily while ago, but at the same time, running parallel, is that diminishing of the defilements. And the diminishing of the defilements, to do that, one needs to know that this is a system, that there was never an I here, and understanding and being able to kind of be awake or aware, be aware of that wisdom, to be able to recognize that self of I that pops up when something happens, when somebody says or points out a fault in you. If that pops up, and if you're getting a burning sensation, or you're getting your heart rate up or something like that, then you have to understand that is the point where it needs to be clear that the defilements are still there. The I-ness has been still given importance and value, and the recognition there is the only thing that one can do. The self-awareness that those defilements are still arising is the only thing one can do, so that by doing so, there is the gradual diminishing, and that inner tranquility can then remain and then progress towards non-vibration. So I think the main thing is we have this tendency of concentrating or kind of feeling as if we are in a comfortable position, that I'm feeling this inner calmness, tranquility, and so on. But the final destination, although there cannot be a destination as such, is the dissolution of the self and the I-ness, and that needs to be, I suppose, quite prominent in terms of how we discuss this whole Dhamma, was what I wanted to say. So thank you, Dr. Ravi and Hanshi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Surangika, for the wonderful explanation. So I am getting kind of a question through that. So would you be able? So this is. So I'm turning this discussion to a different direction. So because this question might be palatable for the Western people as well. I'm asking. So this is the same question that once Mrs. Kema asked us. So what is the difference between the nihilism and the non-soul Dhamma? So we are here. We are trying to say there is no soul here. So actually, Lord Buddha said, so how you compare and contrast these two things? Would you be able to give some brief overview on that, Terwan Surangika? Or Harshi, would you be able to?
I think, Dr. Ravi, the question was, in annihilationism and eternalism.
Eternalism, yeah.
Eternalism, and that how this Dhamma is kind of transcending the two, because it's been famously said that Buddha talked about Dhamma that follows middle path. So what we discussed about that day was, that in the surface level, the meaning of the two words is there's someone that continues to live for eternity. That is one way of viewing this world, or how, questioning this world or exploring this world, whatever it is. And the other view is, after this death, is there no one? There's no one. That's it. This is the only life we got. So that's two ways of thinking about it. And Buddha defies both of them, because both of them assumes that there's a self. And what Buddha says is, it transcends these two in one angle, is in one way to say it is no neither, because the so-called self comes into existence in the moment as a result of a maturing vibration, as a result of a system. This is a system that comes into existence when the necessary causes and conditions are met. That's why it's a cause and effect Dhamma. It's not something that is existing. And if we dig deeper into it, it goes back to Majjhima Sutra, and where, even it talks about how the vibration comes into existence, where when there are two different ends, two different ends, two different polarities, then it gives rise to the vibration. And this vibration, as it the speed of the vibration, as it continues to vibrate, there's a underlying power, obviously, that gave rise to the vibration, and as it vibrates, this underlying power accumulates, and as it continues to vibrate, it appears as there's something, and there's something out there, and the movement and all that gives that lively feeling, the existent perception, ita sanya, and that very same existent feel is the one that becomes the self perception as well, or the self, because it's the same process, but it feels like there's a duality. It feels like there's something existing and I am observing this, but it's the same thing maturing. It's like flower blossoming from a branch. You can't say the flower is different to the branch or something. Maybe a poor attempt at trying to kind of make sense of it, because this is something that cannot be grasped by the mind, even though we intellectually understand this wisdom of truth. But when you come to the realization, what you realize is this has to come from some sort of a transcendental wisdom, because one cannot make sense of it. One cannot understand this by just analyzing, because even we try to get to that penetrative insight, and we try to make sense of Dhamma, the Vidarshana, but the realization is the one that breaches the gap, because that cannot be grasped with the mind.
Yeah.
So the annihilationism and eternalism, in a shallow level, yes, there's someone that continues forever, versus after this death, that's it. This is the only life you've got. But when we kind of dig deeper into it, not in the surface level, but it goes back to that, how the vibration is created, how it evolves into creating this duality and a seemingly existing world, and a seemingly existing self who observes it. And in between, this whole Dhamma is there. In between, the whole wisdom of truth lies. Dependent origination, Four Noble Truths, everything, 7 factors of enlightenment, everything. So I think that's kind of, yeah. Do you have, I guess that's how I can answer that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this wonderful explanation. So, yes, as you said, dancehall Dhamma means we can't say that there is a person or there is no such a person here. So, so we can't go to both ends. But if some conditions are met, when some conditions are met, there will be something. So, if we take as a thing, so it will become existing. So this is the Dhamma that Lord Buddha announced to the entire world. So we can't go into two ends, isn't it? So we can't explain this Dhamma in that way. So as such, you took the example from Majja Sutra. So whenever there are two ends get created, so there will be different polarities. At the midpoint, there will be the energy. So that is the place where the neutralization occurs. So that is the energy. So if this energy can, that particular energy can give rise to more vibrations to happen. So that so if the vibrations continue to happen like that, it will give some kind of a signal that get existent signal. It is there. It is there. The presence. So it has not been created by you, not by anybody else either. So that is the entire Dhamma. That is Dhamma. Dhamma means the system. That is the whole process. So that is what is happening absolutely in the real world. So, but unfortunately, as human beings, we can't see it because it is not visible, or it is not audible, or it is not felt. So unless you understand the mechanism, so you won't be able to see the truth, because this Dhamma is not, it cannot be grasped by your six senses. So, but with the understanding only, you will be able to comprehend what is going on, what is the absolute, what the absolute truth is. So then, of course, this understanding would lead you to would lead to diminishment of that particular energy itself. So that makes you to feel that there is no one here. So it is like a circular thing. So from the understanding, it gives a negative feedback to the self-existence. So then the self-existence will dissolve. So when the self-existence dissolves, when you understand more, then again it gives a negative feedback. So likewise, it goes like a circular motion, in a circular motion. So what ultimately what is happening is, you will feel there's nobody here, no soul here. So that is the entire Dhamma that Lord Buddha wanted to express to this world. So I think, yeah, a lot of people are here with us today, so they can ask questions. Also, I can see Mr. Justin is also with us. Do you have something to add, Mr. Justin? Terwan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. David. Teruvan Saranai. Yes, there are two very popular philosophies or concepts or views. We once discussed this annihilism and the eternalism. So the ordinary people, they try to solve their life or their existence by applying these two philosophies. But the thing is, these two falls into one category, that is the illusion, ignorance of their because of their ignorance, they create these two extremes. But to solve this, in order to solve this, now one category, one people, one side, they speak, there is no soul. This is the only life. This is the existent. After our clinical death, there is nobody. That is the full stop. The other people, the other scholars or the other school people, they think eternity. This is cycle of birth is the rebirth or reincarnation is keep on going it. So in order to solve, so what Lord Buddha introduced is the formula, that is the 5 aggregates or the skandhas. So the problem here, the most of the people can't understand. In order to solve this problem, so we start with the forms, then feelings, the perceptions, the volitional formations, and consciousness. So we find the same formula in other sciences also. For example, in sociology and psychology also we find they speak image, then sensation, perception, and consciousness. They think something is existing outside, the world is there outside, and by taking one particular object, I see something and I sense it, so then I perceive it as a house. Okay, then consciousness with the mind established what it is, a house. So the thing is, in Buddhism, we start from the speaking from illusion. It's the illusion, first illusion. You did not experience something. It is an illusion. There was we call it patigha sampassa. So when the eye get contacted with some other thing, because of the vibrational speed, something is get created. Therefore, we sense, we feel, we perceive, and with the volitional formation, ultimately we create. Not we, the system, the mechanism, the process. The ultimate product is a house, is outside. With the previous memory, as we called, there is no previous memory, but just to explain this, we take as an example. So with these things, the illusion started. So when we speak about skandhas or the 5 aggregates, we have to add an adjective, I think, because it is not form, it is illusionary feeling, illusionary form, illusionary perception, illusionary consciousness, like that. When the other people, I mean the non-Buddhist, when they explain forms, that is established thing is there. This is illusory forms. So therefore, when you come to understand this, what started? Spark. Then there, what emerged? A form, some kind of image that is not existed. Get created means not somebody or someone or outside produced it. Get created because of this fast vibration, manifestation of unimaginary vibration. So therefore, illusion, we start from the illusion, and that is why we apply this 5 aggregates. Then we speak about emptiness or nothingness. So started from nothingness, and end must be also nothingness. Started with no self, so it must end with no self. Isn't that so, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah, as you can see. Terwan Saranai. Yeah.
Terwan Saranai.
Terwan Saranai. Yeah. Thank you very much for the explanation. So as you clearly said, even we take philosophy or psychology or whatsoever kind of scienceology or whatsoever. So it begins with, as you clearly said, a self existing thing. So what we see is there is already notion behind everything. So we are living being. So what Buddha wanted to emphasize to this world is that that existing thing, the way how this existing thing become into a kind of existing thing. So that means, so as you clearly said, it start. So that is, yeah, that is the philosophy, or that is the theory. It is kind of a theory. That Paticamuppada is kind of a theory that is revealed by Lord Buddha to comprehend to how this existence happened. So everything, every sciences have been built after that. I mean, after, so they think, even the philosophy, even the psychology, they think, they build their sciences upon the self. But Lord Buddha addressed the earlier part. So how this self came into such kind of an existent thing. So to explain that thing, Lord Buddha announced the 5 aggregates. So if you are able to look from that way, you will be able to understand the so-called self is not a really existing thing. So every sciences, as Saranvasa says, even you call physiology, chemistry, psychology, or whatsoever, so everything will be defined logic, defined theories on the illusion, as you clearly said. So before that, Lord Buddha wanted to tell the world that how this illusion gets created. So to to explain that, he used a tool, he used a theory, that is the Paticcasamuppada, how the mind gets created. So that is, I think, in the first discourse of Lord Buddha, Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra also contains that thing, how the mind gets created. So we, as the people who are coming from the mundane world, we tend to think this mind is mine. So I am the one who is thinking at the moment. So I am the one who is living. So how these concepts come through the mind. So as long as you believe the mind is you, that means you are entrapped in that illusion. So because according to the Lord Buddha, according to the Paticamuppada, the mind is itself an illusion. It's a product of this Kanda Vigraha, the 5 aggregates. So Lord Buddha introduced that theory into the world, that concept into the world. So come and have a look. Come and have a look how your mind get created. So if you understand, once you understand your mind is not a permanent thing, so then how you assign a self to that mind? No way. So if mind is not you, then who are you? Then Buddha asks, so are you really existing as you thought earlier? No, because mind is not you. So that is why. So if you look at from that angle only, you will be able to see there is nobody here. Only the mind, the creation of the mind. So if you are able to understand the creation of the mind, but even then you will understand that mind is not permanent, the impermanence of the mind, then of course then you realize, so why should I assign a self to that mind? So self is not become real. for him or her who understand this concept. So then he will understand there's no soul here. So with that notion, so if you know you from that theory, from that concept, one will get to know there is no self here for sure. So then whatever he engaged with this in this mundane world, so he tends to work without a self from that point onwards, because he definitely knows that there is no self here, only the creation of the mind. So he knows how the mind gets created. So it is not true, as Madhya Sutta said, if there are two ends with different polarities, the creation of a kind of energy in between those two ends is inevitable. So that gives rise to some kind of a thought. So it gives rise to some kind of a feel. So that feel, we mistakenly take it as real. So this is not true. This is not true. That for that feel we call a kind of consciousness. So we believe there is people in the Western world also think that there is a permanent thing called consciousness, or like universal consciousness. But it is not true. It is also a concept. It is the consciousness. No, there is no such a thing called consciousness either. So what we are trying here to understand that illusion, as Bernard said, we have to understand the illusion. Then everything will collapse. The worldly perception we deal in our day-to-day life, with the understanding, we get to know that they are not real. So as well as the self is not real. So yes, Harshi, do you have anything else? So anyone can ask questions if you have. So we can continue our discussion. Tervan Sarna Harshi or Surangika, can you add something?
Yeah, Theron and
Yes,
Dr. Ravia
Dr. Ravi,
Sarangika.
Sorry, Hachi, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Surangika. Sorry. No, I was trying to talk to you actually, yes.
Okay, so yeah, I think as Justin mentioned and you, Dr. Ravi, I think the greatest deception is the fact that even these scientists and sociology and psychology and all these things, they base this whole thing on the existence of a so-called external world, isn't it? So when that happens, everything is doomed from that point onwards, because they have taken something that is not real to be true, and they run with that. Whatever they do, they run with that. So if we didn't come across the true Dhamma, all of us would have been in the same faith. So that's why it is so important. And the message of the Buddha is so profound, that the message that he has given to humanity and to mankind, who are the only kind of species who has the so-called mind consciousness to be able to fathom a reality of non-existence. I mean, that's the whole beauty of it, because if not for that true Dhamma, and there won't be any escape. Everybody will be doomed to continuing this so-called samsaric cycle. And as to those different streams of thought, irrespective of what end or what extreme they take, it is still based on existence. If one says it doesn't exist, that means there is that other contrasting extreme as well. So I think when you think about the Paticcasamuppada, the concept, and where the senses work, and people, even in the Buddhist teachings that we have heard from our childhood days, the traditional Buddhist teachings, they also take this whole outside world to be real because of not understanding that whole concept of duality. It was Aranwanse who actually said that the vibration itself is happening in the senses. There is no world outside without the senses. So that is so profound, because otherwise the Buddhist teachings in the traditional sense of the word have always thought that no, there is a world and then there is this mind and then you have to control the mind. But how does the mind itself form? That itself is the thing that has been broken down in this true Dhamma, and then we go into the ins and outs of it. Then we know that the so-called light is a perception of the mind. The so-called sound is a perception of the mind. All these aspects are just arising out of a vibration occurring in the sense faculties and then being interpreted by the mind. So starting from the light, the sound, the color, taste, touch and smell and so on, then to the next level, the chair, mother, father, temple, orange, whatever, that level, all these perceptions that the mind on its own, like
So Rangika, it seems like you're having a
keeps on
signal issue.
interpreting and keeps on interpreting,
Okay.
and then kind of keeps this current going. The power needs. Oh, sorry. Okay, in that case, I'll just. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead now. It was the previous couple of lines you said. If you can repeat it, yeah.
Yeah, what I was trying to say was that all these are fabrications and interpretations of the mind, starting from the light, the color, the sound, and so on. That very, very first perception in the basic sensors, starting from the light, the color, the sound, and touch and smell, and so on to the next layer, the mother, father, the combination of those senses to give us the notion of mother, father, world, car and my home and all that, etc., to the point of feeling that there is a sense of aliveness, liveliness, a self-existent feel, to the point that finally that there is an I here. All these things are just the fabrication of the mind. So it's the mind from the beginning to the end. If there was no vibration, there is no thought, and this whole sense of existence and the sense of I-ness that finally then comes about. But the duality is the greatest deception, I think, because when you talk about Rupanaya and Nama and Rupa, form is always put to the outside in the traditional Buddhist teaching, whereas we know through the true Dhamma that the form, the Rupanaya, is actually the vibration, the manifestation of the vibration occurring in the senses, gives us the notion that there is light, gives us the notion that there is sound. But the little baby in the cot didn't know that the sound was a sound. So that recognition, and then giving the weightage to that recognition and giving the value to that recognition, where does this happen? It's all happening in the mind. The mind consciousness interprets it. The mind consciousness then innately gives a value to it, and then attributes and projects it to the outside. The reflection, which is something that's getting fabricated in the mind, is then projected outside, and then we think that there's an external world, that there are tangible things, objects, persons, and so on. And then through that comes the contrasting thing that there is an I here experiencing it as well. So that duality, by understanding the true Dhamma, the whole duality, the projecting to the outside and the interpretation that is happening inside, and actually that's not the case. Even that so-called projection is something that the mind itself is fabricating, then gets understood because the vibration doesn't happen anywhere else. If you're blind, you can't see. The sense, the light perception doesn't even happen if a person is blind. If you're deaf, that sound perception even doesn't emanate or arise. So understanding that comes only through the true Dhamma. And when you understand that, you know that the form is not something that occurs outside. The form is only something that occurs in the mind. And again, it's only through the speed. If the speed was not there, there won't be any power to that vibration, and it won't give those sensory perceptions by themselves to then combine and form color, share, mother, father, and all these things that we give value to. So the understanding, the realization of the true Dhamma, where one comes to a point where the duality, the sense of duality then gets lost, because the ignorance is seen as an ignorance. And then once you see through the fallacy, to see through that illusion, you no longer get deceived. And by understanding and kind of piercing that veil of ignorance, that duality, there was no duality. Duality was something that we thought in our ignorance. When one knows that there is no longer duality, one understands that it is only the mind, and there is no static thing called the mind to begin with. Just like as stream is just water. If you put your finger into a stream, all you touch is water. There is no thing called a stream. There is no thing called a river. There is no thing called a rain. In the same way, there is no thing called the mind. The mind is just a fleeting images of thoughts happening faster than the speed of light. But then you drill down into the thought, there's nothing in the thought. Those are also perceptions. So when you keep on doing that, you understand that there was never anything in the mind as well. But I remember, I think there was a French philosopher called Descartes who said, I think, therefore I am. So that itself, as you can see, is just because they think, therefore, that the fact that they think that there is a thought and I have control over it, that almost gives them the notion that there is a person who is controlling the thought. And we all know through these Zoom discussions that no one has any control of the thoughts. So it is, I think, a fascinating Dhamma, and I think we are indeed truly fortunate to be able to be amongst a handful of people who are being guided by Aryan Vahansa to be able to, I think, pierce through that veil of ignorance, understand that there is no duality, there is no so-called mind that is so powerful, that so-called self-existent field that the mind consciousness tricks us to believe is non-existent by itself. And I think, as Justin quite rightly said, there was never anything here in the first place. And seeing that through the true Dhamma, we have gone through a journey in this samsaric cycle, falsely believing that there was something. The consciousness, through a system of its own, has done it through ignorance. But through the mind, as I think Harshi mentioned some time ago, you use the illusion of the mind or the mind itself to go through to a particular point where one can reflect, and then the inner wisdom awakens, and then that is where the system almost kind of self-dissolves to the point where there is the gradual realization of tranquility and, as I think Justin said, finally reaching that ultimate state of non-vibration. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I get a certain kind of a question. So Buddha says there is no soul, so mind is not you. So if so, what is the purpose of living? So if I think the Western people might ask, oh, is that the reason why you go to the jungle forest and do the meditation? So is that the why you give up everything and go and wear the robe and live in temples? So is that the same thing done by Lord Buddha also? So what is the purpose of raising children or innovating new things? So what is the purpose if there is no one? So if people ask like that, what would be the answer for that? Teruvan Saranai, Surangika or Harshi?
Surangika, you want to answer? Or? තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරණ වහන්ස.
So many guys today here, no?
Yes, ආරණ වහන්ස.
Yes, Haranasa.
I don't know they understand English or no. Because why they are not talking? Why they are not talking? Yeah, so normally there's Dr. Ravi and the Surangika and the Harshe and the Kavindi. So talking no. But I like newcomers. Come and talk with us. It's very important. So I asking everybody one small question. I know that's Dr. Ravi asked that question. But you know that's many guys are explain many things. That's a knowledge. It's a knowledge. You know something, you can say. It's a knowledge. But what is the feel? How is we won't given the message, no? We won't given message. We are using the words. We are using the language. But it's not only enough. The message is very strong. So, Suranka example now. Many things. so explain, no? But feel is the so I would say we were given message. It's not a words, it's not a knowledge, it's a feel. You won't feel it. Someone is telling something. You are using words, but not enough at words. What do you think about Kavita? What's the difference? RN was telling something. So RN is telling something that's there is feel, no? Someone hearing that. He can feel it because I given my feel. It's not words. What do you think about Kavita? Are you asleep?
ආරණ වහන්ස කාවින්ද hasn't joined.
It's not joined. Yeah. This time. Okay, Harsh, what do you think about?
Yeah, ආරණ වහන්ස, we feel when you talk about it because there's non-vibration, whereas when we talk, it's
Not only
yeah.
that. Not only that. I'm transferring the field. What's that field? So, for example, no more words. We don't want more words. Why? You see this. This light is real or no? Your eye creation given you to these pictures, this light creations. Is real or no?
No, ආරණ වහන්ස.
What is this? So, what's your world? We are talking this world is not real. It's only the words. How is feel? Your eye creation. The light also not real because your eye creation, wherever various of living being have various type of eye. Snake, white and black. The buffalo, red only. Okay. So beings, 8 type of looking the style insects, other type. So various of type, that also radar using no, it's other type of sensor. So they have different world, no? So we are talking about the eye creation, but other sensors also like that, no? Sound also, other sensors also. So otherwise, you can't hear. Sound is not here. The meaning is, so what you say, but all of them are thinking outside. There is sound, but your eye creation is hearing sound, but it's not real. What I want to say, your eye creation, manufacturing these lights, yeah, it's okay. Picture is coming. You now you are looking something. This picture is coming. Your side is creating, but it's not real. Otherwise, the waves is not light. Waves is vibrations. How is telling this? Waves, vibers, waves. It's not light or sound or anything. But you have this type of sensor, you can. Is this picture, is a film, is going. This sensors are creation, this film is like this going. This type of film is going. But what is real? Your film. Otherwise, imagine the power. You know, light also power, no? Sound also power, no? It's a waves, no? Otherwise, you see the power generating another power, no? What is that? Spark. Different end somewhere, there's the spark. That's the Madhya Sutra's meaning. There's the world. But not spark somewhere. No world anywhere. This is theory. We are talking about Chitta Niyama. How is creating this vinya, this consciousness? How is coming? Existent field. You know, it's a like electric power, like a magnetic power. We are talking about mind power. It's only the power, no? Thoughts also power, no? That creation is how is coming this power, how is coming your alive field. It's a power. Your body is a power generator like that, no? Physically body, this sensor creation is manufacturing or systematically power. It's thought, like a robot. So no matter what is your thinking, because interesting, what is important is the power. You want power. So normally, naturally, thoughts are created because you physically this body want power. Sensors are automatically working. Power. What is your thought? Is no matter. Doesn't matter. What is your thought? Is sometimes you are no. Is attached or you are not attached? Is okay because the power is coming. No, that's the important. Power is coming. What is these thoughts? What is this silly mind? Are you thinking it's my son, it's my daughter, or my baby, it's my child, or my husband, or my wife, or my mother, my father, or my house? What is your? Is everything? It's thought. You are thinking. No, I'm alive. I'm here. One day I die. What is this birth and die? It's thoughts. Every time it's spark. It's a spark is here. It's sparking. No, it's a vibrations. Vibers. Waves. No, yeah, no. But not happening this. That's nice. No. You understood this one. No, it's okay. Normally, it's everything is creation is going. No, normally creation is going. You can see the tree. You can see the tree. Example. The tree leaves, no, branches are moving, and the blooming flower, the trees have blooming flowers, and new leaves are coming away. Like a tree is not a living being. We are not talking about living being, but tree is there. So trees also fell down, no, collapse until. But you see your body. Is that still? No. It's same. No. What is this nature? No? You see this? Is what you think is same. No? So tree want some type of power. There is some type of system there. No, and ATP energy. So these leaves are fading, and some type of system is there. So you understood this Dhamma. You have Dhamma. We are talking about. You understood this truth. Is it that one is important? You understood this truth. What happened? Like a tree. Because nobody is here. System is working. It's okay, no problem. You can see, you can hear, you can. Everything is in system, and the senses are also normally creating. The senses are normally creating. No problem anywhere. Mind also, normally thoughts are coming, but no one is here. Because you understood, no? You understand what happened here. Someone understood this truth. That's why tranquility is coming. Tranquility is not a happy. Happy is someone there. Someone have happy. But tranquility, nobody is there. Every shell have this feel, tranquility. It's not thoughts. Happy is coming mind. This tranquility is not mind. Happy have somebody, but tranquility is not like that. That is why we are talking about Buddha's finally effort is not enlightenment. Enlightenment have someone, because so Hindus are talking about enlightenment word. They are using universe. They are in there. But Buddha is not. Buddha is not talking about. Buddha telling other. Nobody, universe or anywhere. Lamp example is fire and lamp. Oil is over and fire is over. Not anywhere. So this explaining, not only explain, not only teaching. This is you won't feel. So I try to give you to my feel. I only the use in these words. This language. But sometimes we don't know language. We can give this message other time, other signals using, not words. We can do that. So you won't give us a message, square, squirrel, or birds, or some other type of living being. You can give a message, no? You are not using the words. You can allow that that type of loving. You can allow everything. So nature also, everywhere, there's loving. What's that loving? It's same now. Your feel is outside nature, everywhere. Is your feel is same. That everything is you. You are not anyone. You are not anyone. You are not anybody. That feel is same. The meaning is you are not here. Everything is you. Not anybody is there. That's the type of final effort. Liberation of mind. So, not only the nature. So, everybody, you can feel. Same thing. Yeah, some various of type of people in here, but no problem. Some are in misconception. Some are very that type of. It's okay, no problem, because it's a nature. So little babies, how nice that feeling. Radiant mind. These babies are very nice. It's feeling happy. So you also transfer. Your inside is transferring that type of little baby. How nice that experience. Otherwise, our moms, every mom is your mom. Every father is your father. Everybody is you. It's fake. Why? You are not here. Finally, someone understood this truth. You are the everybody. You are the everything. Not anyone here. Not anybody here. That type of as a death after feel. Same. You are in here today. You can't feel because you are not dead. But you realize your death is happened. Nobody's here. Everything is here. That's the example. It's a field. You want this type of Dhamma? What is this Dhamma discourses? How is doing this Dhamma discourse like this? Because you are transferring the field. It's your field. How much you have this field? You are the guy, this messenger, given this others. Especially, this is not a knowledge only. Yeah, it's okay, you want knowledge, but this not only the knowledge. How much you have feel? That's how much your success, given this message. How much you have this feel. That's happening. You know this. Because you are not in here. How much you are working, how much you are, but how much you are, how is doing, how is telling this, your life also, of course, so you are everything you are, you have spent because you don't want you want others, not business here. Is the tree like a grasshopper? Grasshopper have feet. So what happened doesn't matter. That's a feet, because nothingness feel like that. That's a Buddha's guys. That's a Buddha's sons. That's a real monks. Real monks don't want living. They don't want them because their journey is over. What do you think about Dr. Ravi?
Yes, sir, and sir. As you said, with the knowledge, we know that there is no doer here. But only thing, in certain instances, we feel like we are here. But that is the amount that we have. That is the amount of defilements we have, and also we can understand that. So we can see ourselves. So it is kind of as you said, it is the noble research that we are doing. It's with ourselves. So identifying our own defilements is the challenge, RNA. But sometimes, if when we see our own defilements, we sometimes regret RNA. So that is the problem. So we tend to think, oh, I have been listening this Dhamma for 2 years now. Still, my I-ness is there. So what is the purpose of listening? So those kind of feelings come. But I think the amount
Oh,
that
it is coming mind, doctor.
it is mine. Yeah, it is mine.
How much mine is less? Does feel is very free mind, mindless feel. It's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
So we have many things. Can you living without doctor?
Yeah, it's very difficult, Arana. So without that identity, living. Yes, Arana. I also wanted to tell it, Arana. So even though we tell, even though I tell people, so no, I'm not having that ego, but it is there. It is safely there in the briefcase.
Yeah,
So it is there.
inside secret is there.
There.
That's the day you are winning day. your clothes is okay. I'm changing the clothes and you are getting saran or something. You are going to village or somewhere and you are bathing somewhere, river or somewhere. That's the day of Dr. Ravi, final day. Before death, I think you will you will think about. Nice feeling, no? Nice feeling.
Yes, very nice.
We asked the doctor, it's mine, no? It's a mine, no? It's a mine.
Yeah, it's mine.
Everybody have this problem. That is at 2 years here in this number, but same place here. Doctor is here.
Yeah.
What to do?
Yes, RNS, what to do? But it has been there from my childhood, I think, RNS, because I wanted to be a doctor. So my brother was a doctor and he's a doctor.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be a doctor. So
That's a
it
dream.
was keep coming. Yeah, it was coming again and again and again. It has become so more powerful, RNS. So
Yeah.
even though I think, but I can't get away from
Ego
that.
is very powerful. Ego is there. That is why.
Yeah.
How is less this ego? No, Buddha's word is maniya makpato atimani kuro. That's word is ego. You won't fail. That's a fading the ego. It's okay, no. That's a defilement of fading. Same, no. So that's why. It's happening, doctor. It's happening future.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening. Don't worry about it. This because it's not you are doing. It's a nature. It's happening because there's Ananda Thero can't do that. Arahata, but it's happening. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
same thing. Yeah, we are not doing. It's happening. We won't know the truth. We won't know that path. So it's okay. We are going that right way. It's okay. You have now right vision. You are going right way. It's everything. You don't worry about the effort. It's coming automatically. It's happening. You are not doing. Nobody is want soul of when you are baby, when you are child. You are not thinking about the I'm coming that huge soul. No. You are not thinking. It's automatically coming.
Yes.
That's a natural phenomenon. No? Natural phenomenon. LFE and the soul grow up and ego is coming. You are not developing the ego. Ego automatically coming. No. That is why Buddha's word or dependent origination. That's sampaticca. As I said, so Buddha's word is sankatam paticca samuppannam kaya dhammam vaya dhammam viraka dhammam. It's a sutra, Pali. What is that? Is everything is coming. That type of it's abhisankara. That's the meaning is. How is telling doctor? This abhisankara is coming ego. How is telling this?
It's
again and again and again, and it's happening. No, that's mind also creating. No, that's thoughts are creating. That more thoughts are coming, and together. That's why. No, ego is coming. More dreams there, no? When you are baby. That's why. Again, and you are thinking, no, more times. That's why your ego is coming. That's otherwise you have dream. You want to be doctor. That's otherwise there is a doctor. There is a soul. Now that's type of coming this today. Everybody like this. Not only this is a system. It's a naturally happening. Nobody is doing. It's automatically happening. So today, this truth someone understood is fading that ego. It's a Shadhamma, Vaidhamma. Meaning is not, it's a little bit. It's a fading. That ego. Turn around. Other side. Anusota and Patisota. You see that? It's okay, no?
Yes, Aranas.
Yeah. Why are you silent? So it's okay. Others, what you think about newcomers are, come and talk with us. Somebody is here. Unmute your mic. Few words. It's okay. Given us.
Yeah, there was Aranas.
Tell us.
Yeah, I have been listening to a very interesting Dhamma portion. That is very interesting because that established the self is there. It is very difficult to shake it, move it. So little by little, the defilements fades. So if you try to put some effort, try to push, it won't happen. It will automatically happens. What we have to do is to listen to this Dhamma and practice. That is what I think.
Practice also we are not doing is happening. No, is important is we know that we know the true Dhamma. We know the is truth here. That's the Satyajnana. We want truth. So others are automatically is happening. So there's a path is okay. You are practicing. The beginning is okay. Beginning is practicing is okay. Newcomers is okay. Newcomers won't practice it. After it's automatically way is going easily. Yeah. So the first time is difficult, but it's okay. It's a go. Let it go like that. It's going right way, right vision. Is there no? Right way is there. Yeah, it's okay. There's this. Suranka, what do you think about? Are you there? It's okay. It's okay, everybody. Other Zoom discussion is now coming. No. Okay, Dr. Ravi.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow we can join again. And yeah, nice explain. Nice Dhamma discussion is going here. This Dhamma discussion very important, everybody. Today is a Poya day, so 24 hours is going this Zoom. The doctor, you are in long time, no? Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. Very nice. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's okay. Thank you, everybody. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai,
everybody. Teruvan Saranai.
Of Vesak, and Ravi was trying to take us there, trying to explain Vesak, and we were trying to explain what Vesak is, and we'll recapitulate today as well, just because it's beautiful to know. Mic mute කරගන්න වෙයි අනිත් කතා කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නම් කතා කරන්න. That's okay. So I think we were discussing yesterday also how this Buddha was born. Well, we can't even tell that in the past tense, can we? We can't, because Buddha is a status of mind, and it's such a important thing, important message we are trying to give to the whole world, that to come and understand, to listen to this Dhamma and understand what really this is. Because status of Buddha, is it something that you can achieve in the mind? It's not. And when we liberate from mind, it's actually and when there is no vibration in this system, you are already in state of Buddha. We people are really, we have so much gratitude for Lord Buddha. We have forgotten, because we usually as children, I remember, we took as Lord Buddha as a person. I mean, I took Lord Buddha as a person when I was a child. So because when we see the statue of Lord Buddha, we thought, oh, this is the image of Lord Buddha. So we felt so happy. I can even remember as a child, I saw a monk walking on the street with some disciples, and I couldn't help crying. I don't know. I just couldn't help crying. It was just seeing a person and a robe, but he was a monk, and he was giving me such a beautiful, like a mind. I was in the mind. So, but that's what we knew. So the Vesak day was full of chanting, full of like lantern, beautiful stuff. We give food to others. We go to temples. The family get together is really nice. I think it's really important to happen even today. But we were never told, we were never taught, or we never heard anything about Buddha, that what that is, and how to even, what Lord Buddha said, how to even understand that. So after all these years, now we hear that it is a state of liberation of mind. It's actually not a state of mind, it's a liberation of mind. So what do we understand about this world? What is your world? Do you understand your world? So how did the world arise? So our world arise as a child when we understand. I mean, we don't remember some of the stuff, do we? We remember when we started actually giving some pictures, or some whatever we see. If we given a name and we remember that, from now onwards we can remember. So it could be Amma or Mum that we remember as the first step, because we hear the word Amma, because mother keep repeating the word of Amma, and with that we remember every other aspects of the kind of the kindness, the smell, the warmth, the feeling of security, feeling of happiness, how the hunger is gone when mother is close to you. So all this is in one emotion, and when mother comes close to you, you feel, my mom, and you feel that everything in one moment. But this world began to widen and widen. So the day by day, when we come to a kind of age where we kind of know like a lot of stuff, every day we take them really, really, like we give them a real value. So as mother came to our world, so mother is the world. Actually, there's no nothing we took as everything we took as really there, whatever the word, the sun, moon, chair, apple. So when we take the example of apple, because everyone kind of will understand, we get the smell, we get the taste, we get the picture. It may be red apple, it may be green apple, or you might be like, you might be thinking about a good apple that you have eaten. So as wise, so mother, like the world of mother rice, the stimulus mother, the stimulus apple is also there. What happened there? Did anything happen there apart from this stimulus? That is the problem. So we got to know the mother, we got to know the apple, we got to know the chair, but the problem is now it's not the problem with the mother, but because mother became a kind of a existing thing, we kind of match them. So I see my mother 15 years ago or 40 years ago. So that mother is same as now mother. So I have seen maybe sun. Okay, we'll take the example of sun. I mean, the moon. So if you think, okay, I have seen moon as a child and I see it now. I see the river, or if you have been living near a river, you might think, I have seen this river as a child and now I see the same river. That's Mahaveli River. Yeah. So we feel like there is a story and there's a existence and there is like a timeline. What happened there? Even in the Sinhala Zoom meeting, I could hear someone was talking about sister, someone was talking about daughter, and how these things became a thing. Sister, how sister arise in someone's mind, how daughter arise in someone's mind. They're all like a product of your sensory organs. If you didn't have any of these sensory organs, the world of yours is kind of empty. Actually, if you don't have any sensory organs, we can't talk about a world or whatever the data we have. So when these things come together, we get a idea what daughter is. And you have a good daughter, you have a bad daughter, can be very, very emotional daughter who did good, who did bad, very beautiful daughter, the smell of the daughter, whatever. You can have a real big story about the same thing. You can have a real big story about your sister. So how did the sister rise? Well, I have a sister too. How did the sister rise? So sister arise when we kind of get this same kind of appearance coming repeatedly to your system. You identify that person, the dress similarly, maybe beautifully, and smiling with you all the time, playing with you all the time. So that system automatically is brought about by that. Actually, there is no difference between you and the sister. Sister is you. So that's how that happened, because there's only one perception. Perception is the sister. So the perception is sister. So how did the perception arise? From all the other perceptions, like all the sensory organs brought about the sister. So my kind sister, my playmate, my soulmate, my my only person who I can talk to, relate to. So we have so many stories into that. But these things are in the mind where all the data are entangled. But what is happening there? Actually, what is happening there is, it's not the problem of the perception. there's no problem with the perception. You can perceive. That's not the sensory. Unless you are devoid of all the sensory organs, you still can perceive. If you don't have any sensory organs, then you can't perceive. But then there's no existence of a different yourself without the stimuli. So what happened there? Actually, what happened there is when the cyst repeatedly occurs, occurring this system actually gets that sister gets kind of gives a feeling of existence. That's because the not knowing how this system is brought about. So if you hear this Dhamm only, you can understand, how did I get sister into this system? Sister started in childhood. Sister got really, that world of sister got really bigger and bigger. Similar to daughter, similar to mother, similar to husband, similar to wife, whatever the system. So whenever you accompany one particular stimuli repeatedly, it becomes a thing. It's a natural thing. It becomes a thing. So immediately at every time when that perception occurs, you arise. The problem is that, not the perception. Problem is when you arise, you get a feeling that me, mine, my soul, that perception starts to occur. So as a small baby, actually the small babies, they don't have this perception. They don't have the thing like I am living. They can't even, if somebody is calling that child by name, that baby will be like wondering what that is, because they just hear stuff. They just see stuff. But then with time, your mother, your sister, your father, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, your grandma, grandpa, everything, the repeated exposure of these stimuli brings about the same vibration. That's the problem. So Lord Buddha actually talked about Buddha's status, where liberation from all these, liberation of from this concept of self. How do I liberate from concept of self? Only by knowing how that arises. If you just because you want to get rid of the concept, it will never happen. But what will happen if you repeatedly try to understand, how did this self concept begin? Because the very small child is kind of similar to like a small fly, where they kind of don't have the developed mind too much. So the sense of self is less, very less. It's not nothing, it's very less. So the awareness is there with avidya, so not knowing. So if you understand how this happened, the perception, the self-perception, the self-vibration, and how this concept slowly got deepen and deepen. So when someone is like 8 years of age, they can't really, if they hear Dhamma, it's so good, but if they don't hear, they will only know that I am here, I am seeing stuff, I'm listening to stuff, I'm eating, I'm tasting, so I'm walking, I'm smelling, I can feel, I cry, I shout, I do a lot of stuff, So they put every action in the system will be given the concept that I did it. This happened to me.
That happened to me. Someone blamed me, someone shouted at me, someone praised me. So these concepts are really deeply engraved actually into the system. It's unless you question them, you can't actually even find them. When someone says, I went to see my sister, but then I was crying with her, then I'm laughing with her, then I'm crying again. She already has listened to Dhamma, so she's questioning, what's happening here? How am I even doing this? So people listening to Dhamma is such fortune because they know that there is no self, and they are trying to actually relate that to ourselves. So every day in practical life, what you can do is relate to these things. You have to keep relating to your normal day-to-day life. When you relate to day-to-day life only, you realize, actually, wait a minute, there's no person here. There's no one actually doing this. I just thought about buying ice cream. Now I'm starting the car. I'm in the shop. Now I'm back home. I'm now has taken a cup and I'm eating that. How did that happen? How did this magic keep happening? How do we know do all these things? So it's easiest way out is to think that, yeah, I'm here. I decided to buy the ice cream. I went to shop. I bought what I want. So the decision making makes them to feel like I made the decision. This is very difficult for some because you feel like you have taken a decision. Whether to go to Colombo or whether to go to Jaffna, you take a decision. Then you feel like, no, I took a decision to go to Colombo. But then, do you actually take a decision? That's the problem. So if you actually know how this system works, if you give a command to the computer, how would the computer know where to go? Would the computer know, or if they are given a choice, would they take a choice? So you have two robots, you give a choice to them. Would you go to Colombo? Would you go to Jaffna? And they take a choice. How can they take a they are given a choice and they will take a decision. How will they take a decision? They put all the data into that and take a decision. That's what they know. So what if I go to Colombo, it will be better because I can do these things. Or better I go to Colombo today. But was there someone to take that decision, or all these perceptions come together and took a decision? That's because that particular system knows only to take that decision according to the data they have. That's it. If you keep thinking like this, whenever you think that you are there, then you can criticize yourself. What am I thinking? How can I feel sad? How can I feel sad? How can I feel happy? Or is this system actually tricking us? Actually, system tricks you to believe that. That's the concept. Concept is built. It's actually believed thing that I did the thing. If you take everything, actions are happening. We are not saying that the actions are not happening. Actions are actually happening. But is a self there? No. But then, actually, when you understand this Dhamma, you keep questioning all your things, and then really one day, it happens. What happens? Whatever the Dhamma you heard, actually in a kind of a, it comes to action because there's no self. Whatever you heard, actually then you are not taking things really for granted. You just keep doing things that you know. That's what happened before also. So you don't put much effort into things, but also you don't stop doing things. You just let it go. So when you let it go, the system keep working. System keeps happening. So is there any harm to anything? No, actually not. But when we keep understanding this, at one point, the system will realize, actually will experience a moment where you're walking without you, you're doing stuff without you, you're talking without you, you're actually thinking even without you. So how would that inspire you? Yeah, it will really inspire you, because you know that there's a difference. Because unless you know the difference, you don't know. Because you have to know the difference. Doing stuff without you and doing stuff with you is quite different. So when you know the difference, you don't have the urge to understand Dhamma. It's kind of you. It's you usually, if there's a great urge to do something, there's someone who is wanting, someone who is trying, but then we don't give up the trying initially, because we need to understand this Dhamma. It's okay to have some urge to understand Dhamma, because we keep listening. When we keep listening, we actually get more interested in that, and more you feel lighter, more likely you will feel the difference, and more likely you will really entertain this the non-vibration status. So if someone is listening to this Dhamma as a beginner, I would say don't get scared by the words, but it's a really good thing if you can listen and apply it to your life and see. If you see a chocolate cake and if you really like the chocolate cake, because some people don't like cakes, so if you like the chocolate cake and see how that system gets attracted to that, is it you, or is it just a system working and without the control? But then someone might think, no, I got the urge to eat the cake, but I didn't, I didn't want to show that I have the urge to eat the chocolate cake, so I didn't go to the table. I just sat here. It doesn't matter. I don't want the cake, but still, is the problem gone? No. So what we understand here is, we know that there is a chocolate cake. We know the taste, we know the smell, we know the kind of texture that it gives you. So we know how these sensory organs brings about the chocolate cake. But actually, can you eat a chocolate cake? Have you ever eaten a chocolate cake? What is chocolate cake? So if I say now, strawberry. If I say strawberry now, you immediately will, if someone has seen or heard about a strawberry, you will immediately get the picture in your mind. So what's that? Are you eating that strawberry or the one in outside? The problem is you can't actually, even though we feel like we are eating something, we can taste something. We can touch something. We feel the cold, the touch of that. We feel the either softness or the rawness of the fruit. We see the redness. But have you ever had the ability to eat a strawberry? Not really. Then where is the sister? It's the same. You kind of associate with a perception. So the perception is really important. And when we understand that it's a perception, what happens is the value you give to the strawberry goes down. That's the only thing that happens. There's nothing else. No problem. You just can still eat it. No problem with eating a strawberry. If you don't have anything to eat, just eat the strawberry. Who cares? And if you want to buy a strawberry, a parcel of, like a pack of strawberry, buy it. That's not the problem. But if you understand slowly, the perceptions are just that, how do I say, outputs of the sensory organs we have. Because if you say it's a kind of another animal, that animal will never understand it's a strawberry. But that animal may understand something about it, and will also, if it's a bird, it will sense there's something to eat, and they may not even see the red color. They will go to that tree, they will start eating the strawberry. But we are telling from our mind, we have the perception, bird went there and eating my strawberry tree, the strawberry, the bird is eating my strawberries. But does the bird have those perceptions? So whose perceptions are true? So is any of the perceptions are true? Whose perceptions? Is the bird's perceptions true, or my perceptions are true? Or is or maybe someone like my mother's perceptions or my sister's perceptions? Whose perceptions are true? God might say, people might say God's perceptions are better than us. Is it? Or is it really in the mind? It's in the mind. So none of the perceptions are actually true. But is it a problem? It's not a problem. You just keep perceiving because you have sensory organs. You just can perceive. That's all that's happening. So we keep understanding this system. So perceptions are perceptions. So you keep understanding that. And so when we keep understanding that the value goes down, so the burning goes down. When the burning goes down, you feel lighter. And day by day, the value of that particular strawberry. So you don't now actually cry about your strawberry anymore. You don't really care about the strawberry anymore. You can chuck it if it's unwanted. You can eat it if you want. You can give it to others. You can do whatever if you want to do anything with that. But the real value given by the mind to that is gone. But then comes so stuff like light. Because if you are actually not giving much value to the perceptions, then you might feel stuff like light. You feel like there's sounds. Or there's things that you feel like touch, temperature, pressure, taste, and smell. So what about them? Are they real? So is my perception of light the same as the bird's perception? Or is my perception of light same as to my sister's perception of light? Or my grandmother who has no perception of light sometimes with the cataract and all that? So which perception of light is true? It's actually a mirage again, because perception of light is brought about by the sensory organ. It's just another perception. So you keep understanding this, then value you give to all the perceptions begin to fade away. So you feel this fading. The fading of the value is actually the vibration you had, because what really happened was, whenever there is a vibration, what happened was you kind of resonance into this vibration. There was someone who was asking in Sinhala about this perception. No, not about the perception, about the vibration. And I was thinking about it when that question occurred to that person. The vibration we worry is about the self vibration. We don't worry about any other vibrations. How did this vibration of self occur? How did the vibration actually, is there a vibration of self? What actually happened is, when the stimuli become a thing, there is always resonance into this vibration. That's the problem. That's where the whole long samsara story comes because at one particular time, when there is a perception of light, of touch, anything, this vibration is there because you resonance into that vibration. That vibration is the most important vibration Lord Buddha was talking about, because Buddha's status is non-vibration. So how did that happen? Because the more you understand about this, more you feel wary about this. You don't give a value to that vibration. So the system, because we are used to give a great value to the self-vibration, self-perception, because if someone says something to you, you feel like, oh, I feel so intimidated, I feel so upset. There's no way that someone can tell that to me. No way that I can be humiliated in such a way. No way that I can be felt in such a kind of a low way. Or you might say, oh, that person really praised me. I felt so good about it, you know. So we are addicted to this vibration. In actually speaking, we don't know anything other than this vibration. We coming now from perception to the vibration, because perceptions are different, because there's perception of light, perception of sound, perception of smell, perception of touch or pressure, temperature, or perception of smell. But then when you understand, actually resonance is not happening there. Resonance is happening with the self-vibration, or itta sanya in Sinhala. I don't know whether I'm telling the correct English word, but how did this happen? That's because in every aspect of our life, the avidya, or not knowing what the truth is, ignorance, has been really a great part of this. So Lord Buddha says, if you don't know, you will attribute this vibration to self. You will attribute that perception and then keep improving that perception, like you improved your sister's perception, like you improved your mother's perception, like you improved your apple perception. You will keep improving the self-perception. So you add great value to that. Actually, that's the greatest value you give. You don't give a value to others. If it comes to the one point, against everyone and self, you will choose self, because that is the most closest perception that we have entertained. There's no person apart from that perception. It's not just a perception, but the problem is we don't know that. So we don't know that it's like a current, or like a force that is giving us the perception that there is somebody, and giving us the perception that should be continued. So all this happens in the mind. So we talk about liberation of mind. So when we talk about liberation of mind, it's kind of unknown or bit new to people, because we only know mind. We can only relate about stuff in the mind. My sister shouted at me. My sister is sick. I'm so sad about her. Will she die? What is happening here? It's kind of similar to the apple, but we feel differently. Why we feel differently? So there is someone else dying in the hospital ward, but your sister is also dying. But you feel differently. How did that happen? Because that particular system was built on that data. It was built on that data. So the sister has vibrated. If the other person vibrated once, that sister has vibrated so many times, that perception has occurred so many times, that system always was born, or you were born by that stimuli. So sister has become a great stimuli, so it becomes really valuable to you. And that's why when people, sometimes when people who don't know Dhamma, when someone dies, they feel like they are dead. You can't blame them, because their whole life they knew only that person. So that person, in the sense, actually that perception was a recurrent factor in that system. So when that happens, when that is taken away, you feel like the whole world is collapsing. It's true, because that's the multiple times when something is happening again and again, that becomes important anyway. So you can't really blame that. I can see multiple participants here, a lot actually. You all can add something to this now. Theran Sannai?
Devasanna, doctor.
Theran Sannai.
Dr. Kokila, I can add something what you mentioned, doctor. Finally, the ego that is going to be collapsed, but it is happening, doctor.
Sometimes in English speaking people might misunderstand the word ego, because they say the ego for, like, in Sinhala we say ahankara, or kind of they take ego as a little bit different. But I know in our area we talk about that mamatva, or kind of
self-identity.
Self-identity. Yeah, go on. I just wanted to add, because there can be this English soon. Yeah, we are not talking about that kind of thing, but we are talking in a Dhamma way, where we talk about the self. Yeah.
Yes.
Giving high importance to the self.
Yes. So it is a confidence that you are getting through this Dhamma. You are the one experience your egoistic, your self identity is gradually fading away. But doctor, in this part, doctor, we cannot think anymore. We cannot think this is what our master said. No, when you think this is what is no, it is not comes under wisdom. The wisdom is totally different, but we know. The knowledge is really important. The Satyajnana part also really important. When you understand and when you carefully see this, what is Aranvas is explaining, gradually your self-identity is fading away. That is the evidence you have. That is the evidence you have, but no one can say this is what I feel, because it is for you to understand. But to a certain level, we can say this is what Aranvas is saying, but it's really difficult to give the real message in words. Even, doctor, the self-identity is fading. It is totally different thing what we knew earlier, doctor. Now it is comes under field, doctor. You know this.
Theran Sannai, actually, yes. For the initial beginners, we just start listening to this Dhamma, and then we slowly keep understanding the value we give to the perceptions is actually useless. Then slowly your world, which was extending too far, actually this shrinks. this shrinks, and actually the world becomes kind of immaterial. It's kind of not giving you any vibration. There is a moment where you change this when you really understand one particular stimuli. Then it can be your sister, it can be your brother, it can be your mother, or it can be even a chair, it can be a tray, whatever the stimuli. If you understand fully about this, there will be a moment where you experience the non-existence. So when you experience the non-existence, then you know the difference between existence and non-existence. Then we don't have to keep thinking. We know that it's a path of, you know, that you're kind of sure, or the doubts are gone, because you have that one particular experience of non-vibration. So that is really important. But that's kind of a secondary part, where that's actually the fruit of the Dhamma tree, because we usually need to understand the whole system, how mind works, how self-perception occurs, how self-concept occurs. If you don't understand these, what happens is you still give value to the self-vibration, and then you can you might feel very light as well, because that can happen. But when you understand fully that there is no self, and it's just a vibration that happens through the perceptions of the sensory organs, because the sensory organs are still functioning, you will keep understanding how this system works, and the perceptions are not a problem to that system anymore. And then they feel, they actually start feeling moments of liberation of mind. So when you start feeling it randomly, it's really important that you understand it, because if you understand the mechanism only, that even that is not a great deal, you know, like otherwise everything becomes really important to us. Whatever the you know, the achievements we talk about, they become a thing, because still they kind of don't give they don't go deep into the system and understand. They all are perceptions. So if you understand beyond the mind, that's something really important, because then there's no talk of self, or there's actually, it's really beautiful, because that is actually the start of the path. But to come there, it's not easy, because you can't do this by force. You just have to keep understanding Dhamma and how these systems work. Because liberation of mind is difficult, because the mind is really powerful in some people, and the mind is addicted to keep thinking. So when you keep thinking, even if you keep thinking that this world is empty, you might feel like world is empty. If you keep feeling that the world is like there's no one here, you might feel that. But that won't be there when you don't feel it. If you feel that you are not there, you feel like you are not there. But then if you feel like you are there, then you are there. So that's where the doubts come. So when the doubts are gone, and you know the exact thing that what you're talking about, even momentarily, if you know there is a liberation of mind and there is non-vibration, then there's no big issue about it, because system follows. There's nothing you can do. System just follows. It was keep winding, as a soft toy toy girl, or what is, I can't even remember the English
Doll.
word for the Bonica doll. Yeah. So like a winding of a doll, I have told this before, like winding of a doll kept happening in the whole life of us. At one particular point, unwinding starts. But there's no one who kept doing the winding or the unwinding. We just realized that. That's it. So the winding kept happening because of avidya, ignorance. And when the ignorance is gone, or kind of gone to like a particular level, then that in that particular level, the unwinding happens. It might not happen to the zero, but we know Bahir Swamin Wahanse, the unwinding happened very quickly. Apparently, he's the fastest one who did it. But we don't have to worry about whatever there is. Unwinding can take time or may not take time. Who cares? Because there's no self here anyway. So unwinding starts when you don't have doubts. And that's the important thing. Not to have doubts, you have to experience at least momentarily this liberation of mind, or non-vibration state, where you don't feel the self. You just keep doing stuff. It's kriyasita. What is kriyasita in English?
Functional mind.
Functional mind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the functional mind keep happening. It's not a problem anymore. So that system feels very light, but be careful about thinking about it again and again, because if you keep thinking about what you're experiencing, that's actually the mind. So you can actually spoil this status if you're addicted to thinking. So that's where Aran Hanse keep telling in Buddothpado Dhamma discussions, what we are trying to reiterate is, when you come to one particular level, stop thinking. Yeah, stop thinking. So if you really want to think, maybe sit down and I don't know, why do you want to keep thinking? Because more you get addicted to thinking, you try to think about all the experiences you get. That's what we did even in the winding doll. The doll who is getting winded, that's the pattern we had. We gave a word to every emotion we had. We gave a word to everything we identified. We want to separate. We want to know. We want to give a identity. We want to give an end. We want to know the end. We want to know the beginning. We want a story. We want the timeline. We want everything. Isn't it? We want everything. But then, if you have felt the feel, that's okay. But don't turn it to if you're turning it to if you're thinking about it again, then you are actually corrupting the feel. You are masking the feel again. You are actually encouraging the mind, not the functional mind, the normal mind that we have covering the non-vibration. So the feel is actually nothing you can explain. So we kind of try, if you try to, we don't have to tell that, basically. Because if you're trying to tell that, but we are trying to say a message here to people who have listened to Dhamma for about 3-4 years. We are trying to give a message. Just understand Dhamma, that's it. And see how these sensory organs work and let it go. Letting go has a lot of meanings here. Letting go is really important. Letting go of a simple perception is not easy, because in mind we like to think about all the perceptions we get. So even if we get if we have that attitude, we might overthink and mask the path or close the path actually. So it might close the path, or you might not be able to feel the non-vibration at least momentarily, or for a fraction. This moment is really important where you liberate from mind, and then you can know that things can be different. The difference should be known. Yeah, is there anyone else?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very good explanation, great explanation actually. Before stumbling upon this Dharma, actually, we were carrying the weight of all these thoughts where the external had become real to us. Like even when we are sitting, at our desk, at our job, or wherever it was, we were carrying the weight of our loved ones, our problems, and issues with work and everything else. But when we understand this Dhamma, only we realize that we were simply believing in something that is not existing. That is just a effect that comes into existence because there are necessary conditions that are present. So after that, it became easier and easier. That all that we have to understand is how the mind comes into existence every moment. Like you correctly pointed out, how the perceptions get together and create this existence. And if you take a step further from it or step backward from it, how does even this light, sound, smell, taste, and touch, they come into existence? They are all manifestations of vibrations getting together to create this feeling that something is existing, that the book chair, the mother, father, the yellow, whatever, all these things come into existence, and therefore the self is created. Initially, the infant doesn't have all this. The infant only has this inclination to taints, which is Sasrava. And then he was introduced to the colors via the introduction of, somebody would point at the color yellow, and then he will be introduced to the, given the label yellow. And the adult who's introducing this child to the colors would make this child look at it so many times and make this child repeat it so many times. And eventually, the system will end up repeating the word after the parent, yellow, yellow, yellow. Yet, even whoever is looking from far away would think that child started talking. And similarly, the colors, the shapes, and even we can revisit these memories within us, how we were introduced to the world. We can kind of revisit our earliest memories, going back to the days we started barely talking. And then this parents would ask this child to ask, baby, who's your mother? Show me your mother. And then the kid would keep pointing at the mother. And then, who's your father? The kid would keep pointing at the father. And then eventually the system takes on a thought saying, if that is my mother, if that is my father, then there must be a self that to whom these parents belong to. With that starts this concept of self, the self-identifying view. And it comes along with everything. Now everything is turned into thought. So if you, in the same manner, names are kind of, names are entangled with other kinds of forms, the visual form, the auditory form, the olfactory, all kinds of forms. And then because as a result of the input from five sense gates, you have, and it has occurred so many times at a faster speed. It feels like there's, let's take our classic example of the chair. It feels like the chair exists because we've been given the label and pointed at, we've been shown that so many times. So the chair exists. So if you now, this we've talk about this so many times, like we've heard this so many times, but if you really pay attention to it, like you're pointed at the image of a chair, and image and the label that is given to you, the chair, which comes through as a sound, when they are entangled, it feels like the existing chair is outside. But if you take a closer look at it, the image that you can see through your eyes is not a chair itself if we don't have the label chair. Image is just an image and it's a bunch of colors. Is that a chair? It's not a chair. And if you pay attention to the label chair, the sound chair, the chair, that's just a sound that comes through the ear, chair, chair, chair. That there's no chair in it. So there's no chair in whatever you see in front of you. There's no chair in whatever the sound you hear. But when they get together, when they get entangled, predominantly those two, there is a chair. So something is born out of nothing. This is like a mind-blowing thing if you really can like take some time and contemplate on it. It's like, damn, like where is a chair coming from? Like there's no chair anywhere here. So like the perception thing, it's the image of the chair is pointing at the sound of the chair. The sound of the chair is pointing at the image of the chair. And same way the self is created, name and form being entangled. So we are kind of lost in all this, and definitely lost before learning all this. Even then, you have to have less defilements to be able to really kind of see within you in a convincing manner, because it's very confusing. Intellectually, in the form of wisdom of knowledge, we take it in, and we take time to actually. It takes time for this to be kind of sink in or sunk in. So when we continue to say that, like, so it starts with the chair, and then you can think, as soon as you see the chair, first the label comes, oh, it's a chair, and then, oh, this is a very expensive chair, my grandmother gave it to me, it comes from generation to generation. All these things, all this information, thoughts about it is automatically entangled to it. And by the simple, by just taking a simple glance at a chair, you're already kind of diving in this thought, mind-made world. So that is, so if you see how this chair come into existence, that there's no, if you can contemplate on the thoughts and come back to where it comes from, then the chair, and then see that there's not even a chair in here. It's it's whatever the inputs from the sense gates, and then chair is kind of destroyed, or as in not in that literal sense, but whenever you look at the chair, the mind traveling would just stop at the chair. Similarly, like if you have a picture or something of your mother and your family, old picture or whatever, as soon as you look at that, you're already in a mentally created world of all the past events, the trips and all the sad events and all that. So we are kind of bringing all that attention that is everywhere in a mind-made world while we are physically kind of existing here back to this present moment, like the kind of journeying backwards. so that then we can understand. Then when we are in the present, it's not kind of conditional, but like eventually it so happens that when we are in the present, you can see more, you can observe more these truths that we took in as in mere intellectual knowledge, and because it made sense and it was logical, and we start getting insights and it becomes self-evident to us, oh, this Dhamma is the one, because I know, I can feel it within me, because as you contemplate on even this name and form union, eventually you begin with the insight that the thought is different to whatever you see. The thought is different to whatever the sound you hear. The thought is different to that differentiation is, which is a very subtle kind of a truth. It becomes evident to you. Then you clearly begin to see the difference between this mind-made world and whatever is in front of you. And then you see the truth about what is in front of you, which is again, like you correctly said, a mirage that comes into existence as the manifestation of vibrations. So yeah, Dr. Kokila, that's what I wanted to add as a different take to it. I think we have other members also have joined Tiruvansalam.
Anyone else want to put a word?
There's Kavin there also, Surangika.
Yeah, Dhiran Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Harshi, thank you for the great explanation about how the self-existent arises and the ignorance create this mirage, which is the duality where there is a self to observe anything that perceive outside. So if I add the different perspective to it, I would say the thought that we talk about right here by Dr. Kokila and Harshi, we can interpret it as just a vibration. So it's the mind spark that Aryan Wahanse tried to emphasize. And this mind spark will arise with the power